But viability and second choice, so important. We are keeping an eye on those second choice decisions tonight for candidates who aren't viable. That could boost someone.
All right, hold on for a
just
moment,
a snapshot
Jeff.
here. Let's consider this a bit of a test run.
We've got the results from the first round over where you are, and you can take a look at this. Bernie Sanders, 60.6%, Elizabeth Warren, 21.1%, but everybody else below that 15% margin. Pete Buttigieg, 11.3%, Andrew Yang, 4.2%. Klobuchar, 1.4%. So those who support Buttigieg, Yang, and Klobuchar, they have options right now. They're not going to be viable, these three candidates. They're not going to go to the second round. At this one caucus only, Jeff, explain what's happening now. What are their options, those who went for the non-viable candidates?
So what is happening now, if you are supporting a non-viable candidate, then you make another choice. So just eyeballing some of them went over to Senator Warren's campaign. We will find out here in a short period of time what the count is in the second round of counting to see where they all went. But the interesting part about this is the persuasion aspect at these caucuses. These precinct captains have been trained by these campaigns to approach someone whose favorite candidate did not make the cut and try and win them over. So you can see, a lot of the discussions. I'm trying to go have a conversation with the one person who is standing for Joe Biden. Let's see if we can chat with him for 1 second. Hey, Jared, excuse me if I can talk to you live on CNN. Sure. So you were supporting Joe Biden. You were the only person in your row. Who did you realign with?
Well, Mayor Pete, but we're one short right now, and we're not sure that there's anyone we can take from with the new rules.
Right. So why did you decide Mayor Pete on the second round? Why him?
I'm more of a moderate Democrat. I care about foreign policy, and I think both Biden and Mayor Pete are the two strongest on foreign policy in my view.
Thank you very much. So, that is just a snapshot here of the conversations going on. They're trying to make the Buttigieg campaign viable by getting up to 11 people in this precinct. So, again, consider this a test run, if you will, a preview of what we'll see tonight in nearly 1,700 precincts across the state of Iowa when there are these conversations going on back and forth. Again, second choice, so valuable, one of the most important positions, certainly a weighty position here. So, Wolf, we'll send it back to you as we await this realignment here to see if anyone else becomes viable. But as of now, after the first round, certainly Bernie Sanders strong in this precinct. But again, we should point out, this is one satellite caucus, not indicative of the state as a whole. Those caucuses start this evening.
From what I saw, a lot of young people there. Quick question, Jeff. We see Buttigieg, 11.3%. He's not viable. He didn't reach that 15% threshold. What about the Yang supporters and the Klobuchar supporters? I assume they're trying to attract them, and if they get together, they could potentially make Buttigieg viable.
Indeed, they could, and that's they're one person short. And actually, I heard someone say they were looking for that Andrew Yang supporter. And that is the other key thing to watch tonight. If you're not viable, do you stay in the room and go with someone else, or do you go home? Do you leave because a candidate was not viable? So that is an important thing to keep an eye on here. But we should point out that this is certainly some young people here, but these are, intended for people who have jobs this evening. So we are expecting, since we are on the campus of Drake University, more students coming tonight. And the Andrew Yang supporters actually won the mock caucus, a trial run earlier in the week. So again, we should point out that this is what's happening now is not necessarily foreshadowing what's to come here tonight, Wolf.
Important point. All right, stand by. We'll get back to you. Want to go to Diane Gallagher. She's over in St. Petersburg, Florida. It looks, Diane, they're just beginning right now, this process in St. Petersburg. The voting continues.
That's right, Wolf. And I'm back here right now as they're trying to kind of keep the area quiet as they pass out these instructions. They have just now given out those preference cards to the 104 voters, Iowa registered Democrats here in St. Petersburg, Florida. We had a bit of a delay. Florida, we had a bit of a delay dealing with the location that we were at here. They've since gotten that figured out. We're in the room and expecting to be starting relatively soon. They got most of the procedural stuff out of the way at this point. We've been speaking with some of the voters here, a lot of them who spend part of their time in Florida because the winters are cold in Iowa, but there are also college students who are here, as well as people who happen to be visiting family. They were on vacation. So this is something that, as you can listen to them right now, as they're trying to get through. They voted to go ahead and move into their positions first before they hear from any sort of voters or representatives from the particular candidates' campaigns. And then they're going to listen to those speeches before they decide if they want to go ahead and move again. So this has been pretty orderly as it goes right now. Again, they have a pretty large number of people who have chosen to come out to this. People I talked to who are so excited. They were taking selfies and we're waiting to get underway in the next couple minutes here, Wolf.
Looks like a bunch of snowbirds down there in St. Petersburg. Diane, we're going to get the results of that caucus. 104 Iowa voters in St. Petersburg, Florida. Much more of our coverage right after this.
Welcome back. I'm Jake Tapper with Dana Bash. We are in Des Moines at the CNN headquarters for the Iowa caucuses. Right now, you are looking at a satellite caucus at Drake University, and satellite caucuses are not the official caucuses. These are the smaller caucuses, some of them in Florida, some of them in France. This one is for shift workers who will not be able to make the caucuses later this evening.
That's right, and our Jeff Zeleny is there, and Jeff, you've been watching as the first round ends and as the sort of toing and froing has begun really aggressively to bring the people who supported candidates who were not viable, meaning they didn't get 15%, over to other candidates. What does it look like now?
Right. Dana, this is a fascinating caucus 101, if you will. I am standing next to Gabe, who's a student at Drake University, who was just getting the hard sell from a Bernie Sanders volunteer. Gabe came here tonight to caucus for Pete Buttigieg. He was not viable, so that makes Gabe's vote up for grabs. So, Gabe, what was the sales pitch that you were just getting moments ago from the Sanders official?
He was going after the I'm more moderate and going after the very liberal aspect of Sanders.
What questions did you have for him?
I really didn't have any. I'm trying to convince other people to go here. Right. But
and you just told me that you're probably not likely to go to Sanders.
No.
You're going to do what?
I think I'm going to go to Warren if Pete can't be viable.
And why is that?
I really like, as a student, the student debt thing, but her energy that she brings, I think she has a better chance to beat President Trump.
Okay, so, Gabe, we're going to follow you and watch what you do. So Jake and Dana, that is just a snapshot in time here. Let's walk over to the Bernie Sanders supporters. You can see in the corner of the room the next round of counting is going to be underway. They seem to be pretty supportive of this. Certainly there are some other supporters from other campaigns who did indeed embrace that message, and they are indeed going for Bernie Sanders. So the Sanders campaign certainly the loudest tonight, but we do not know what the second alignment was. So it's important to know as we prepare for this evening, applause and enthusiasm certainly is important, but the votes are the most important thing. And I can also, let's just turn back around here to the Warren campaign. Certainly it's bigger than it was before. Certainly, at least my eyeball does not look like it's as big as the Sanders campaign, but we'll send it back to you, Jake and Dana, as we hear the counting that's underway right now.
All right, Jeff Zeleny at Drake University. A lot of people in that room obviously feeling the burn, as it were. And just a reminder, viewers, what's going on. First, there is a first count where everybody goes into the room and huddles with the people who are with the candidate they support. So Sanders over there, Warren over there, Buttigieg over there. Your group needs to reach a 15% threshold, 15% of all the people caucusing. If your group, your candidate, has not reached that threshold, then you are not viable. You've not reached a viability threshold. And that means that you have to go find someone else to join, or you can just go home. And a lot of people, and also what's new this year, is the people that the candidate you commit to early on, you're locked in. You have to stay with that candidate. There's no swapping. Some people thought it was mischief making kind of in the past when people would caucus with the Sanders supporters and then shift to Clinton or whatever.
And that's right. And actually, we're going to see that happening, not the mischief making, but the shifting going on as we speak. I want to go to Sarah Seidner, who is in Arizona at one of the satellite caucuses that we've been watching. Sarah, what's going on there?
Have you all chosen a captain? They are all sitting, and I just want to give you an idea. Lots of folks here filling up the theater seats. They are all starting to talk to their captains, and they're about to start counting. They will do a head count first, but there have been speeches already that we have listened to, folks standing up and speaking for Biden and Warren and Buttigieg and Klobuchar, all very impassioned speeches here. They are now passing along the cards that they will also use to count the final count. But you are seeing people sit among the group that they have chosen to caucus for. That is what's happening here in Arizona, and everyone is just getting ready to get the counting started.
All right, Sarah Seidner in Queen Creek, Arizona. We're going to go now to St. Petersburg, Florida, where Diane Gallagher is. And just so you understand, this is the first year that the Iowa Democrats have done this. They're going to satellite offices where residents of Iowa, who just happen to not be in Iowa, are caucusing. Diane Gallagher, what's going on where you are?
Hey, Jake. Yeah, so right now they have just broken into their first preference candidates at this point. So we're going to walk around. Right now, they're busy electing who they want to sort of lead this particular candidate area. People are coming through and counting. We have been instructed by the leader here that we can't interview them while they're doing this. She wants to stay as by the book as possible because this is a new thing for them. She said she doesn't want the satellite caucuses to be upset or messed up in any sort of way. But you can see we've got those who are caucusing here, sort of deciding this for Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar over there in the corner. We're standing right here by the Joe Biden people who want that across from us right now, and I'm going to get George to turn around. We've got Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, Andrew Yang in the corner here. Now, some people who were told that their candidate may not already be viable, they mentioned Tulsi Gabbard. We're told just to stay sitting here in the middle right now, and they're going to move forward afterward. We are doing things a little differently at this particular caucus. They voted to hear from the people who want to persuade you after they've already broken off into this, into their respective corners right now. So they've been moving around. The wheeling and dealing is going to be happening in the next few moments here. But again, they've talked to me about how important something like this is to them. We're late. This has taken about an hour and a half from when people first started catching up. And I want you to hear, you can see they're kind of, again, the political spirit that we've seen here.
Elect first female president.
And you can, again, just kind of get the experience and the vibe here in St. Petersburg, Florida. A lot of the people who are here spend much of their winter in Florida that we've spoken to, Jake, snowbirds or snowhawks, if you will. Watch out there, George, for that chair. And they've said that some of them haven't been able to go back and caucus. I've spoken to some other voters who say that they use frequent flyer miles or they just coughed it up and had to eat the cost of flying back there. Now, just because they haven't been able to fly, they've already seen. All right, here we go.
One more.
All right, and I'm going to send it back to you guys as they're still trying to figure this out before the speeches begin. But we're getting underway here in St. Petersburg, Florida, for the
in the middle of a blizzard,
satellite
and he
caucus
called
that they're
me
experiencing.
Snow Woman.
All right, Diane Gallagher with some snowbirds from Iowa in St. Petersburg, Florida. We're going to squeeze in another quick break. We'll come back and cover more of this first round of caucusing in these satellite caucuses. Stay with us.
He made fun of me for talking about climate change in the middle of a blizzard, and he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Sometimes, if you haven't noticed, you use a little humor. Like when he called me Snow Woman at my announcement in the middle of that thing, I wrote back on Twitter, I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump. So I wrote back. I wrote back. I tweeted back. The science is on my side. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare. And I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. I'd like to see how your hair fares in a blizzard. I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Mr. Umbrella. Mr. Umbrella Man. Mr. Senator. And he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. The president actually sent out a tweet. He made fun of me for talking about climate change in the middle of a blizzard, and he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard.
I got a weird
Results from the satellite caucus at Drake University in Des Moines, Iowa. Jeff Zeleny is there. How many participated Iowa voters?
And these are the overall numbers. Take a look at these. Bernie Sanders winning this satellite caucus with a 67.7% of the people participating here. Elizabeth Warren coming in second in this satellite caucus with 32.4%. And it was interesting in the realignment, which we saw just a short time ago. 7 individual people here went to the Warren campaign. 3 individual people went to the Sanders campaign on realignment. So we do not know, of course, if that will be the center of the evening. But let's just walk through the field house here, and you can see the Bernie Sanders supporters are leaving now. A lot of them, as it turns out, were actual campaign workers because they do live in Des Moines. They have been working here for some long time. So you can hear behind here, and this, of course, also actually now is a minimum wage protest that has just happened spontaneously. We've seen them all across the country pushing for $15 minimum wage. But back to the caucus here, Wolf. So interesting. Again, not representative necessarily of what is going to be happening in just about an hour or so's time in nearly 1,700 locations across the state. But the process is the same. So things to watch tonight. Watch that second choice and watch that negotiation there. I am told by aides to the Buttigieg campaign and the Biden campaign and others that they are prepared to make those arguments to potentially other candidates who aren't viable. We should point out in this satellite caucus, at least, only one person showed up to support Joe Biden. He ended up going to Elizabeth Warren. So a bit of a caucus 101 lesson here, if you will, Wolf. A bit of a primer, if you will, for what we're going to see tonight. Wolf?
Let's go to Diane Gallagher right now. She's in St. Petersburg, Florida. Diane, there's a satellite caucus going on over there. What are you seeing?
Wolf, right now I'm going to let you take a listen in. They're going to take a listen in right now, Wolf. They are trying to convince people about their candidates right now. This is a man trying to convince other people to come and caucus for Joe Biden right now. I want you guys to take a listen.
The one who can take out Trump, and that has to happen.
So what they're doing right now is before they do this final count, they're trying to see if they can bring people over before the first count.
From the first round in St. Petersburg at the satellite caucus, Klobuchar 43.6%, Buttigieg 19.8%. But look at this, the next 3 below that 15% threshold that they need to be so-called viable. Biden 12.9%, Warren 10.9%, Sanders 6.9%. So there's gonna be an effort now to convince those who were siding with Biden, Warren, Sanders to go ahead and support one of the viable candidates, Klobuchar or Buttigieg. We'll watch this very, very closely. Anderson, it's only...
And I think that's going to have a huge impact. If this is and I think that you have to look at the turnout from 2008 and 2016. 2008 was the largest turnout you had. We had a young man named Barack Obama. And then in 2016, you still had a bit of a bump. So I think the turnout tonight falls somewhere in between that. But that number of first-time caucus goers is going to be very, very important. What we're seeing is the older the voter is, the more inclined it looks to see. You would think that they're Klobuchar voter or Biden voters. The younger the voter is, it's probably a Sanders voter or a Yang voter. And tonight always ends up with what I started. We don't know what's going to happen.
And it is worth noting, by the way, that Bernie Sanders has been open to Bakari's point. Bernie Sanders has been open about the fact, look, he needs a big turnout. He needs non-traditional Democratic voters, because if it is small, certainly if it's below 2016, it's not going to be, I don't think it's going to be 2008. If it's below 2016, that looks pretty good for Joe Biden. Joe Biden is the candidate of sort of these. He's got the Vilsack, the former governor and former first lady state. He's got 2 or 3 of the Congress people. Right. Yep. So he's got the sort of what we traditionally look at as the institutional establishment players. The question is, how much can Bernie Sanders grow that into people that are never even going to consider Biden?
It's the perfect petri dish for what we talk about every cycle, which is how can young people really show up in their numbers? We know millennials are the largest voting bloc. Will they show up? The number is that 47% of these Iowa caucus goers are allegedly going to be under 50. But will they show up in those numbers? That's going to be super interesting. And can Bernie do something that has not been done before?
What I think is fascinating is the interpersonal dynamics in the room. Because of the age splits, You have young people talking to other young people, trying to maybe make them feel like, hey, come be with your own, age group. And because the age splits are so big, at the end of the night, I'd be fascinated to talk to some of the campaign workers to see if the interpersonal dynamics in the room acted like what we see in the polling, which is young people herding around certain candidates and older people herding around others.
And it's not just millennials. Like, I'm a millennial, but there's also this new burgeoning group of politically active Generation Z people. They're in high school, they're 17, you can vote in the caucuses at 17, but they're also in college now. And that is where Bernie Sanders does extremely well, organizing the college campuses. And again, at the end of the day, you said this, Governor, the number one goal is to beat Donald Trump. And to beat Donald Trump, you're going to have to infuse this electorate with younger voters, voters of color, and it's going to have to take a lot of this. So this is going to be fun. I don't know.
But I love me some of those older voters, though. They are just fantastic.
I
and
do too.
reliable. I'm not saying that you don't, but
I love the older voters too. This is we love both, and we're seeing a wide swath of the snowbirds that are slightly older.
Bernie also does. I mean, it doesn't only just have young voters, right? I mean, if you look at the last time around where he was neck and neck with Hillary, he didn't do that just winning young voters. I mean, he was winning voters that were working class people and other throughout the state. So I think that there is this real gap for sure, but I think he has an appeal that goes beyond that.
One thing we'll learn too is it was 49.9 Clinton, 49.6 Sanders last time. The thing that's different there is it was if you didn't want Hillary, you got you could say uncommitted, I suppose, but you only had two options. Obviously, Bakari mentioned this earlier. You're talking about a gigantic field. Now, not all of them will be viable, but you have Buttigieg as a potential landing spot for some. Warren, I think, is a potential landing spot. So the question is, are these people, we know there's a block of Sanders people who, as Scott mentioned, are going to be with him no matter what. The issue is he going to be that choice for people who don't maybe want Biden, or are they going to split up?
Well, particularly with Elizabeth Warren. I mean, with Elizabeth Warren, if she fades, do all of her voters, you think go to Sanders?
I think that's a myth. I think that there is a big myth that's pervasive in the media and the Twitter sphere and everywhere else, that all Elizabeth Warren voters are Bernie Sanders voters and vice versa, and that's not the case. I think that she has voters who will go across the board. I think that it's not going to be a one-to-one split, and she's going to be a fascinating candidate to watch.
And the other really interesting piece of information that came out this week was the number of Yang voters who will not vote for, who won't commit to voting for the Democrat in the general election. It's like 42%, a huge number. Whereas if you are in Elizabeth Warren's camp or Joe Biden's camp, it's like 90% or above agree to vote blue no matter who. So that's an interesting dynamic.
The dynamic between the Warren and the Sanders people is interesting because they are in some ways fishing off the same policy pier. But in a lot of ways, we're in a post-policy environment in which these elections are more determined by the gulfs we've been talking about. The age gulfs we see, the gender gap we see with Trump, the rural-urban gap we see. And so they're on the same policy pier, but is that the determinative factor tonight? That's something I'd be looking at.
Coming up, we're going to have results from satellite caucuses in St. Petersburg, Florida, Queen Creek, Arizona, as our coverage of the Iowa caucuses continues after a quick break.
That'll make it easier for you to count when you are
In the end, I think both political parties.
We are on a mission with NASA.
Welcome back to CNN's coverage of the Iowa Democratic presidential caucuses. I'm Jake Tapper in Des Moines with Dana Bash. As caucus results start to come in, we're going to break them down for you in several ways. For the first time, Iowa Democrats are reporting the results of the popular vote in 2 different rounds. So this is how it's going to work. In the first round, caucus goers declare their first choice candidate, Warren, Sanders, Biden, whomever. In the final round, voters are allowed to switch their support if their first choice doesn't get at least 15% support at that caucus. So we're going to be able to compare both rounds to see how the vote changed and how that may have helped the ultimate winner of that individual caucus. In the end, the winning candidate will be the one who gets the biggest share of the state delegates. State delegates are awarded based on the final round of votes. Again, the state delegates are what matter most. We're going to be watching them very closely all night long. And Dana, one of the things that's so interesting here is a number of the people, the number of the caucus goers, they're going to support candidates who don't meet that 15% threshold. So, and I'm just making it up now, a hypothetical, you would think theoretically, okay, so let's say you're a Sanders person and your candidate doesn't make the threshold. Well, then maybe you're going to go to Liz Warren, who's also very progressive. But that's not necessarily how voters make these decisions.
It's really not. And it's funny, I was with my producer, Bridget Nolan, and we were at several events yesterday and talking to voters about this very thing. And just for example, we were at an Elizabeth Warren event, and we talked to people who said that they were Elizabeth Warren or Pete Buttigieg. We talked to a lot of people who said Elizabeth Warren or Amy Klobuchar, 2 people who consider themselves, Klobuchar and Buttigieg, on the more moderate side of the Democratic spectrum. So they had various reasons, but one maybe it's because that they wanted a female candidate. Another is just they just like the personalities. There's so many factors that go into the decision if the first candidate, the first choice, isn't viable.
And the other thing that that's interesting is we're going to be looking to this night about storylines, what narratives are coming out of the caucus. For example, 4 years ago, Ted Cruz won the Republican caucus, Hillary Clinton won the Democratic caucus, but there were such strong showings by the number 2s, by Bernie Sanders for the Democrats and by Donald Trump for the Republicans, that their victories, Ted Cruz and Hillary Clinton, were important, but the surprisingly strong showing of Sanders and Trump, frankly, had like no organization at all, were really major storylines coming out of it, because a lot of this has to do with exceeding expectations.
So much of it has to do with that, which is why you are seeing, for example, the Biden campaign, more than I think any other campaign in the top tier, lowering expectations in a big way. I mean, they started doing that many, many months ago, not just for Iowa, but also New Hampshire. But you're absolutely right. What we saw in Iowa really did set the scene in 2016 for the rest of the campaign on both sides of the political aisle, and we're probably going to see that now. I believe we can go now to Sarah Seidner, because we want to talk about what exactly is going on as we speak. There are satellite caucuses. We've been discussing that. This is a new thing for the Iowa Democratic Party, trying to expand these caucuses beyond the actual state of Iowa. Sarah, you are in Queen Creek, Arizona. What is happening right now at that satellite caucus?
So we've gotten an initial count just of all of the people who are here, which is 162 people who showed up to caucus here. All of them Iowa residents who were here in Arizona. A few people here for just a couple of days, but they wanted to caucus, and so they're here. What's happening now is they are trying to see which candidate is viable. In other words, which candidate in this very caucus here has 15% of the vote, which is about 24 people. They told him if you have 24 people, your candidate is viable, and that means that you stay right where you are. If there are not enough people, then you either have to decide whether you stay in other or that you go to another candidate's group. So what you're seeing here is people are counting off. I'm going to take you over a bit. People are literally counting off to show how many people are in a caucus. This is Biden's caucus right here. They have, you hear him say it there, 28 people. So that would mean that the Biden caucus is viable, that they have enough people so that they can, in the next round of counting, either attract more people who have a candidate that is not viable, that does not have 15% of the people who are here in this room, or people that do not want to, they can choose someone else, but you have to have a viable group. And that means you have to have, in this particular place, in this particular satellite caucus, 24 people out of 162, 15%.
Sarah, tell us more about some of the other groups, the other candidates. Sarah, tell us about some of the other viable candidates in the room. Obviously, former Vice President Joe Biden is one of them. Who else?
Yes. So right now they have not given those numbers yet, but as you look up and look at the crowd that is sitting here, I heard someone yell out enough people for Klobuchar, for example, but they are recounting to make absolutely sure they're counting people off. They have captains counting, and then they literally have people themselves counting. So that's what we're doing right now. But the Biden group's the only group so far that has officially said we have 29 people. We are viable. We are waiting for Buttigieg. We are waiting for Warren. Buttigieg is coming up just now. But so everyone's getting up. Buttigieg has enough. Just take a look there. This just gives you an idea of how they're doing it here inside this theater. Again, he clearly has 15% of the number of people here caucusing. And so they'll keep going like this until they figure it all out to see who's viable and who isn't, and then another count will happen. Jake?
All right, Sarah Seidner in Queen Creek, Arizona. Again, these are individuals at satellite caucuses. They have been pre-approved. They are Iowa Democrats. They live in Iowa, but maybe they spend their winters in Arizona or Florida, and that's why they're caucusing there. We're going to squeeze in another quick break. We'll be right back with more of CNN's coverage of the Iowa Democratic presidential caucuses. Stay with us.
Welcome back. We're covering the Iowa caucuses. Ryan Nobles is over at Bernie Sanders' headquarters with a very special guest. Ryan?
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. We are joined by Dr. Jane Sanders, the wife of presidential candidate Bernie Sanders. And Dr. Sanders, thank you so much for being here. I know you've been forced into duty as a result of Senator Sanders being involved in the Senate impeachment trial.
Yes.
Just give me your impression of where this campaign stands right now in the Iowa caucuses and what you expect tonight.
Well, it's been an honor, and I'm so grateful to the people of Iowa for their taking such interest in our democracy and really participating so fully. So it's been good. I'm excited. I'm hopeful. I'm nervous. So it all comes down to tonight.
I mean, you were here 4 years ago as well. Can you compare what it was like in 2016 to what it's like now?
And 4 years ago, Bernie was just getting introduced to the people. Of impeachment,
right.
I've been doing a number of events by myself and talking to people and taking questions and learning from them. It's been really exciting, and it's been, I think, more exhilarating. People are recognizing that Bernie's campaign is one of justice. He wants economic, racial, social, and environmental justice, and it seems to be resonating not just here in Iowa, but across the country. And I think they understand that he wants to improve their quality of life. So he came in as a known entity, and I could become more of a known entity in Iowa than I was last time.
Okay, so tell me what it's going to be like tonight. Where are you going to watch the returns? What will the mood and the atmosphere be like? Is Senator Sanders nervous on a night like tonight?
Well, you know, everybody is, I'm sure. We're going to watch it right here, and where it depends totally on what the results are in terms of mood. So far, so good. And I think, we're hopeful.
Right. Well, tell me about that. Do you expect to win here tonight? It seems as though there's a lot of momentum and energy behind Senator Sanders' campaign. Will he come out with a victory tonight?
I can't predict. I think we saw 6,000 people just in the last couple of days. So the energy and the enthusiasm is there. Whether or not it totally depends on how many people come out to caucus. What's always been true in Bernie's elections is if the voter turnout is high, he does well.
Right.
If it's low, he doesn't.
Right.
So we're hoping that everybody takes it very seriously and right to the final moment and goes to caucus and votes for Bernie.
Okay, all right. Jane Sanders, thank you so much for joining us,
Thanks,
and good
Ryan.
luck to you and Senator Sanders tonight. We appreciate
Thank
it. All right, thanks. Wolf, we'll send it back to you now.
All right, thanks very much, and thank Dr. Sanders as well. Let's go to Queen Creek, Arizona right now. The first results are now coming in. Sarah Seidner, what are you learning?
We had the first results. There were a couple of really big cheers. I'm going to start off, we'll just do it in alphabetical order. I'm going to give you a scene there. They are now going to start the second count, so I'll get you looking at the folks that are here in the theater who will be filling out those cards. Klobuchar by far wins this, 33.5%, a big number there. They hollered. And then Buttigieg is next with 24.68%. And then you have Biden with 18%. And then you have Warren. Now, everyone cheered when they heard the number that Warren got because they are just under 15.82%. Now, if you look at Sanders here, a very small number, 4.43%. Those are your leaderboards, if you will. Steyer got 1%, Bloomberg 1%. And there is still one person here who is uncommitted. So of all the 162 people, one person still uncommitted. But the big number here was Klobuchar. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks very much, Sarah Seidner. We're going to get the final results from Arizona, and 1 hour from now, the caucuses, 1,600 plus caucuses throughout the state of Iowa begin. Much more of our special coverage right after this. Tonight, Iowans are taking part in one of the most unpredictable presidential caucuses ever. I'm Wolf Blitzer in the CNN Election Center. We're about an hour away from the main event when voters across Iowa declare their choice to be the Democratic presidential nominee. They have a crowded field to choose from. 11 candidates are in the race, but only a handful are considered competitive in this leadoff contest of 2020. Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, Bernie Sanders, and Elizabeth Warren are in a close fight tonight. All of them eager to take on President Trump in the general election. We have cameras and correspondents inside key caucus sites across Iowa to bring you the results in real time. When the caucuses start statewide, we'll have our first chance to reveal which candidates are the early leaders based on our entrance poll. Let's go to Dana Bash first. She's over at the caucus site in Des Moines where they're lining up already. Dana?
That's right. You see the line here. We were watching satellite caucuses. This is the real deal. This is the original caucuses.
Excuse me, is everybody ready?
You see someone registering the people who are online. I want to take you actually over here. Jake, we see who you're with. Amy Klobuchar, you're a precinct captain.
Yes, I'm a precinct captain.
And so that means you have been trained in trying to get the people who are with you online to come over to Amy Klobuchar.
Correct. Yeah, we're working to get to the 15% viability threshold so that Amy's viable and we get some delegates.
And if you get to that 15% threshold, do you have a script to try to lure people who are with candidates who didn't reach that threshold and who are up for grabs in the second round?
Yeah, I'm just going to talk about how hard Amy's worked on this campaign. She was the only senator to come back during the impeachment trial to do an event. She had like 300 people in Council Bluffs. She's got the record of winning. She won 42 counties in Minnesota that Trump won.
You definitely got the message. Thank you so much. Thanks. We'll see you up there. We're going to keep moving here down the line. We met a couple of these people who just met online. Tell me your name again.
Heather.
Heather. And who are you here to caucus for?
Pete.
How about you?
I'm Justine. I'm here to caucus for Pete. Emma, here to caucus for Biden.
Okay, so when did you make up your mind?
A year ago.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Actually, this weekend.
This weekend?
Yeah.
Who are you deciding between?
Pete and Bernie.
So does that mean if, for some reason, Mayor Buttigieg is not viable in the beginning, you'll go for Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, exactly. I will. I decided on Friday.
Wow. And what led you to your decision?
I just want somebody who can beat Donald Trump, and I feel that Biden has the experience and the electability to do just that.
Who's your second choice?
Amy Klobuchar.
And why is that?
Because she wins, and everything she does is for the people, and I just really feel like she works for what the United States stands for.
And who's your second choice?
Bernie Sanders.
That's right. You just told me that. Who's your second choice?
Biden.
Yeah.
He can get the job done, as we all know, but I'm really hoping Pete's viable tonight.
Have you ever been to a caucus before?
No, I'm actually from California, so my vote matters this year.
But you obviously live here now.
Yes,
Okay.
yes,
Okay.
yep.
And what about you?
I'm from New York, so this is my first time caucusing, and same thing. I'm so excited. I'm a resident over at Children's Hospital here. So
okay, thank you so much. We'll see you up there, and I want to just turn back around if you can. This is the line. People are starting to come in. They are being registered, as you see, because they have to not only say who they're going to caucus for eventually, but more importantly, as we've seen with the satellite caucuses, the people who are running this caucus have to know exactly how many people are here in order to get the percentages and to see who is viable at first, and then, of course, at the end to see who wins this caucus. Wolf.
All right, Dana, thanks very much. We'll get back to you. Let's go over to John King. They're just getting started. A little bit less than an hour from now, about 1,600 plus caucuses begin. What are you going to be looking for?
Kind of fun, right? Here we go. We're at the starting gate and off we go. What are we looking for? Number one, turnout. Turnout. Will this come close to the record they achieved back in 2008? Will it be somewhere in between? That's one thing. If you look now, obviously, we don't have any votes counted yet. These are the candidates. They're in alphabetical order on the board early on. We'll break it out. What else are we looking for? You've seen Amy Klobuchar in some of these satellite caucuses do quite well. That's great, but it doesn't translate into big numbers. Can she translate that actually when you get into the ground here? One of the things her campaign says, she's a Democratic senator from Minnesota. That's above Iowa. Look up here. Just look in the, not just up here, but if she's going to have sometimes happen, The Klobuchar campaign says this is where she's worked the hardest. This is where they know her the best. Take a look up there. That's one, maybe a bit of a subplot, but we'll see how it works out. Let's blank this out. Let's go back, Wolf. Remember 4 years ago, essentially a two-candidate race. That's what makes this different. Two-candidate race then, just to go back in time to 2008, a three-candidate race, really then. You see how the vote total split. This one thing to remember, Sanders had more than 49% of the delegates 4 years ago, right? Hillary Clinton had 30% way back in 2008. She placed third. More candidates, the vote will be spread out. That's one thing we're going to watch. How does that math work out? But to go back to the 2016 map, the light blue is Bernie Sanders, right? Does he lock up the progressive vote? Does he win in the areas he won in 2016? Or does the split with Elizabeth Warren have more an impact on his support? Over here in eastern Iowa, a great place to look for that. I'll just take this away and we look at some of these counties here. Iowa City, college campuses have always been a big source of Bernie Sanders' strength, but he's getting some competition there. Mayor Buttigieg says, I'm the new young, fresh face. So how does it play out here? Johnson County, one of the most progressive, if not the most progressive county in Iowa, certainly among the most. Let's watch that. A, who wins? B, what's the split? And C, what's the turnout? This will be a sign. Our young people coming out, we'll see that here. And you come out here and you move over here. Davenport is down here in Scott County again. Very important, was very close. See progressive versus establishment, if you want to frame the race that way. Let's see how that turns out this year here. Again, a place to watch turnout. And then as you move over, Ames, again, another college town here. You want to see how this turns out. It's Story County. You see here where Sanders more ran it up. Most of these, Iowa was really close last time. So in the places where he did run it up and get more delegates, we want to look at that to see if he's doing that again, getting a little gap from his opponents, if you can make a difference. The key question, does somebody win by a decent margin, or is this kind of a cluster? How many tickets out of Iowa? You just saw Dana in Des Moines. That's in Polk County down here. It's the largest part of the state. Obviously, the capital, the urban area. These suburbs, though, around Des Moines, really critical, just like the suburbs all across America in 2018, to the big, huge Democratic comeback in House races. Elizabeth Warren has spent a lot of time, not just in Des Moines, but across the state, going for suburban women, other suburban voters. So with so many candidates in the race, Wolf, I just think it's going to be fascinating, and it's fun.
It certainly is. Joe Biden, Pete Buttigieg, if you're one of them, what are you looking for in this state, 99 counties?
Well, number one, Mayor Buttigieg has spent a lot of time in the rural counties. A lot of time. And again, that was a lot of, you see, if you go back 4 years, a lot of split. In the northern part of the state here, rural counties, down here, rural, of course, a lot of Iowa is rural farm country. You see the split back and forth between the two candidates because it was so hard fought. You can go back even to the 2008 race and you see, John Edwards. You see a lot more John Edwards in the rural areas down here. That's a place where Pete Buttigieg has spent a lot of time, but also where Joe Biden has tried, especially with older voters, to stress the electability message. I can best beat Donald Trump. Mayor Buttigieg just said, no, you don't need the experienced guy. You need a new, fresh face to beat Donald Trump. How does that play out, Wolf? That's one of the things we'll look at there. And again, if you're Joe Biden, I want to come back to 2016 just to show it. If you're Joe Biden and you're trying to get the Democratic establishment, one of the places to look is in the Des Moines area, in Polk County. That's where the state party is headquartered. That's where some of your labor unions are based, political organizations are based. If the establishment is going to rally around Biden, the Democratic establishment, this will be one place in Polk County where we should see some clues about that.
We certainly will. John King's Magic Wall is going to be very lively in the coming hours. David Chalian, you're going to be very busy as well. First of all, there are some new rules that are playing tonight.
Yeah, there are two key differences in tonight's Iowa caucuses than any previous Iowa caucuses. One, the rules change you're talking about. You know, Wolf, how it works. There are 2 rounds of voting. So people show up to these caucus sites, they express their initial preference of which candidate they want to back. A calculation is done in the room to determine which candidates are no longer viable. That means that for the most part, which candidates have not hit a 15% threshold and therefore are deemed not viable and no longer competitive. And then it is a moment in time where the candidates that are viable have the chance to try to woo some of those who were supporting candidates who are no longer viable into their corner. Here's the rules change. If you are with a viable candidate in the first round, you are locked in. You cannot change your vote. That used to not be the case. And there aren't multiple rounds of reallocation. It's just 2 rounds, the first vote and the final vote. So that's the rules change. Now, here's another factor. We're getting more information than we've ever gotten before. You remember the bitter battle between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton in 2016. One of the things that came out of that battle was a change in the rules. And Bernie Sanders fought really hard in getting the rules changed to allow the reporting of the popular vote. So as you're going to say all night long, state delegates, That's how you win the Iowa caucuses. The person who has the highest percentage of state delegates at the end of the night is going to be the winner of the Iowa caucuses. But think like the Electoral College and the popular vote in the general election in November. We are now, for the first time ever, going to see a popular vote total, both for the first round of voting and the final round of voting. And we've never seen that before. Now, it is not the metric that determines the winner, but we are going to learn how many people actually showed up to support these candidates.
They're lining up right now at more than 1,600 caucus sites throughout Iowa. We're going to get to some of them right after a quick break.
Posters. I'm about to go. Hi, I'm Jake Tapper, and I am in the Wells Fargo Arena. Normally, this is where the Wolves play basketball or the Wild play hockey, but right now, Des Moines 47, the precinct here, is about to caucus. This is a neighborhood they expect a lot of younger people. They're not sure how many people are going to turn out tonight, anywhere between 350 and 500. Already, caucus goers have started to come in. You can see a lot of them are wearing their team colors, wearing hats for Pete. Why are you hiding behind there? Hiding over there? Tell me. So you're here to caucus for Pete? You're an observer. You're here to caucus for Pete.
Like Pete.
You like Pete Buttigieg. This is the area right here where the Buttigieg people are gathering. What do you like about him?
I think he's very introspective, kind of in the same way that Robert Kennedy was in 1968. It's not just a bumper sticker answer, and I think we need more of that. We need some more compassion and love in this country instead of the hatred and division that Trump is known for.
Okay, so that's one Buttigieg caucus goer, and he's gathering here with the other Buttigieg folks. And then you're going to see people over here are for Bernie Sanders. You can see the feeling the burn over there with their signs and their hats. Tell me, why are you the whip for Bernie? Is that what what does that mean? What are you going to do?
I'm going to take account and just make sure that all the rules are followed.
And how do you think he's going to do here tonight? Do you think he's going to, I assume you think he's going to meet the viability threshold of 15%. Who do you think is the biggest competitor to Sanders here?
Probably Warren, I would say.
Why do you think that?
Well, I saw some early numbers from the satellite caucus, and Biden was our only real competitor, and he's not doing very well. So I think Warren and Peter are our only real competition here.
All right, Warren and Buttigieg, the competition for Sanders. And the Warren people, nobody's really filled in over there. Whoop. Anyway, so more people are filling in, and we're going to keep bringing you updates as to when everyone starts to gather, when they do their first vote, when they do their second vote. But now we're going to go to Cedar Rapids to another caucus location.
Hello there, Jake. This is Miguel Marquez in Cedar Rapids at the Veterans Memorial Building. In the basement of the Veterans Memorial Building here, it is starting to fill up after all the meetings, all the events, all that money spent on ads, and all those handshakes, millions of them. This is where the rubber meets the road. Voters are now checking in here. I want to give you guys a sense of the room here. So they've said, in no uncertain terms, they only want 2 signs per campaign. So over here you have the Joe Biden area where they will eventually gather. They hope to be viable tonight. Somebody, Mike Bloomberg did not campaign here, but one of his supporters came in and put up a little Mike Bloomberg sign right over here. So he has at least an area where they can caucus. Pete Buttigieg has an area right here where he can caucus, where his supporters can caucus. And then Amy Klobuchar's folks are there. The Bernie Sanders folks are back there. And here is Elizabeth Warren. I mean, she has the most impressive area, clearly a siren call to get people out here. Talking to voters here, there is a mixture of relief and terror that Iowans must make the right choice tonight, they say, to beat Donald Trump in November. Wolf?
All right, Miguel, thanks. We'll get back to you. Brian Todd is over in the western part of Iowa right now. Sioux City, what do you see over there, Brian?
Wolf, this place is really starting to buzz. This is Precinct 6 in Sioux City. People filing in here. This is the only entrance they can come in. They're going to check in right here and register. First-time registrations are over here. And I'm going to take you down here where a lot of the action is going to be. We're going to turn to your right and walk down here with me, guys, if you can. This is where people are starting to gather to hear the main rules of the evening from the precinct chair, Steve Warnstadt. He's going to be up here in a short time, giving people the lay of the land, the rules and everything. Then they're going to section off, and you'll see people gathering in the corners like we do. I want to talk to one gentleman here, an Elizabeth Warren supporter. George, hi. This is George Boykin. You're an Elizabeth Warren supporter. George, you told me you're a veteran caucus goer.
Yes, I am.
Why Elizabeth Warren and why now?
Well, I think Elizabeth Warren represents, our country, will represent our country well. She has a good plan, I think, for Medicare and Medicaid. She has a good educational plan. I think that she talked about, reforming our judicial and law enforcement system for people. And she also talked about bringing this country back together, which is critical importance to me.
Now, your wife tipped me off that you just committed to Elizabeth Warren, this afternoon?
Yes, this afternoon.
What drove that change so suddenly?
Well, she's been working hard for a number of years, in the Senate, and also as a private citizen. She's just not a newcomer to this.
All right.
And that's why I like her, because she is committed and she can win this thing, and I know she can if people get behind her.
All right, George, thank you very much. Good luck tonight. This is where they're going to gather, then they're going to section off, Wolf, and that's where the action is really going to get interesting tonight, and we'll see how the dynamic changes. If somebody's not viable, where they're going, we're going to bring that to you live in real time.
The caucuses start in about 40 minutes or so. Brian, thanks very much. Anderson, lots going on.
Yeah, there certainly is. I'm here with the panel. Van Jones, there's no predicting what's going to happen.
No.
There have been polls, there's talk, there's expectations.
No,
so don't do it, Van.
So therefore I say, no, it's nuts. I mean, who would have thought that we would be in a situation? We have two flavors of moderates, two flavors of progressives. It's a complete jump ball. But I think if there's anything that's interesting is how many times Bernie Sanders, written off, underestimated, assumed that he was going to be easily eclipsed by Elizabeth Warren. We're just kind of waiting for the handoff. It hasn't happened yet. And he has labor endorsements and youth with him. So I think tonight, if after all of the obits written for Bernie Sanders, he's standing in the top one or two, a lot of us got a lot of humble pie to eat today. That's what I think.
I think tonight it comes down, we say ground game a lot. And I think when we use the words, we forget that ground game means actual people. Like, these are actual people who are very excited about their candidates. And as long as we have been talking about electability, we haven't really married that to enthusiasm. I want a candidate to be our nominee who has a really enthusiastic group of people behind them. And tonight we're going to get to see which one of those folks have that. I think that's what's going to matter in November. How many people can you get out? How many people can you get to knock the doors, to actually go from door to door talking to their neighbors? This is one of the best possible examples of who's really got that ground game going.
Alexandra Rojas, you were an aide to Bernie Sanders 2016.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think the reality is that the majority of America right now wants a political revolution or big structural change. And that means that progressive ideas are popular. It's where the center of energy is within the Democratic Party. And I think Bernie and Elizabeth Warren's strength in being able to show that it's not just about moderation, but it's also about motivation is really going to come out to bear in the caucuses tonight.
Governor, I mean, that is the battle going on in the Democratic Party. I mean, is it revolution? Is it some other way?
Well, I try to make the point, this is not the battle soul of the Democratic Party. This is about beating Donald Trump. This country cannot face 4 more years of Donald Trump. And I think for a lot of the caucus goers tonight, who has that best opportunity to take Trump down? We can't have 4 more years of Donald Trump. So, my guess is we're going to have, 2 or 3 folks muddled at the top. It should be a very good night for Bernie. He did very well in 2016 in Iowa. He should do very well in New Hampshire. But I remind you, these first 4 contests are only about 4% of the delegates. We've got to get through this process, and then we go to March 3rd. 14 states, big part of the delegates will be chosen. A lot of communities of color will be voting that day. So, I don't put too much emphasis on Iowa. I think it's a very white state. It's a very liberal state. I want to see a Democrat who can put the whole coalition together. And if Bernie does well tonight, then he's got to reach out to all elements of this party and bring everybody together. This is about beating Donald Trump. Let's be plain and simple. And Democrats, and this hasn't been an overly vicious primary. You think of 2012 with the Republicans, with Mitt Romney and Huckabee. You think of 16 with Trump and Rubio and all the stuff that went on. This has been a pretty good primary. And I think the Democrats have been very well behaved, but keep our eye on the ball. Let's not destroy ourselves in this process. Let's unify.
Well, you also have to think of this moment in American political history, which is quite stunning. I mean, we've just gone through 2 weeks of impeachment in the Senate. The president's been impeached in the House, is not likely to be convicted in the Senate, but this has gone on and on and on for 2 weeks now. The president's going to give his State of the Union address tomorrow night and talk about the state of the nation as being great. And now you have a Democratic Party that is divided. It is the people asking for revolution against the people saying, you know what, I'd rather be relieved, revolution or relief. I just want a little stability. I just want to calm down. And I'm not quite sure that revolution may be the way for me to go right now because I want to beat Donald Trump.
I got to get another break in. We're going to come back. We're going to have more with the panelists. We've got a long night ahead of us. We're an exciting night. We're watching as more Iowans arrive at caucus sites all across the state. Soon the doors close, the voting begins, and you will see it all happen straight ahead.
Hi, it's Jake Tapper with CNN, and I'm standing in the Wells Fargo Arena where Des Moines 47, Precinct 47, the caucus goers are here and they're starting to get together. You can see the Sanders people over here. You can see the Buttigieg people over there. Something else I want to show you, there's a group over there behind the rope line. They're here with the ACLU, and they are here to protest the fact that felons in Iowa do not have voting rights. And so there's a gentleman over there who's an ex-felon, and he's here. He can't participate in the caucus process, and the ACLU is trying to make sure that candidates and, of course, their supporters commit to restoring rights to former felons. But while we're talking about caucus goers, let's go to Dana Bash, who is here somewhere with an undecided Democratic caucus goer. Dana?
I tell them. That's right, Jake. I'm here with Anna and John and Caitlin, thank you. And the three of them, all three of you, caucused for Bernie Sanders in 2016. You, Anna, are on the fence.
I am. I'm between Bernie and Elizabeth Warren.
Right? I mean, time's ticking. What's going to do it for you?
I just need to hear one compelling reason that really gets me over that line.
Why are you so torn?
I think that Bernie has a special place in my heart. I did caucus for him last time. I know a lot about him. He's very consistent. Elizabeth Warren is a woman, and I would love a woman president, and she's really smart, and she's shown that she could grow in her positions, and I feel like I want to make the best choice, and I don't yet know what that is.
Okay, and John, you are wearing a Bernie Sanders sticker. You said you think you're caucusing for him, but it was a really recent decision.
Yeah, I decided earlier today. I was basically doing some research online, and Bernie and Warren are similar in so many ways, but it really came down to Bernie's been consistent since he was young, since he was younger than I am, so that kind of pushed me over the edge, but I'd be perfectly happy with Warren as well.
And what about you, Caitlin?
I decided probably about a month ago, though I've been considering Bernie for a long time. I was kind of going back and forth on electability, but decided to vote for my values as opposed to what I think the rest of the country is going to do. So I'm excited to caucus for Bernie.
Okay, thank you so much. And we're going to find you, Anna, afterwards and see and watch you as you do this and see which way you go and who compels you. Jake, over to you.
Dana, you need to send John over to here. This is the Sanders corner right here. You can see this very enthusiastic group of voters, a lot of young voters who are here feeling the burn, ready to go caucus for their man. But let's go now to Jason Carroll. He's in North Liberty, Iowa. Jason?
That's right, Jake, at Liberty High School, where things are just getting underway. They're expecting anywhere between 700 and 800 people, and this is the first step right here. This is where folks who are coming here, you've got to stop here, you've got to register, make sure your name is on the list. I've been talking to Jerry. Jerry, how are things been looking so far all night?
Great. It's great. Things are going really smoothly. It's a huge crowd. We're getting lots of new registrations and changed registrations, and so far so good.
All right, and obviously, what's going to happen, all the big news is going to take place in this auditorium once people are allowed to file inside. And a lot of folks are going to be looking for voters like Michaela Kraus. She is undecided, a first-time caucuser. Just give us a sense of who you're thinking about, you're leaning towards tonight.
I'm keeping an open mind when I go in there, but I am leaning a little bit towards Pete. I'm so sorry.
The reason why she's saying that is because standing next to her is Suzanne, obviously a Biden supporter. She's already getting at her, trying to convince her, even before she gets inside, why Biden should be her candidate.
So my strategy is to tell people why Biden is my candidate. It's because I love it that he has relationships with world leaders. He can use those relationships day one. He's got relationships with senators. He can use those relationships day one. He can actually create change right away, and now is an urgent time for change.
Michaela, you buying it?
I mean, I love her passion.
But did she convince you?
Yeah, I think that is needed right now. She makes a great point.
Okay, but as it stands right now, first choice and second choice.
Probably I'm still leaning a little bit towards Pete, but I mean, Biden's up there for sure. Yeah.
All right, caucusing already taking place. Good effort there, Susan, good effort. Caucusing already taking place, Jake, as you can see, even before they get inside the auditorium. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as it happens.
All right, great, Jason Carroll. in North Liberty, Iowa, and I'm sitting here with my boy Creighton. He's a Liz Warren supporter. I'm sitting with the Liz Warren group right now. I'm going to get out of here before the caucuses start. They're going to actually start in about half an hour. We're going to squeeze in one more quick break. We'll be right back.
Only 23 minutes to go until the Iowa caucuses begin throughout the state. David Chalian is joining us right now with an early look at what we're calling the entrance poll results. Tell us what we're seeing. These aren't exit polls, these are entrance polls.
That's exactly right, Wolf. We're talking to voters, to caucus goers, as they're heading into the caucus sites. And I really want to stress before we show you any numbers, I want to be clear with you and the audience, this is a very early conversation as early voters are walking in. It may not be representative of everyone that shows up in the caucuses. These were the first people to show up. They may not look like the total universe of the electorate, but it is the early information about what the electorate could possibly look like tonight that we want to bring to our viewers. So I want to first show you a set of numbers that we asked people about. When did you make up your mind in this contest? We know Iowa has a history of having late deciders. That is not necessarily the case here, you see. We asked just today, 9% of the caucus goers heading into the polls tell us that it was just today. But look at this number down here, Wolf, 56%. More than half of these early arrivers at the caucus sites are telling us they decided more than a month ago, before January. We also asked, have you ever attended a caucus before? As you know, first-time caucus goers, this was how Barack Obama won the caucuses in 2008. So we wanted to get a gauge, and you see here 35%, again, this will change. This number in 2016 was 44%, and in 2008 was 57%. As you know, Bernie Sanders' strategy is to really bring a lot of new people into the process. I'm sure the Sanders camp is going to want to see this number grow throughout the night. And then finally, we checked in with caucus goers about the ultimate question we've been asking all year long in Iowa and nationally. Are you looking for somebody who agrees with you on the issues or somebody who can beat Donald Trump? It's not even close. 63% of these early arrivers that we talk to as they're going into the caucuses tell us they are looking for somebody who can defeat Donald Trump far more than the 35% who say they're looking for somebody who they agree with on the issues. But come back to me throughout the night, because these numbers will shift as we get more and more interviews done as people get to the caucuses.
It's a very early look at these entrance poll results. David, thanks very much. John King, what do you think based on what we heard from David?
Well, that last point, where we've seen this nationally, but to see it by that margin, again, early in Iowa, the final number could change. But that Iowa Democrats, no matter who they're for, most of them want to beat Trump. Most of them want to beat Trump. Now, that happens among Democrats nationally, but it's personal in Iowa because remember the history. Iowa Democrats launched Barack Obama in 2008. It was the big surprise. He beat Hillary Clinton, and off he went. And then President Trump flipped. One of the things we'll look at tonight, Obama carried Iowa twice. Then President Trump carried it last time. One of the things we'll look at tonight are how do the Democrats perform in these lighter gray counties? There's 31 of them. 99 counties in Iowa total. 31 of them flipped. They voted twice for Obama and then flip to Donald Trump. That's hard to do, right? You think this county supported a Democrat 2 times in a row. Why did they flip? Some of them by large margins. So these ones here, that's one of the things we will look at. Do Democrats in these counties who feel it personally, is turnout higher? Do they have one candidate, or are they split among the field? 31 so-called pivot counties, that's one of the things we'll look at tonight. This is the first of the Democratic contests. But, Wolf, we're also thinking about, is Iowa giving us any clues about as we move on toward the general election? So it's just to look at now. It'll be an early clue, as David Shelley noted. A couple other things to look at as we go through. It's all gray right now because we don't have any results yet, obviously. But we can look at counties. We can break it down and see that counties that are in gray, those are the highest educated counties with the highest population with a college degree in Iowa. Is there a difference between these higher educated counties and the counties where you have more people who have a high school education? Just something to look at to see if you have an educational split among the Democrats voting tonight. And if you just come back, I just want to take you to another one here. You can look at Iowa doesn't have any huge cities per se. Des Moines is the biggest city, but how the Census Bureau describes urban areas. You see these urban areas here, and the rest of the state is rural. Is there a difference between how people are voting in more urban areas with city centers and out in the rural areas? Because of the diversity in Iowa population-wise, we'll want to look at that, the diversity of the regions. And you can go back and look at this. If you look at it through the 2016 model here and come into the Democrats, in this here, you see the split. One of the things with the two candidates who were so evenly divided in the chase for delegates statewide, it's not really a clear pattern in the sense when it comes to urban, suburban, urban, rural, as you look through that. So that's another thing we'll look at as we go through it. I just don't want to come back to this because Iowa's one of the states I study as you go through these counties, these Trump flip counties. Let me take that off and come out here. And you watch how this happened. This will go out of the way in a minute. This is how it worked out. This is how it worked out in the Democratic primary in these 31 counties. Again, a fairly even split between Clinton and Sanders. But if you look at the presidential election, it's just a stunning flip in a state. And you watch this as you try to look at the general election map. Can the Democrats, after Donald Trump made history winning election, can they get it back? If you look at this now, this is the 2016 general election. And it is just stunning when you look. They're mostly in this part of the state. You see a few over here. Just when you go back and realize it was all blue. It was not a either or. It was all blue then. It was all blue then. And in 2016, it went there. So as the vote total comes in tonight, as you come back into 2020 here, in these counties, again, really interested. Democrats take it personally. They want to get their state back in November. Do they turn out in big numbers? I think that's a giant question tonight. And then who does that benefit?
You know, 4 years ago, it was basically a two-person race in Iowa, Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, but there are a lot more people running this time.
So right now we have no results yet, which is why you see we don't expect Michael Bloomberg to do anything in Iowa tonight. He's not competing in the first four contests. Tulsi Gabbard also has spent her focus in New Hampshire, not in Iowa. But right now, these candidates on our board are listed alphabetically. Tom Steyer down here. You see Sanders and Warren down low. Andrew Yang down low. Andrew Yang's been pushing in Iowa. Can he surprise? We'll see as we go through the results tonight. But they're alphabetically here right now. But to your point, if you go back to 2016, again, Governor O'Malley was pretty much out of the race by then. This was a Clinton-Sanders race. Let me get out of these counties here, clear this, just so we get back to the full state map. It is stunning, and that was the big surprise, right? No one thought Bernie Sanders could come that close in Iowa. So a two-man race, you get essentially 50-50 in the delegate split because it was so fierce and tight. If you go back to this one, a lot of people forget, Secretary Clinton was third, just barely. But if you go back to Iowa 2008, also a reminder as we think about tonight, how many tickets out of Iowa? Does somebody win clearly? Barack Obama used Iowa as a springboard to the nomination and the presidency. He didn't really win by a lot, 4 points. 4 points, 5 points, depending on how you, among delegates. This is it's not points. I shouldn't say points. This is delegates. Remember, this is about delegates tonight in Iowa. But this is a pretty close race.
Right. And
yet it was the springboard for Obama because it was the surprise and he got the big ticket out. We'll see if we get a surprise.
Iowa's an interesting state because you look at the states that border Iowa, you get a little sense of the nature of the state. Minnesota to the north. Take a look at this. Wisconsin and Illinois to the east. Missouri to the south, Nebraska, South Dakota to the west.
And so
it's a fascinating little state.
This is the 2016 general election map. You think of Iowa, you don't think of it as a giant electoral powerhouse, right? We think about California, which will be blue. We think about Florida, which was red in 2016 and seems to be trending red. But these little states like Iowa and New Hampshire, where we go next, small in the Electoral College, could actually matter in a very, very close race. And again, you're right. If you look in the neighborhood, this used to be a more blue area. Again, this was the magic of the Trump win. Pennsylvania is outside the circle. Michigan, Wisconsin, Iowa, if you go back to 2012, you see a lot more blue. This is the challenge for the Democrats. This has been a big message from Klobuchar and from Buttigieg and from Biden as well. But the two Midwestern candidates, the mayor from Indiana, the senator from Minnesota, have said, we know this area. These are our people. This is the Midwest. This is where we grew up. This is where we've won our races. We'll see what happens tonight. Does that impact Iowans? When you talk to the voters, I was out there this weekend, some of them, yes. Some of them say Amy Klobuchar gets us. She has a better chance here. Mayor Buttigieg gets us. He'll have a better chance here. Others, think Bernie Sanders won Michigan in the primary last time. They think he's the blue-collar guy. Others say experience for Joe Biden. But if you go back through it, Wolf, just watch in here. You mentioned Iowa. Iowa's right here. Blue, 2016, a lot of red. We start 2020 tonight to see whether that map changes.
To back up your point about how important Iowa potentially is for a Democratic presidential nominee, 7 of the last 9 Democratic nominees won Iowa.
Won Iowa. So often, Ted Cruz won Iowa for the Republicans. Donald Trump was the nominee. Mike Huckabee won Iowa once, didn't go on. Mitt Romney went on to be the nominee. So it's not always the case when it comes to the Republicans. Actually, that was the Santorum Romney year. But Mike Huckabee won Iowa once in the election before that. So it's not always the case in Republicans. In Democratic politics, Iowa has, especially in recent history,
much more important for Democrats than Republicans.
Iowa's the springboard.
That's why we're watching it as closely as we are right now. We're only 13 minutes away from the start of more than 1,600 caucuses throughout the state of Iowa. We'll be right back. All right, it's getting crowded at caucus sites where Iowans are casting the first votes in the 2020 presidential race. The action begins just minutes from now when Iowa Democrats declare their choice to challenge President Trump. We have cameras and reporters inside multiple locations to cover the voting and the results live. Once the caucuses start, we'll also have our first chance to reveal which candidates are the early leaders based on our entrance poll. Let's go to David Chalian with a little preview. David, you're getting more new information from our entrance poll.
Yeah, some of those folks you just showed in those caucus sites may be people we talked to on the way in. That's how we conduct this entrance poll. Before I show you the numbers, Wolf, I just want to stress, these are early numbers. These will change throughout the night as more and more interviews are conducted. So the folks who arrived early, well, they may not be representative of the overall electorate, so we shouldn't take that we now understand how the night's going to go. We do not. What we should do, though, is look at these numbers to get a little sense of what's on the minds of voters as they're heading into these caucus sites. We asked them about the issues, and I think this confirms what we've seen all year long. Healthcare, healthcare, healthcare. 40% of Democratic caucus goers say healthcare was the biggest, most important issue for them. And we also asked, okay, let's go deeper. Do you support the notion of getting rid of private insurance for a publicly government-run plan? Look at this. 59%, again, these are early numbers, these will probably change, but 59% of the early interviews that we did as folks were entering in, they support that Medicare for All option. That is a huge number. 38% oppose the idea of a government-run program. That may not look like how America necessarily feels, but it is certainly looking like how Iowa Democrats who attend these caucuses tonight are thinking about this major issue of health care going in, and that's probably welcome news to Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, who support that policy position, Wolf.
I'm sure it is. David, thanks very much. Let's check in with Jake and Dana. They're both at caucus sites in Iowa. Jake, first to you.
Wolf, so there are hundreds and hundreds of people. It looks as though turnout here at Precinct 47 in Des Moines may exceed expectations, and the groups are starting to congeal. Big turnout for the Sanders people there. Big turnout for the Warren people just over there next to them. Big turnout for the Buttigieg people to my left over here. But this is where the rubber meets the road, right? Because, like, there isn't a big turnout for some other candidates, and while they haven't convened the caucus yet, it's really not such a strong showing over here for Team Klobuchar, for Amy Klobuchar. I have with me one of Amy Klobuchar's supporters, Jordan. Jordan, we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe you'll make the threshold, but you got to be already thinking about maybe she won't.
Well, I came into that knowing it was a possibility, but I wanted to fight the good fight because she's a scrappy fighter, and I want to be a scrappy fighter for her, you know?
She'd be proud of you, but what do you do if after that first vote you don't make the threshold? You're going to go into one of these camps? Who do you think is your second choice?
I'm torn between Warren and Yang. We had a Yang canvasser crash our Super Bowl party yesterday, and they made a very persuasive case. And they kind of have my heartstrings too, but they probably won't make the threshold either, so then I'll switch to Warren.
And Warren is a lot more progressive than Klobuchar. Klobuchar is portraying herself as more of a moderate, but some people might say that, boy, I don't really see what they have in common.
Oh, honestly, I don't think the platforms are that different when it comes down to what can get done. I think maybe Amy Klobuchar is maybe a little more realistic, but I'm willing to shoot for the sky. And I know this time around I really wanted to vote for a woman, too. So that's voting with my heart.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and good luck tonight. I hope it turns out well for you. We're going to go now to Dana Bash, who is elsewhere in this huge throng of Democratic caucus goers. Dana?
And Jake, you know, we are minutes away, literally minutes away from this caucus starting. And I have a group of neighbors here who live just across the Des Moines River. Many of you have not decided, and we're so close. Roxanne, you're still not sure where you're going to go?
I'm not sure. No, I'm leaning towards Biden or Warren. My first choice doesn't look like she's going to be viable.
Who's that?
Amy Klobuchar.
So are you even going to try?
I'm going to go there. I've caucused in the past by moving around a lot, and this year that's not an option.
Because you're going to get locked in the first round.
Locked in, yeah.
Okay.
So if I already see she's not viable, there's no reason to go there and move.
And you're also not sure where you're going to go.
Correct. I think we must be kind of in the same boat because I too would support Amy, but it does not look like she's going to be viable. So, but I could support any of these folks. So,
how are you going to make your decision? I mean, you're just a couple minutes away from having to walk someplace.
Oh, isn't that? Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it?
I mean, what's going to sway you?
I'll probably go with my first instinct,
which is
go with Amy, and then.
And you're wearing. You guys are together. You're wearing your
Amy, yes.
Yeah. And what if she's not viable? Then what are you going to do?
One of the places they're going, either Warren or Biden.
And I know you two who are married, you're wearing an Elizabeth Warren sticker, but you just decided last night because your husband convinced you?
Yes, he did. I couldn't decide, and so he made a case for Elizabeth Warren, and I said, sold. And here I am.
I'm supporting Elizabeth Warren because I think she's strong on corruption and special interests, and I think she'll take that message to Washington, D.C., and I think that she can stand in a debate with Trump toe-to-toe.
Are you guys going to work your neighbors here?
They've heard us.
Okay, all right. Thank you. We're going to go over to Tom Foreman now at one of the biggest caucus sites here in Iowa in Grinnell. Tom.
Yeah, this at Grinnell College is not only one of the biggest, but getting bigger by the moment. They're expecting somewhere around 1,000 people here, and I think they very easily surpass this. And look at this group right here. This is the Bernie group. It's so big that, in fact, that middle section right there with all those folks in it, that was the Joe Biden section, and they actually moved the Joe Biden section because they didn't have room for all the Bernie supporters that are showing up here. So Senator Sanders getting a lot of support here. But here's an important thing I want you to bear in mind. I've talked to voters from all different camps here, and this has happened when I've talked to every one of them. Let me ask you very quickly. You're here for Bernie tonight. Is there any candidate in this room that you will not support if Senator Sanders is not the nominee?
Regardless of whether or not Bernie is elected or nominated, I'll be voting for the Democratic candidate.
And you'll show up?
Absolutely.
Do you all feel that way?
I agree.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
Yeah? Well, let's move down the way here because a short while ago I spoke to one of the Biden supporters before they got pushed out of here, and they said the same thing. Now, the largest group, other than the one we're seeing right now, and this was all supposed to be Biden here, it has all been washed away by Sanders support, and you can see they're out of room again. The last part down here, this is all the Warren supporters. And let me ask Colleen here. Colleen, same question to you.
Sure.
If Elizabeth Warren is not the candidate, will you vote for anybody else in this room next fall?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I would happily vote for anyone else in this room. We have a bigger job to concentrate on. We'll unify.
Wolf, that's the message I'm hearing from every single camp here, even those who may not be viable. They will vote for the Democrat this fall, and they're saying it with a lot of energy. Wolf?
All right, Tom, we're approaching, only about 90 seconds until the start of these caucuses. John King, it's going to get pretty exciting fairly soon.
Right. All those voters talking about if their candidate, guy or gal, doesn't win tonight or doesn't get nominated in November, they'll be there in November in the general election, but it's about to get feisty in all of those rooms as the first contest of the year begins. You bring out Iowa. It is blank gray right now. This is our first night. We're finally going to fill this in. You see the names in alphabetical order here. You got a long list of Democratic candidates, but we think 4 or 5 are going to be the big performers in Iowa. Some things to look for, and let's use the 2016 map. Again, this is more of a two-way race. We'll have more colors in the map right here. A couple things to look for. You just saw in Des Moines there questions of whether Amy Klobuchar, the senator from Minnesota, would be viable. Well, Minnesota's right here.
C-SPAN,
So is she
your
viable
unfiltered view
up
of
here?
government,
If she's not
created
viable
by
down here in Des
cable
Moines,
in
is she getting support closer
1979?
to home? That's one thing we'll look for early on. Do we have 5 candidates vying for the race tonight in Iowa, or do we just have 4? You come out of that. Let's blank that out. If you look at 2016, I'll use a little red over here. Progressive in eastern Iowa, Wolf. Bernie Sanders ran it up there 4 years ago. Can he do it again, or is he in a fight and a split with Elizabeth Warren? In just moments, we'll start seeing that first preference in those caucuses. Then they'll reorganize after that, and here we go.
We certainly are only seconds away from the start of the Iowa caucuses, and for the first time, we can reveal the top choices of voters as they went into the caucus sites. Their choices could change.
Doing important decisions, and then go to nothing. I wouldn't want to do that. But who wants to do that?
I would. If I had spent 40 years under high pressure, I was like, no, I'm done. I did my time.
I have no desire to do nothing. I'd rather do something worthwhile.
Well, I'm sure there are family time.
I don't want to just say, oh.
Well, here's the great thing. You would still be able to do political work
without the influence of the corporations that said to you,
I would like
hey,
to still work, but I agree that there needs to be some limit on who you work for and the influence.
well, because once they leave office, that's what happens, right? They get these cushy board positions at companies and they're not qualified for them, but they get the salary and they get the check.
This idea that anybody who served in the legislature should not be allowed to be a lobbyist afterwards. I said, I'm for that. And my brother, he said, what about all the people who work in his office? Would they not be allowed to either? Good point.
What do you mean?
All the people that work in the office of senator, legislators, they're good.
Fights for me. C-F-E-B. She fights for you and she fights for me. C-F-E-B. She fights for you and she fights for me. C-F-E-B. She fights for you and she fights for me. C-F-E-B. She fights for you and she fights for me. Not me, us. 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 Not me, not me, us. Not me, us. Not me, us. Right there. Right there.
Those are hard.
Warren, Sanders, Buttigieg, certainly in this Des Moines precinct here, a mix of Drake University and others. So that will be a key test here tonight, Wolf.
And can you see if there's a significant Biden support?
We can, if you can come with me, if our photojournalist Andy Buck can come with me. There actually was, as Tom Foreman was saying in Grinnell, there was an entire Biden segment. Now it looks to be reduced to just a very small corner here. I'll walk around this a little bit more. There was just a little bit of a Biden sign right here. So certainly not a robust turnout. But we should note, this is one precinct on a college campus, certainly not Joe Biden's strength as we've seen him all across the state. Certainly more older voters have tuned into him. So this will be an interesting test between the Warren campaign and the Sanders campaign and the Buttigieg campaign at this precinct alone, Wolf.
And it's just beginning now. They're going to be making some statements. Stand by. We're going to get back to you. Yeah. Brian Todd is over in a different part of the state in Sioux City for us. What are you seeing where you are, Brian?
Okay, Wolf, well, there was a lot of noise here, a lot of energy here a moment ago. There's a bit of a hush around the room right now because it's about to gavel in. The precinct chair, Steve Warnstadt, is closing the doors over here. He's about to gavel in this precinct, explain the rules to them. He's going to do it from up here, and then people are going to start to section off. Now, they're all in one place right now. I mean, we picked up a lot of Buttigieg supporters here. A lot of independents have showed up, so their dynamic is going to be very interesting to watch, who they're going to section off to. I'm going to show you how they're going to do it. As soon as the rules are explained, and he's going up to the podium right now, he is going to then tell people, okay, break off into your groups. Come on down here. Joel, our photojournalist, is going to go with me here. Then they're going to break off by alphabetical order. Biden, Bloomberg, Buttigieg, they're all going to be over here. And then by alphabetical order, they will circle around the room, and he will put the people in their groups according to alphabetical order. And then, then we're going to start the first round of counting. That's where the rubber meets the road, Wolf. That's where you're going to see maybe some people, again, break off after that round and go to someone else for the second round, Wolf.
We'll see what's happening. Let's go to Dana Bash. She's in Des Moines at caucus site as well. Dana?
That's right. Well, let me give you a sort of a sense of what's happening right now. If you look behind me, you see them. They're all ready to go. These are the people who are caucusing for Joe Biden. They're enthusiastic, but frankly, a smaller number so far. There's about 25 minutes until we're going to get a total sense of the number, which means we'll get a sense of how many people need to be in each camp to be viable. This is also a smaller group, but hardy. That's Andrew Yang's group here. Even smaller, Tom Steyer. There you go. A supporter for Tom Steyer here in Polk County. This is probably, so far, at least over on this side of the room, the largest area. That's for Elizabeth Warren. You see there are a lot of people here who are ready to caucus for Elizabeth Warren. At least they're wearing the stickers, they're holding the signs. It doesn't mean that they're actually, wedded to that, but it's certainly where they came, or what they came intending to do. This is the whole Warren area. And if you come down here, there's a whole long corridor down there, and down at the other side where you saw Jake earlier, Amy Klobuchar, Pete Buttigieg, and the rest of the candidates are down there. People have started to go into their corners, into the areas where they want to be in order to actually formally caucus for their candidates. They don't have to fully be there yet. And remember, we were talking to you earlier and talking to voters earlier who don't know where they're going to go yet. So there's still a lot of tension here as they prepare to actually go to their very first round and make their commitment, Wolf.
And a lot of uncertainty. We got to stress that right now. We don't know what's going to happen at all. Dana, thanks very much. Let's go to Grinnell, Iowa. That's about 60 miles east of Des Moines. It's one of the largest caucus sites. Tom Foreman is on the scene for us. We see a very nice crowd behind you, Tom.
Yeah, and this is a place in this college town where the progressive wing of the party is running very strong tonight. If you look down there and come this way, at least 2/3 of this is all Bernie Sanders support, right up to the stairs right here. Originally, some of that was supposed to be Joe Biden. This section is all Elizabeth Warren support. So they're spilling over and taking up more space in every way than they thought. Even people up top there filling in. And this started very early on. It hasn't stopped. It continues to grow. By comparison, come over here to this side. This is where you have Pete Buttigieg with a quite respectable showing here, but nothing like what you're seeing over on the other side. Next to him, this is Andrew Yang's area. This is the Yang area over here. Very strong support there. People very enthusiastic, as you can see. Steyer over here, Gabbard, Bennett, Bloomberg. And here is the Biden group, which was originally on the other side. Let me ask you a question. You had a different position. You got kind of pushed over here by the Bernie people, being so many of them. Disheartened, encouraged? What are you thinking?
Hey, we're still encouraged. We're going to go for Joe. We're going to do this. We're going to get the support we need.
You think so?
Yes, I'm sure.
What about you?
Well, this is the way to go. I don't think Bernie can win a national election.
Yeah, that's a lot of the talk that we hear around here. People saying that one of their concerns is that progressive wing over there may not play as well when you get beyond here. And then down here is the Klobuchar section also hoping to come out. What we don't have a whole lot of, though, is right over here, the uncommitted group. There are a few, But even the ones I talked to said they think before tonight is over, they're going to be committed as they look at the turnout here, already at easily 1,000 people, which is what they expected, and still perhaps not quite yet finished growing. Wolf?
Nice crowd over there in Grinnell, Iowa. Tom, we'll get back to you. Jeff Zeleny is back in Des Moines. Jeff, walk us through the crowd right now. What are we seeing? Support for various candidates.
Well, if this is getting underway right now, you can see behind me here the precinct chair is starting. But when we look at the crowd here, so many Bernie Sanders supporters, as you can see, going through the way here. And as we keep walking down, so many Elizabeth Warren supporters as well as we keep walking here. There are hundreds and hundreds here. They're expecting potentially up to 600 people at this caucus, which would be one of the largest in Des Moines. So again, these Elizabeth Warren supporters, a smaller section of Joe Biden here, as you can see. But again, this is a college campus, not his core group of people, but the Pete Buttigieg crowd on this side, just eyeballing it, Wolf. Certainly it seems to me that they are, if not competitive, they may be more than the others on the other side, the senators. So that is what we're watching here, are the supporters. And of course, second choice, so important. Every campaign is represented here. It's about to get underway. The candidates' representatives are going to be speaking, and then soon they'll be out here on the floor. And once again, they'll be divided up by hurdles, those track hurdles here. So it's going to be very interesting here, Wolf, with hundreds of people on the floor. Of course, the horse trading begins in the second round. Wolf?
All right, Jeff, we'll get back to you. Stand by. Anderson, this is the moment of truth for a lot of Democrats in Iowa.
And a lot of questions still remain here with the panel. David Axelrod, when you see those people, it's fascinating to see it up close, to actually see how it all works.
Yeah, well, this is my 10th Iowa caucuses from a distance this time as a reporter or as a participant, which not only brands me as a really old person, but as someone who has experienced a lot. And it is an incredible thing to see these people, neighbors, haggling, debating, discussing. We saw earlier the one woman saying, well, I'm really for Pete, and apologizing to the Biden person. Iowans are very nice. But I want to get back to this discussion that was being had earlier about sort of beating Trump being the most important thing, revolution being the most important thing. This electability issue is a really interesting issue because in my experience, people, they tend to believe the candidate they like is the most electable candidate. It's not like they say, you know, I really like this person better, but I'm going for him or her because she's the most electable. The Bernie people think he's the most electable because they think he can speak to these disaffected working class voters and excite young people in a way that Hillary Clinton did not. The Biden people think he can be the guy who can reach into some of these white working class areas that were lost to Democrats in 2016. But you know, this is all theory, and I think people rationalize their vote based on who they like. So I'm not sure exactly what that number
Biden
means.
has made that his campaign.
His whole campaign.
His whole campaign is
His whole campaign. So let's talk about Biden for a second. I think this is a big night for Joe Biden. He needs to finish near the top. He doesn't necessarily have to win, but he has to be competitive. If he were to slip to third or fourth place, that is a bad scenario for him, and that is what, you know, a Michael Bloomberg is sitting there and watching. Will there be
You
an
think he
opening
needs to
for
be in the
him?
top two?
I think he does.
Absolutely.
I think he does.
Because he's been saying he's electable. He's been saying
He's the putative front runner.
That he's, you know, he's a winner. I mean,
and he's out of money.
So
He's
also broke. I mean, the thing about it is, you would think that a sitting vice president, who's been sitting at the top of the polls this long, would have something called money.
Yes, which he does not.
Which he does not. And so you can imagine a situation tonight. If he does really well, you're going to see money move to him. But if he stalls out, if he's third or fourth tonight, then he's going to have a big problem going forward because he's going to run out of cash.
Well,
a friend of mine said, if you know, you're the front runner, you're Superman, and if you can't lift the railroad train, it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
And so things start to unravel for him if he does poorly here, poorly in New Hampshire.
Michael Smerconish, I haven't heard from you.
My thought is that Iowa is always about expectations, and the drill is set a low bar, exceed it, proclaim victory. That's what everybody will do tonight, but it'll be compounded by, and I keep paying close attention to every time David Chalian goes over the rules and the way in which they've changed, because I think that there's a strong prospect that at the end of the night there'll be multiple winners, or at least several individuals who are all laying claim to victory, especially because of that rule change.
And you know, the Biden people have really tried to inoculate themselves against all these scenarios that you're talking about, Van, which is what if he comes in third or fourth, and they say, well, this is the beginning. not the end. They believe they have a firewall, although they won't use that word. In South Carolina, they just don't want it to be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, they don't want to test that firewall.
Yeah,
a lot of the Seattle,
exactly.
South Carolina is there because. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. No, I was going to say the other thing about Iowa is that it's often full of surprises, right? We saw that in 2008. We saw that in 2016 with Sanders doing much stronger and better than people thought he would. What will be the surprises tonight? Does Warren do much better than we thought she would do going into this? She sort of plateaued. She had a great fall. Buttigieg sort of had plateaued as well. Does he meet expectation, exceed expectation? I think the same question for Biden, too. He's kind of going into this with his campaign lowering expectations. Can he exceed them?
I got to get a break in. Coming back, we're going to go to these caucuses. We'll see the results live. We'll be right back.
How the hell do you turn that off? Oh, here we go.
Yes, thanks. Hello, Des Moines, or West Des Moines. This is Dylan Hughes, and welcome to the Political Revolution. I see so many people in front of my eyes here, and I'm proud to say that we are all encouraging and we are all willing to defeat Donald Trump if we are all here today. So what I am telling you here today is that the one man to do that is Bernie Sanders. He has the base, the progressive grassroots movement to bring this country up through the progressive society to make the American dream possible. I recently read an article that the Prime Minister of Norway said that the
the better part of the last year for this campaign, and I discovered Andrew the unconventional way, which was on a podcast in my car, and that's because for a long time nobody knew who he was. He was a total unknown before this election cycle. But I'm hoping by now all of you have at least heard of who he is and how he wants to put $1,000 in every American's pocket starting at age 18. The Freedom Dividend, it's our core proposal, but it's one of over 100. If you think it's a one-issue campaign, it goes so much more than that. I've been fighting for this from the very first day I heard it, and I'm here to tell you that I was not a Democrat in the last election cycle, and I'm not the only one. I've met so many others like me that have been here knocking doors, volunteering. I've heard everybody say something about beating Donald Trump in 2020. Well, as far as I can see, I see people crossing the aisle to support Yang, and they've been doing that in all of our campaigns across the whole state, and they've been doing it all over the country. We have libertarians, we have former Republicans, we have former Green Party people. We have the liberal side of the party, and we have the more, traditional Democrat side of the party. But it's all about getting more money in the working class and average people and normal people, and getting more money in our pockets so that we have the power. I hope you can consider Andrew Yang tonight.
Thank you. All right, before we go into preference groups, a couple other things here. Primaries and general elections are paid for by our county and state governments. Caucuses are paid for by the parties. The county party and the Iowa Democratic Party have to pay the expenses to put these caucuses on. And wonder of wonders, they've sent me envelopes to hit you guys up for donations. I'll be the first one. I'm going to send around the Polk County Democrat donations envelope first, and then we'll deal with the Iowa Democratic Party. But while these are going around, I've got a couple of things I'm supposed to read to the caucus as a whole, and we'll do that next. So I'm going to pass these along, and I'll get onto the nonsense. Oops. Okay, this is to be read at all of our groups. It says, all public meetings at all levels of the Democratic Party in Iowa shall be open to all members of the Democratic Party, regardless of race, sex, age, color, creed, national origin.
Joe Biden's group is going to be over here. You see the signs over there. Pete Buttigieg is going to be just to the right, and then they're going to go by alphabetical order, depending on the candidate's name, through every section of the room. That's when we're going to get our first sense of who's got the most critical support in the first round. And that's just going to be an estimate because, of course, that's when people are going to, candidates, volunteers are going to get their chance to make their pitch. If your candidate isn't viable, to come over to their side. They're going to give maybe about 15, 20 minutes for that to happen. And then the crucial second round count will begin. But they just finished now passing out these presidential preference cards. Any second now, he's going to give the signal, and they're going to section off into various corners of the room. He's signaling his precinct secretary there. They're about ready to go. So we're going to see very soon where the critical mass is for these candidates in the room here, Wolf.
We'll come back to you fairly soon, Brian. Thank you very much. Let's check back with Dana. She's in Des Moines. Give us a sense of how big of a crowd at the caucus where you are right now. How big of a crowd is it?
It's big. This is where Jake and I are, and I will tell you, if you come over here, these are, they're called presidential preference cards. These are crucial. This is how people vote. Ari, you're here, you're a volunteer helping to lead this. You have 350 here, but we're on hold because you had to send for more.
That's right, absolutely. We have more people than we were expecting, which is a beautiful problem to have.
And so you got about 200 extra?
I believe so.
You sent for 200?
We sent for 200 extra. That's what we're waiting for, yeah.
And this was based on past turnout here. That's why they had 350. And if you kind of look around here, you can see just if, by the naked eye, looking at the numbers, it goes down this hall. There are definitely many more than 350 people here. Jake, I know you're somewhere in this crowd. I'll toss it to you.
Hey, Dana. Yeah, so right now we're just kind of getting our best guess as to who is going to do well in this first round of this caucus, Des Moines 47. And there are big crowds for Elizabeth Warren. This is the Warren group right here. Past her is the Sanders group. That's big. Past that one is the Buttigieg group. That's big. There are clearly a number of groups that are not going to meet the 15% eligibility threshold. One thing that is interesting, I want to point out, is that, caucuses are all about passion. Who can get their supporters to the caucuses to advocate for them for hours on a winter night in February? This is the Yang gang right here. And they are a bigger gang than the Biden gang. It's very clear. This is just one precinct. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, and we're not sure what the eligibility threshold is going to be for either one of them. But it is interesting that in downtown Des Moines, right now, at this one precinct, Yang is representing better than an 8-year vice president. We're going to squeeze in another quick break. We'll be right back, and we're going to have some results. Stay with us.
And I'm scared that in my lifetime, our planet will become unlivable.
Of each candidate, count the number in their group once you determine who's in your group. And then I'd like to have them come up and report it to me, and it better equal how many people are here. Yeah, I've got a question here. Are there any undecided people here? Yeah? Well, you find each other and see if you got 50.
Elizabeth Warren's on the caucus site trying to convince voters to support her. Let's listen in.
Who can bring our party together? We need all Democrats united. I'm someone who treats all our Democrats with respect. I reach out and I run on core democratic values that we can all support.
All right, we're getting some preliminary results right now. The first results in the Iowa caucus is let's go to Grinnell College, Grinnell, Iowa. Tom Foreman is watching. This is the first round. Tom, I take it some of the numbers are already there.
Yeah, the numbers are already here, Wolf. People are not moving a lot, a few here and there, but widen out here and take a look at what we see already. At the moment, the big winner of the moment would be Bernie Sanders over here. Look at those numbers for him. He is currently showing at about 45% of the vote here. That's those first two sections of bleachers here. Down here is the Warren vote, another big winner at the moment. It's all preliminary. She's currently right on the doorstep of 30%, 28.6%, something like that. But let's swing over to the other side and look what's happening over here. On the other side, you have a bunch of other candidates, including Joe Biden, who currently are showing no indication that they can reach the threshold level, which means they have to get to enough voters that they have that 15%. Pete Buttigieg has a pretty good showing there, but probably not enough to get him in if you look at the numbers. Now remember, this is just this site, and just moments ago, Wolf, we saw people running across the floor here to join in with some of these camps, to huge applause and cheers from people in these camps who wanted them with them on the first big vote here. But if this continues this way, and again, it's very preliminary, Wolf, things could change, but it's hard to see how numbers this big, percentages this big, could change in a way that these two aren't the big winners on this college campus at this caucus tonight. And it's also relatively hard to see how anybody over on this other side reaches the threshold of 15% to be viable. If that is the case after this first vote, and then they go through the second vote, the realignment, if that remains the case, then the only people getting delegates out of this would be Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. Again, one of the biggest caucuses in the state. This is a college campus. It is a very progressive area. Everyone here will tell you that, so they're not terribly surprised by that, but they may be surprised by the numbers here on this particular caucus night.
Yeah,
Wolf?
Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, they're clearly above that 15% threshold. Hold that shot for us. Make sure your photojournalist keeps that shot for us. I want to walk over to David Chalian. David, we're looking very closely at, remember, this is Grinnell College in Grinnell, Iowa. Presumably a lot of liberal college students and others, academics, not necessarily reflective of the whole state.
Certainly not. You just saw what we found in the entrance polls of how Bernie Sanders does with young people. So it's not surprising that in a college campus that he would be doing rather well, which is what you're seeing there. But remember, Wolf, you're seeing 45.7%, 45.7% going to Bernie Sanders. Well, as you said, almost half. Again, it's a college campus. We saw among 17 to 29-year-olds, he was at 51% of the vote. I mean, he was winning overwhelmingly. So it makes sense. I just want to stress, what you're seeing right now is that first round of voting. If this is how that first round sort of settles out, you see that Pete Buttigieg and Andrew Yang and Joe Biden are not going to be viable in this caucus site.
They
They're
won't
not
have 15%?
hitting that 15% threshold. And so what's going to happen is, that's a handful of supporters over there, obviously not the majority in the room, but then are they going to go to Warren? Are they going to go to Sanders? Are they going to leave? Those are their choices, basically. And do Buttigieg and Yang and Biden supporters, do they find comfort anywhere? Does Yang feel simpatico with Sanders? Is Buttigieg supporters a little more in line with Warren? You look to see that. But this is not something that should be thought of as meaningful to what the statewide results will be. This is Bernie Sanders, a hero to young people, especially in Iowa, among Iowa Democrats, doing really well among young Iowa Democrats in a college town. This is one caucus out of more than 1,600 caucuses. It's a big one. It's an important one, but it's only one. Right. And so you can't. All it is meaningful for is what's happening in that room. You can't assume, just because it's a big caucus site, that what we're seeing there with Bernie Sanders' big support is somehow the same what he's going to have statewide. It's one of nearly 1,700 sites, and all that is representative of is what's happening in that room in this moment. And we'll see where some of those voters go if their candidate doesn't have viability. And if he can get those young voters out across the state, then you can start saying how well Sanders made it. All right, let's go back to Brian Todd over in Sioux City. What do you see over there, Brian?
Okay, Wolf, they just divided up into the sections here, and we're getting a real good sense of who may be viable and who maybe, where the votes may be siphoning off to other candidates. This is the Biden section. They just let up a cheer here because they think that they're viable, but again, we don't have the estimates yet. All right, but now we're going to come down here. Here's the Buttigieg section. They just told me they believe that they've got enough numbers here to be viable, but again, not the official count for the first round is not in yet. Let's take a look. This is the Amy Klobuchar section. It's a little touch and go for them as to whether they're going to be viable. So, because after this first round of the count, each candidate's representatives are going to be able to come over to places like this and make their pitch to these people to come to their side. So we're going to be watching that closely too. Now, let's take a look over here. Right now, the biggest section we've seen are the Bernie Sanders supporters right here. They're obviously they've coalesced. They believe they've got viable numbers here. And again, the rules say that once you vote for a viable candidate, you're locked in. You can't change. There they go. Very excited. A lot of energy for the Bernie Sanders people. Now, another candidate to watch over here. There's the precinct chair crossing in front of me here. He's a busy man tonight. These are the Elizabeth Warren people here, keeping a close eye. And what's interesting here, Wolf, is that they're in good proximity to the Andrew Yang crowd over here. Now, the Yang crowd is a smaller one, we think, so we have to keep an eye on them. If he's not viable, there's going to be a lot of pitches for these folks to go to either Warren, Biden, Buttigieg, Sanders. It's a pretty exciting moment right here.
Certainly is, Brian. Stand by. We'll get back to you. We're watching the caucuses all over the state of Iowa. Much more right after this.
Love to have you. But I did that before it came in. That's all right.
I'm a one-person person. Like, I rap the whip on home. I'm looking one of them types.
But if you decide you want to consider this, he's a really great candidate, and I think he has the opportunity to beat Trump.
I got a couple people. Everybody people say that. See, but my thing is, I don't like fighting hate against hate.
Our stuff, you can't move. It's the other people that can realign. The ones for Biden, Klobuchar, are Yang. also, we're still looking for one.
This is Iowa. They are now underway. Let's check in with Brian Todd in Sioux
donations,
City
and we're looking
for us.
for the
Brian, seems to be a little excitement where you are.
Real excitement, Wolf. This is the precinct secretary, Ernie Colt. Here's what he's doing.
For Buttigieg.
He has just counted the Buttigieg section here, 23 people. Now, if that's the final count for this section, then Buttigieg is viable, if that's the count. Now, they're going to verify all that. We're going to verify all that. Ernie Colt here is about to go to the next section. Ernie, we're going to, looks like Klobuchar, right?
Yes.
And he's going to start counting. He tells people to raise their hands. When he counts them, they drop their hands. I'm not going to get in your way. You go, Ernie.
I am actually caucusing for Amy.
Oh, so you cannot do this.
Steve
Steve is going to come over here. All right, that's one of the rules here. Since Ernie is caucusing for Amy Klobuchar, and we'll show you her supporters over here. Okay, they're excited. They think they've got a shot here. Since he's caucusing for Klobuchar, he cannot be the one who counts under the rules. He's going to bring the precinct chair over here. And the precinct chair is up on the podium over there, writing down some numbers. He's going to hurry over here in a second so that he can count the Buttigieg section, because under the rules, the secretary can't do that. So the precinct chair, Wolf, is going to come here and count the Buttigieg section. Now, what's interesting here is count the Klobuchar section right here. They just counted the Buttigieg and Biden sections. And if those estimates turn out to be final for the first round, they could be viable, but again, we don't know that yet because we've not confirmed the results. All right, now watch. Here is the precinct chair, Steve Warnstadt, counting.
4, 5, I counted you. 6.
People have to drop
7,
their hands
8,
once they're counted.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25.
Excitement here for the Amy Klobuchar section because they've counted, you heard the count, 25, and again, this is an estimate. We're going to give you the final estimates later, but they're excited here. You guys are excited because they could be viable. It looks like they are right now. And he's just calling out the Klobuchar count now. Now we're about to go to the Bernie Sanders section, where there's a lot less drama because it looks like a pretty solid number here. And Ernie is about to count here. Everybody's got to raise their hand.
Your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25,
He's just crossed
26,
the viability threshold
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42.
Okay, there's the count for the Bernie Sanders section.
42.
And now what they're going to try to do between the first and second rounds. Well, wait, he's going to call that out to the precinct chair.
Bernie Sanders, 4-2.
42. Sanders.
42.
42.
Bernie Sanders, a strong showing here in Precinct 6, Wolf. And we're going to see what happens between the first and second round to see if they can bring over some possible Andrew Yang or other supporters who are not going to be viable.
Brian, which candidates are maybe missing, or do we have the results of all the candidates so far?
We do not. Come on this way, guys. He's going to the Elizabeth Warren section now, is what I have to tell you. No, not all the candidates are represented here. We have not seen anyone for Michael Bloomberg. We have not seen anyone for Michael Bennett. We have not seen anyone for Tulsi Gabbard.
Well, what
Those are
about
the three I
Elizabeth
can tell you
Warren?
right off the bat.
Has Elizabeth
We have not
Warren,
seen
Brian,
any
been
candidates.
counted?
No, she's about to be counted right now. Wolf, I'm going to take you over here right now where she's being counted. Looks like she's got a strong showing, and here's Ernie Colt doing the count. Let me get closer.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 30.
He's going to call it out to the precinct chair.
Elizabeth Warren, 30.
Elizabeth Warren has 30.
That may be doing it for the count here for the first round, Wolf. So at this point, we're going to start to give you some result estimates
so
here.
The viable groups are Biden, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Sanders, and Warren. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 groups will remain viable and are going to be awarded delegates. At this point, we will allow those that are non-viable to engage with the groups that are viable. The viable groups may engage with the groups that are non-viable so that we reach a consensus and complete the second alignment. So at this point, groups should be engaging the You have 20 minutes, or hopefully not longer, but as long as it takes. But let's go 20 minutes, given that we don't have that many non-viable groups. So proceed.
Okay, well, so they're going to start to what the viable candidates groups are. All right, let's show you who won the first round first. Okay, here are the numbers. The 5 viable candidates: Biden, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, Sanders, and Warren. Only 2 non-viable candidates, Tom Steyer and Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang, I got to say, a little more numbers there than we thought he would get here, because we didn't anticipate very many for him at all here, but he's got 10 voters. Now, they are going to be crucial. I'm going to show you where they are. Come on over here, Joel. Here are the Andrew Yang supporters right over here, okay? We're going to keep a watch on them closely. They got decent numbers. The candidates groups are going to start to come and try to woo these people over to their side for the second round, Wolf.
All right, stand by. We'll get those numbers for the second round, the final round, see where those non-viable candidates who voted for the non-viable candidates, where they wind up. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny. He's in Des Moines at a huge caucus site as well. What are you seeing over there?
Wolf, we are indeed. We're at the 38th precinct in Des Moines, which is on the campus of Drake University, so a mix of students and adults. Now, you can see over here the bleachers are essentially empty. Those were full. The reason they're empty? Watch this. They have all started to divide into preference groups. We have Andrew Yang supporters here. Some Pete Buttigieg supporters are still coming through. Look at the size of this Elizabeth Warren crowd. Go row by row here. If her crowd is not the biggest, it is certainly among the biggest. We're going to let the officials do the official count, but this is certainly one of the biggest. And a lot of those new people who were registering to vote had Warren stickers on, so keep an eye on that. Look across here to the Pete Buttigieg crowd. This also is very big. As we walk through here, lined up, and it's a mix of students. It's a mix of older adults, and we're still just trying to file in here. But one more thing, Wolf, we do have to show you. Take a look at this. This crowd is for Joe Biden. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, maybe 10 or so. So again, this is a college campus. He's not expected to do well here. This is not his base. Come over here and look at Bernie Sanders. Row by row by row, there are dozens upon dozens, likely a few hundred here. They were thinking about 500 total in this whole precinct, Wolf. So the counting is going to begin fairly soon. And what is going to happen in that? This is very interesting. These supporters are counted by their rivals. There's a team of counters. So the people who will count the Bernie Sanders supporters are precinct captains from other campaigns. So it's a bit of the honesty system here. People are counting the other people's votes, and it's a mix of a team. So that's about to get underway here. And just to give you a sense of the scope of this is a practice field. Before the voting began here, the track and field team was out here doing pole vaulting, running, and other things. So we're in a very large field. So it's about to get very interesting, because it looks to me like, just eyeballing it, at least 3 campaigns campaigns will be viable. Sanders, Warren, and Buttigieg. Again, that's not official, but just eyeballing it, it's what it looks like. Possibly Andrew Yang, and the others look to be up for grabs. So that will be interesting once the convincing and the persuasion begins, Wolf.
Yeah, I remember the college, a lot of college students there at Drake University in Des Moines, similar to Grinnell College out in Grinnell. Similar results, at least so far, that we're seeing. David Chalian, you're getting some significant information from our entrance poll, people walking in to the caucuses and giving us some answers.
Yeah, that's right, Wolf. We talked a little bit ago about how health care was the most important issue for voters heading in. At least 41% of Democratic caucus goers heading into the caucuses tonight said it was the issue that mattered most to them, far away the number one issue. So we did a deeper dive about those voters. So what about that 41% of the electorate? How did they split? Look at this. Bernie Sanders with 24% of them, but Pete Buttigieg with 23% of them. These two candidates who have very different views on health care are splitting these health care voters. We also want to take a look about those voters that told us they oppose Medicare for all. They don't want a government-run system. It's about 36% of the electorate. Well, look at this. Biden and Buttigieg, the two candidates who have not been supportive of Medicare for all, followed by Amy Klobuchar, also not supportive of it. You could see that health care appeal, their position to not join Medicare for all, to not get on board with that, has helped them win these voters, a little bit more than a third of the electorate, to their side because of their position, Wolf.
David, thank you very much. So the Iowa caucuses, they are really underway. The first results coming up very, very soon. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, we've been watching it closely with our panel. Van Jones, what sticks out to you?
Well, I mean, that whole thing right there with Pete. You know, what's interesting about Pete, this really, to me, feels make or break for Pete. Listen, Biden would love to win this, but he's got his firewall, he says, in North Carolina.
South Carolina.
In South Carolina. You know, certainly, you know, other people would like to win it. Pete's whole rationale has been, I can get these kind of voters on my side. These are my people. If he comes up really short, I think it's really, really tough for him. But if, you know, looking at what you're seeing, at least with the entrance polls, if he comes up strong, if Biden slips really badly and Pete slips in, his entire strategy pays off tonight.
Yeah, he did. He's put all the chips on the table on Iowa. Both he and Elizabeth Warren invested deeply in this state, and they're sort of locked in races within the race. One set for primacy among progressives, and I think it's very important for Buttigieg to finish ahead of Biden if he's going to make some claim to move forward as a credible candidate here. So there's a lot a lot at stake here.
Buttigieg is really the only candidate who's come out and said and been so direct about it. I have to win. I need to not win, but I have to do well here or forget about it. Yeah. And if you look at the entrance poll results, the early ones, David and I have been kind of poring over them. He seems to be someone who has a broad appeal to older voters and to younger voters.
Yeah, he's pitching from these different
urban
places.
And rural.
Yeah.
And so he seems to have succeeded to a degree. I mean, who knows?
We'll see.
Who knows? But he really is somebody who seems to have impressed a lot of people in very different groups in Iowa.
Can this be kind of a launching point for him? I mean, everybody talks about Obama in 2008, and he did well in South Carolina subsequently. Buttigieg obviously doing really poorly right now in South Carolina. But listen, if he comes out stronger today, you might see some movement in terms of him expanding his coalition, because it has largely been white. He hasn't typically done well with any young voters of any race, really. It's really sort of older voters who see him as sort of a nice grandson or something like that. You've got to kind of expand that to do much better.
Passion gets rewarded tonight. This asks a lot of people to come out. I mean, we're enjoying this. We love this. It's exciting. But for these folks in Iowa, they've got to come out and commit an evening to doing it. I was taken by that entrance survey that said that 56% decided before January. So they've been hardcore for quite some time. And what's gone on, at least for roughly half of them, in the last couple of weeks really hasn't mattered because they've already been set in their ways.
I think Buttigieg and Warren are in similar positions, that they need to be in a top cluster, whatever that cluster is. If third is really close to second, then they can be there. If third is way down, then that's going to make everybody look askance. I was very nervous for Sanders because the expectations were set so high for him going into tonight. And so far, things look good for his folks. But I think that he really needed to come out on top of this one. Biden, I'm equally nervous for because his whole rationale is electability. And I think that firewall in South Carolina is there because he is perceived as the candidate who can win. If he comes in fourth, that firewall can go somewhere else.
But you know, something about Bernie Sanders, Jess, is that he has a very committed base, and they're going to stick with him, and he is raising money every month. The thing that drives people out of these races is they run out of money. And one of the dangers for Joe Biden is if he's seen as flagging here, he's having a very hard time raising money, and that won't help. But Bernie has a renewable source of revenue. I think for Elizabeth Warren, the question is if he is seen as the primary progressive candidate, does she continue to raise the money she needs in the long term to go on?
Governor, I mean, it's pretty stunning that Vice President Biden is having such financial problems. And for a guy who'd been sitting vice president under Barack Obama.
Yeah, he wasn't successful on the online like the other candidates were. He went the old traditional way, went out and got the $2,800 contributions. And once you get it once, you can't give it again. But, you know, the online base generally goes to the more progressive, more left. They were on the issues. They appealed more that what Bernie was talking about, Elizabeth was talking about. Pete was new, young, energetic. And that is going to be the big challenge. If he doesn't have a good night tonight, where does he go find that new money? And as I keep saying, once we finish those 4 contests, March 3rd, potentially is a $100 million day. I mean, you're talking 14 states, 2 territories.
Or as Bloomberg says, lunch money.
Then a week later, for Bloomberg, it's like, you know.
It's an afternoon ad buy.
But then a week later, on March 17th, I mean, you've got other big contests coming right after. You got Michigan, Washington. You've got, in that first 2 weeks of March, literally a $100 to $150 million day. You've got to come out. Joe Biden's been the leader all along. He's got to come out strong here.
You put your finger on one of the interesting things about these numbers that David's talked about is there are mirror images, Sanders and Biden. Sanders is doing very, very well among young people, not well among people over 65.
His age.
Yeah. He's not old enough for the old people. But Biden is doing very well with those older voters. They're doing equally well on the polls of the thing, but doing very poorly among young people, which is a key to why he's not doing well in online.
And the younger people are the ones who write money online. They'll give you $5 a month.
Right.
And it comes back every single month.
So Bernie with young voters and first-time attendees of the caucuses.
Alexandra,
it's important.
What do you make of? I mean, for Sanders, the enthusiasm though is something which it's hard to underestimate. That I mean, he can continue with these low volume donors. I mean, they're giving small amounts of money at a time.
I think in terms of electability, right, I think it's less about moderation, and this is bearing out. It's more about motivation, and we have to remember it's not just those Obama-Trump voters, but all the folks that sat at home in 2016, that sat at home in 2008 that didn't show up in 2016. That's young people, that's people of color, that's union households. And this election has to be about not just flipping those small amounts, talking to a tiny sliver, but the broader.
I was going to say, Sanders is starting to do better among Latino voters and African-American voters, much better than he did last go around. I think this state is about 6% Latino, about 4% African-American. It's only a 10% slice, but it'll be interesting to see how he does with those voters. And then you sort of skip ahead to Nevada, a lot of Latino voters there. And
one of the things that we don't talk enough about is the importance of the labor vote and the union vote. And Sanders has run the table in terms of the unions, both in Iowa and elsewhere. And you're going to see, I think, that play out also in Nevada. I just think that Sanders is a phenomenon. He had a heart attack. He was. We had the violins out for him. Oh, it's so good to see him still able to walk out on stage after the heart attack. He is running ahead of the pack.
Let me just say, in Nevada, the culinary, which is by far the most they have not gone with
Biden has done. He has the firefighters.
He's got the firefighters.
He's got some other unions. So
it's
not all.
We're nearing the top of the hour. I want to go back to Wolf.
Thank you very much. The caucuses have been underway now for almost an hour. We're about to start getting actual results. This will be very, very significant. Take a look. These caucuses, they're pretty full. There are about 1,600 of them around the state. Jeff Zeleny is at one at Drake University in Des Moines. So set the scene for us over there, Jeff.
Wolf, we are just moments away from the counting to begin. They have lined up in their order. You can see the precinct chair there at the front of the room. They are going to begin counting. We have learned that there are 400 people at this precinct caucus. That's about the exact same as 4 years ago, so not the big turnout that some of the campaigns were maybe hoping for. So to reach viability, you have to have 60 people out of the 400. So eyeballing it, Pete Buttigieg, Elizabeth Warren, and Bernie Sanders clearly meet that threshold. Walk with me as we go to some of the other campaigns here. Andrew Yang might just be on the cusp of it here. Let's take a look at the size of his crowd. It is, certainly many students, many others here. We will see if they do reach viability. Interesting thing happening here, Wolf. This man in the black vest, he is a Joe Biden supporter. He has been having conversations with Amy Klobuchar supporters. Amy Klobuchar clearly is not going to be viable. You can look at the size of her crowd here. There are not 60 people in this line, but if they win people over during this period, they could potentially be viable. But this is what we are watching here, Wolf. Look at this Pete Buttigieg crowd right here. It is largely a mix of students, and of course, some of those are, have been Bernie Sanders' crowd, but there's also a mix of older voters as we go farther in there. So once we begin the counting here, this will be a key test for these three candidates, Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and Pete Buttigieg. There are 6 delegates in this precinct. It doesn't sound like a lot, but this is a delegate fight. This campaign is almost certainly to be a delegate fight from now until whenever the nominee is named, so this is a small part of that. So Wolf, the counting will begin momentarily here, and we'll see exactly who has the most.
That's a very important. We'll see who's viable, who isn't viable. Thank you very much. Jason Carroll is in North Liberty for us. That's just outside Iowa City. What are you seeing where you are, Jason?
Well, the room has just broken up into groups. And why don't you take a look at the middle section of this auditorium, right up here, Wolf, where you see that middle section. Those are all Elizabeth Warren supporters. Just a few minutes ago, the precinct captain gave an announcement. He said, look, the viability number for this room, for this auditorium, is 89. So when you look across this room, you've got to meet that 89 number. And look, we can visually tell that the Warren folks definitely have met that number. Way over there in the corner there, those are the Bernie Sanders folks. I think a lot of folks were hoping for a bigger turnout visually than what we're seeing now. I mean, once again, consider University of Iowa is out here. I think a lot of people are expecting a lot of young folks to turn out. In that corner over there, you've got the Biden people who have just broken out into that corner. And then right here, we've got a mix. We've got Buttigieg people in the center section here, along with some, I'm told, some Amy Klobuchar folks. And we've got Amy Klobuchar over here as well. I was just asking over here, guys, do you think you have 89?
Yes, I think they had out over 100.
Over 100? You just in a self-count, and you think you're there?
Somebody counted. I saw it on her phone.
I'm sorry.
It's really close. 92.
92. You think you're there?
I think so, but barely. I'm counting you.
Okay, all right. Let's move over to some of the Buttigieg folks over here as well. Again, we've got Amy Klobuchar folks here, but I very quickly want to get over to some of the Pete Buttigieg folks because that looked like a lot of folks over here as well. Tell me about Buttigieg folks. How many folks do you think you have enough?
Yes, we definitely.
Has anyone done a count?
Informal count, we're definitely more than 89. So.
Definitely more than 89?
Yes.
You think you're there?
I think we've got it.
All right, so they look like they might be a viable group at 89 again. Very informal, group here. Again, these are the Warren folks, and I want to get over to here very quickly if I could. Hey, guys, I know you're the Elizabeth Warren. It looks like you've met that 89 threshold. You look like a pretty solid, pretty big group here.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're excited. You comfortable?
Very much so, yes.
Okay, so we're at the first round here. Let me hop down. We're at the first round. Again, things just getting underway here. Again, the total number of people in this room, Wolf, 591. The viability number that they've just announced is 89. So again, the viable groups that we're seeing here so far, we've got Elizabeth Warren looking really good over here. Bernie Sanders, tough to tell. It looks like they may have a little bit of a work ahead of them. Same thing with Biden over there in this corner. Buttigieg looking pretty solid, right? Buttigieg looking pretty solid. And then once again, over here, this final section, just going to check in with the Amy folks again. How are you feeling?
Feeling great.
Yeah.
It's a lot
Okay,
of
so
fun.
all right. So Amy Klobuchar, again, they're feeling like they might make that number, but you heard the woman over here. She says, just barely. Wolf?
We'll see what the official numbers are. Jason Carroll is in North Liberty, Iowa. That's outside of Iowa City. David Chalian is looking once again at the entrance poll information that we're getting.
That's right, Wolf. We asked folks as they headed into the caucus sites today, did you support Hillary Clinton in 2016? Did you support Bernie Sanders, or did you not support either of them? Look at the breakup of tonight's electorate when compared to 2016. 56% of caucus attendees tonight say they supported Hillary Clinton. That's more than the percentage she got on caucus night in 2016. Bernie Sanders, only 30% of tonight's caucus goers in this entrance poll tell us they were Sanders supporter, and 14%, Wolf, say they supported neither. I want to do a deeper dive into those 14%. So if they didn't support Clinton and they didn't support Sanders, who do they find in tonight's contest attractive? Well, look at this. This is a Pete Buttigieg crowd largely. He gets 28% of those that were either with O'Malley in 16 or with nobody and they're new to the process. Amy Klobuchar gets 13%, as does Sanders, Biden at 12, Warren at 11. But you see, this is more a Pete Buttigieg crowd if they weren't with Sanders before. How about those first-time caucus goers? Remember I showed you a little bit ago, 35% of the electorate tonight tells us this is their very first caucus. This is their first time. That's a little smaller than we saw in 2016 and much smaller than we saw when Barack Obama won in 2008. I want to look at how those first-time caucus attendees are splitting among the candidates. Look at this. Bernie Sanders, whose strategy it was to get new caucus goers into his camp, he's winning with 29%. But again, Pete Buttigieg is competitive here. It's not Bernie Sanders running away with it. Pete Buttigieg at 22%. This is a largely young crowd, the caucus goers. I would say nearly half of first-time caucus goers are under 30 years old, according to the entrance poll. And you see that both Sanders and Buttigieg are the ones that are attractive to those that are new to this process, Wolf.
Very interesting, important entrance poll information. Let's go back to Brian Todd in Sioux City for us. You got some results, Brian?
We have some hard numbers for you, Wolf, here. The viable candidates here picked up some. Biden has a final score here of 26 votes, Buttigieg 27, Warren 34. They're still counting Sanders and Klobuchar. Now, what is crucial here is that look at this number. Look at the numbers for Biden and Buttigieg here, 23 each in the first round. That was the threshold for not being viable. Biden and Buttigieg were each one vote away from not being viable in this precinct. Biden picks up 3 votes between the first and second round. Buttigieg picks up 4. Warren picked up 4. They're counting Sanders and Klobuchar now. But this was a crucial number for Biden and Buttigieg. They came within a hair, Wolf, of not being viable for the second round. Would have been a pretty disappointing night for both of those campaigns if that had played out. But they were fortunate here, and then they were able to pick up a few more each here. We're still waiting for the Sanders and Klobuchar numbers, but look at Bernie Sanders showing right here. Very strong in the first round, and we're going to see if they were able to lure some voters over to their side for the second round. I'm going to jump off the stage here.
All right, Brian, stand by.
I can come up here.
Yeah, hold on, Brian. I want to quickly go to Tom Foreman over in Grinnell College in Grinnell, Iowa. Looks like some horse trading going on over there.
Yeah, Wolf, I want you to notice what's going here. Come on, walk with me here. Right now, what has happened? Tell me about the different groups and what they've just done here.
So right now, Biden, Klobuchar, Steyer, and Yang were not viable. So we're walking over to the undecided group, hopefully to get that 15% number so we can get delegates. And if we get that 15% number, we can chop up the delegates. So whatever percentage of each group is here, we're going for 125 because that's the 15% mark. So we can send one Biden, one Klobuchar, one Yang to the county convention.
So you see what's happening here, Wolf, by making this maneuver, in effect, all these groups over here that were unviable, all those empty seats here, the only holdout down on the end there is the Pete Buttigieg group right now, which also is not viable. By combining over here as uncommitted, they are in effect denying the progressive wing over here, Sanders and Warren, from a complete victory on this. And listen, they're cheering for "Come on, Pete" here.
Come on, Pete! 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 Come on, Pete!
That's who they're aiming for. That's the Pete Buttigieg group over there. They're trying to get them to come over.
Come on, Pete! Come on, Pete!
They're working hard over there at Grinnell College. These are college students, by and large, and some academics. All right, we're going to have a lot more of the results of the Iowa caucuses right after this.
they got to go somewhere.
No, like I said, just was curious how that.
No, that's how that works. Say I need the campaign captains to get with me with the names of their delegates. That has to be turned into the county.
Where did she say that was at? Hey, Elizabeth.
The Fort Banquets, F-O-R-T-E.
No, because Aaron and Maggie and Pat and everybody's been seeing you on TV and blowing you up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Your chief tells me no, there is no pool. You were on C-SPAN.
Well, they're telling me I'm Peter, and everybody's saying you're on Fox. Or is he screwing with me?
Oh, Peter?
Peter Redmond.
Oh, he'd be screwing with you,
Oh.
yeah.
More than 1,600 caucuses are underway in Iowa right now. We're expecting to get results very soon. Tom Foreman is joining us from Grinnell, Iowa, Grinnell College. I understand, Tom, there's been a development where you are?
There really has been, Wolf. The Pete Buttigieg group here, which was right on the edge of viability, just collapsed moments ago, like all the other ones over here. Yang, Steyer, Biden, Klobuchar, all of them were unviable, and they all split up. The Buttigieg people split between the Warren group, which is over here and is strong and cheered a lot of them in, and then some who went to the Sanders group. And just at this location, it's not the whole state, but here, this is what happened. Some went to the Sanders group here, but most importantly is this group down on the end, the uncommitted group. Many people, including some from Buttigieg, went down here, and this group may have just squeaked into viability. That matters, because if they have some viability, it allows them to have a say as the process goes forward a little bit for all of their candidates, instead of suddenly having a sweep by Sanders and Warren over here. It's still preliminary. We don't have a final count on it right now, and this group may or may not be over the threshold. But it was fascinating to watch the complete collapse of one side of this gym and all the supporters in here who have now been divided among these two big, powerful groups in just this caucus, and uncommitted over here, which is a bit of an end run by the people who really want to make sure they still have a say for their candidates, even if Warren and Sanders walk away with the bulk of support in this caucus. Wolf?
All right, I just want to remind our viewers, Tom, this is but one out of more than 1,600 caucus sites throughout the state of Iowa right now. So we're watching it closely. This is a college town, Grinnell College. All right, let's go back to Jake.
So, Wolf, we're here at Des Moines 47, and after a somewhat shaky start where it took a little while to figure out whether or not they had enough preference cards, that's the card on which you write which candidate you like, and they did not. So then they had to wait for preference cards to be delivered, and then they had to do a count of how many total caucus attendees there are, and that kind of didn't work out the first time, so then they had to do another count. Finally, we're in the position of trying to figure out which groups here meet the viability threshold. So there are 368 caucus attendees. That means 15% rounding up is 56. So now all of the groups, Biden, Yang, Warren, Sanders, Buttigieg, Klobuchar, everyone else, are trying to find out whether or not they have 56 caucus goers in their group. They make the viability threshold, and that's the big decision right now. This is the Elizabeth Warren group. Are you how many people do you have? Do you know?
We had 102.
102. So you totally made the viability threshold. Okay, so Team Warren is happy. Biden, how are we doing over here? This does not look like 56 people. So the Biden group. So you look like lovely, wonderful people, but it doesn't look like you made the viability threshold.
Not yet.
There's time. This year? I'm not trying to be funny, but no. But what are you going to do?
We're going to stand strong with our first choice, and when other candidates are not viable, we know that Joe is a lot of people's second choice and will become viable in the second alignment. Absolutely.
So you think that people who, like for instance, the Yang people probably don't have 56. They don't. The Klobuchar people, I don't think they do. So you think there's still a possibility that they will come here?
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Okay. So hope springs eternal. Here's the Yang gang. Yang, who do I talk to here? How many? Is there a precinct captain here? Is there? I'm just gonna. All right. I'm just gonna go with you. How many Yang gangers are here right now?
26.
26. So you're not going to make the viability threshold?
No.
I can't do that. All right. So anyway, so there are going to be some tough decisions for people here. Dana Bash is on the other end here at Des Moines 47. Dana?
That's right, Jake. So over here you see the Buttigieg camp, and over to my right is the Bernie Sanders camp. We don't have the exact number for them yet, but they certainly look like they're viable, as you were saying. It's 56 here at this precinct. Emily, here you are, and you and your husband Nick, you are with the Buttigieg camp. How many have you counted so far?
We counted 71. Of course, that's unofficial, but we did a pretty good job, I think. So we're going to be viable, I think.
So you feel good about this first round. And Jake, if you can see, or if our viewers can see back there, can't move a lot with the camera right now, but if you check back behind me, that is the Amy Klobuchar camp. We don't have the number yet, but it doesn't look like they're necessarily going to get to 56. But again, they're still moving around a little bit. If they don't, you can be sure, am I right, Emily and Nick, that you are going to be making your way over to the Klobuchar camp to see if you can pull people over to your candidate?
Absolutely. We believe that a lot of the Amy supporters have the same message that we do and share a lot of the same pragmatic supporters. Okay. So we'll be going over there.
We'll see. We're going to get the official count on this first alignment or the first round here, Wolf, and we'll send it back to you, and we'll let you know how it goes once we get the official count here.
And we should be getting all those numbers fairly soon. Remember, that's just one caucus out of more than 1,600. All right, much more of our special coverage right after this.
persuading, and I think I'd like that engagement. I think that's kind of the energy of what this, in its best form, is supposed to be around.
Yeah, because we watched it on TV last time, and it did seem a little more chaotic, but in like an energizing way.
Right.
Yeah.
And this time it was almost felt a little bit anticlimactic at the end. It was like, okay, you get some, you get some.
That's it. Right. Because I think we ultimately, the whole precinct,
My email is Erin, E-R-I-N. What? J.
Hey, wait a minute. Time out.
There we
Get lost. Some guys.
So probably if you're either P or C. Thank you. Platform or committee.
And you don't have to be on any committee.
If she wins, I want it in my keepsake.
So, I guess we have all the stuff we need, so this caucus is officially over. Very much. There you go. You got two of them. Woo.
And so that is how a caucus works. This is in West Des Moines, Iowa, Valley High School, a caucus location with 2 different precincts with upwards of 500 at each precinct, one in the auditorium and the other in the cafeteria, which is where we were this evening. We expect to get some of the results. We'll continue to watch inside the cafeteria as they gather up and prepare to leave. Those are the Warren supporters. Keep in mind the results are available on our website at cspan.org. It does get a little bit confusing, but to explain what you've been watching, you have to get 15% threshold in order to be viable. So if you didn't reach that mark, then those supporters would go somewhere else. We expect to get the official results coming from the Iowa Democratic Party within the next half hour or so. And a reminder, all of it available on the web at cspan.org. David Yepsen is a longtime Iowa reporter and now the host of Iowa Press. And in a Q&A program with C-SPAN's Susan Swain, he explained the results that will be coming in tonight.
Caucuses have always been criticized for the convoluted counting system. It's complicated. It's not a primary, which is very clean. You go in, you vote, the numbers are counted. These votes...
We're awaiting the results. The first results from the Iowa caucuses should be coming in very, very soon. Stand by for that. I want to check in with Miguel Marquez. He's at a caucus site in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Miguel?
Yeah, Cedar Rapids, the high point for this caucus site was 508 back in 2008. They got 437 voters in this group. We now have 5 viable groups at this point. The Warren group over here, they are now viable. That's one group that is looking for more voters for that second alignment. The Biden group, which is over here, they are also viable. Pete Buttigieg, his group right over here, they've just done a count and they are viable. 66 individuals, 66 caucus goers they need to be viable in this room. Bernie Sanders, his supporters are over here. They are viable. And Amy Klobuchar, her supporters are here. She is also now viable for this group. They are doing a official count of all of these various groups, and then they will go to that second and final alignment period where they are trying to get people to go from other groups to here. Interestingly enough, a late ad, Kamala Harris had somebody show up. Yang had somebody show up. So there are other groups, much smaller groups, and the people who are uncommitted are back there, so we'll see how many there are there. But right now, 5 viable groups in this area that is somewhat more moderate, somewhat more conservative, somewhat more urban, and also the suburbs of Cedar Rapids. A pretty big group here, but certainly not as many as they were expecting. They had 900 preference cards on hand. They were expecting a very big turnout, so perhaps a little smaller than they were expecting. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Miguel Marquez. We'll get back to you. Let's go back to Jake. I take it they're starting to count where you are?
Yeah, they're counting right now, and what's going on is, as we talked about, the viability threshold. So each group is trying to reach the magic number of 56. There are 368 caucus attendees here. 15% of that is 56. We know that the Buttigieg people feel like they have about 70-something, maybe 71 people. That means they reach the viability threshold. The Sanders people are confident that they have more than 100 people here, so they've reached the viability threshold. The Warren people are confident that they have reached the viability threshold. They, too, feel like they have more than 100 people. But that means that there are all these other groups that did not meet the viability threshold. It looks like, on initial count right now, Klobuchar, Yang, Biden, uncommitted, and all others have not reached that level. So they have to figure out what they want to do now. Now, you heard some of the Biden people earlier saying that they hope that the Klobuchar people and the Yang people would come over to them and join their gang and reach viability for Joe Biden. Guess what? That's what the Yang people want the Biden people to do. This is just at this one site, we should point out. We're just talking about one precinct out of more than 1,600, almost 1,700. So what happens here is not necessarily indicative of what's going on across the state. This is a very urban, very young neighborhood, so it's not as though people thought Biden was going to do well. That said, the fact that he didn't even make the first cut on the first vote for viability threshold is saying something. Dana Bash is also here. Dana, what are you hearing? What are you seeing?
Jake, I'm over with the Biden team, and I have Mike here. You have the cards here?
I do have the first round alignment, yep.
And how many did you just count?
We have 22 right now, which means that we're not viable at this point. But as I was saying earlier, we're not worried about that because I know that there's a number of other candidates that are not viable, and we're a lot of those candidates, those delegates' second choice.
Right, but if you're not viable in the first round and you're locked in.
No, so the rules are if you are viable, you're locked in. But there's a number of campaigns that are not.
So got it. So you're hoping that other maybe, for example, if Amy Klobuchar is not viable or others.
Absolutely, exactly.
So you're not giving up.
Oh, we're not giving up. No, we're going to be viable. I know that's going to happen. This is just the first step in this process.
Okay. You're about halfway there.
I know. I'm confident.
Okay.
Come back and see me after the second alignment.
All right. Good deal. So we're going to come over here, make our way over to the Warren campaign. You see they're counting over here. We're in the crowd here, excuse me. Come over here with me, John. We're counting here. How many have you gotten so far?
Okay, I've gotten 67 so far.
So you have made the first cut.
So we have, yeah.
You're viable.
We were viable. So we have, our first count was 102. So I just have to count to 102 and then I should be.
Well, you needed 56, so you're there.
Right, exactly, yes.
And so after this first round, your hope is to look at some of the other campaigns, try to lure them over if they are not viable in the first round.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. So you see, this is, again, as you've said all night, Wolf, just a glimpse, just one of, almost 1,700 caucuses around the state. But this is the first round. Elizabeth Warren here is doing extremely well. Joe Biden, as you heard, they're not giving up. They're not viable right now.
Let's see what's happening at a lot of the other caucus sites as well. Dana, we'll get back to you. Tom Foreman is at Grinnell College in Grinnell, Iowa. I take it some of the final numbers are in?
Yeah, Wolf, we're getting down to the final numbers. They may wiggle a little bit here if we take a look at the big numbers here. For Elizabeth Warren, closest to the camera here. Bernie Sanders with the biggest numbers down there. You can see their numbers, 37%, something like that, a little bit further down higher up for Sanders altogether. But way down here at the far end is the real success story in a way of the night. These are where all the people came together from all the other campaigns who were not viable. And look what happened. In the end, they needed 15% to be viable by combining all their forces, and they managed to just squeak over the edge and become just barely viable by getting together here. In the group that gathered down here, in the end, they had about 3 or 4 caucus goers that made the difference. I say 3 or 4 because this has all been very fluid, but it was enough for them to get through. Look over here again. That's the undecided. That gives them some say. Here is Sanders, which is the big group in here, but then up here, as we pan toward this side, this is all the Warren support up in here, which spilled out into the floor. So the big winners here tonight, undeniably. Bernie Sanders first, Elizabeth Warren second with the biggest crowd, and then the undecideds down there who managed to squeak out their own kind of victory with that razor-thin margin there, Wolf, that allows them to have some say as the delegates move forward. Wolf?
Once again, one caucus site out of almost 1,700 throughout the state of Iowa. Tom Foreman, thanks very much. Let's check back with Jeff Zeleny. Jeff, I take it at the caucus site where you are, they now have you have results from the first round?
We do indeed, Wolf, and we are standing in front of the Elizabeth Warren section here, and there's a reason for that. Let's take a look at the numbers on the left side of our screen. Elizabeth Warren coming with 31% in this precinct, followed by Pete Buttigieg, 25%. Then Bernie Sanders, 25% as well. Going on from there, Andrew Yang, 8.3%. Amy Klobuchar, 6%. Joe Biden, 4%. So that is the look at this first round. Now what happens, of course, is realignment. So we have Warren supporters now filling out their first choice preference cards. That's what happens after the first choice. So these Warren supporters obviously will stay. A question is, will all of them stay? Will some sort of leave? The Bernie Sanders supporters, you can see many of them are sitting down. This has gone a little bit longer than it normally does. There was a couple recounts here because they were a bit of a discrepancy. Now they're standing up since we're here. But look, these are the Bernie Sanders supporters here. So that is Sanders, Warren, and Buttigieg. Now, that is a question. What are these supporters over here going to do? This small group here is the Joe Biden crowd. So we now have Biden, Klobuchar, Andrew Yang, not viable. So the persuasion begins. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, thanks very much. Let's check in with David Chalian. So explain to viewers who may just be tuning in, it's not like going into a voting booth, you vote for someone and you leave. This has been going on for an hour and a half right now.
That's right, and it is designed to be a longer process. It is a communal event in that way. Wolf, you know there are 2 rounds of voting. People show up to these caucus sites, they make their initial preference known, they go into a corner, you see all of this happening underway before our eyes. They go into a corner, they do that initial preference. All the numbers you're hearing all our reporters and anchors talking about, they do a calculation to determine who has 15% support, who is viable, and they determine which candidates are not viable. And so then there is a second round of voting. This is called realignment. It is that second round of voting that's critical, Wolf, because that is used to determine the share of state delegates that each candidate gets, and that's how you determine the winner of the Iowa caucuses. So they can make that initial preference, then they realign themselves. Those that aren't viable can join viable groups, and then they get a final count, and that informs us as to who won in each of those precinct caucuses, and that's how we start learning who won statewide.
All right, stay with me. I want to go to Cedar Rapids, Iowa right now. Miguel Marquez is there. I take it you got the results from the first round. Is that right, Miguel?
Yeah. We are getting through our first round here, and interestingly, 437 voters in this room here in Cedar Rapids, and it's the Buttigieg supporters that have the most support. 25.452, just over 25% for Buttigieg. 18.5% for Bernie Sanders. They are also viable. The Klobuchar group is just up here. They are also viable. They're at 17, almost 18%. And the Biden group, they are over here at 15%. And Warren, they're at 18.79%, so almost 19% for Warren. And they are also viable. We are getting ready now to do that second alignment with those that are not viable, and we will see where all of this goes right now. And
the backside.
They're actually saying that they have some spoiled ballots here, so we're going to sort that out now here as well, and we will try to figure that out. Wolf, back to you.
We certainly will. David Jolly, it looks like 5 of those candidates, if it stays like that, if those numbers stay like that, will be viable. You need 15% to be viable.
So when you spread the support out evenly, you can get that many candidates. 5 candidates above 15% able to win delegates out of that one site. I mean, Wolf, we don't see that. If you look at the history of the Iowa caucuses, I don't think we've ever seen in the modern era even 4 candidates at the end of the night end up over that 15% threshold statewide to actually win a delegate. So to see 5 candidates splitting in that precinct in a way that they're all above 15%, that is a very competitive individual precinct. Again, it's one site of nearly 1,700 sites across the state. So that is an example of a really competitive one, unlike what we were seeing in Grinnell when Bernie Sanders was crushing with young people. And that's the thing. Each geographic makeup, ideological makeup across all of these 1,700 sites start to give that statewide aggregate sense of where the electorate is at. It's hard to glean how the night is going to go from just a single precinct. But that is a very competitive Iowa caucus precinct right there.
All right, David, stand by. I'm with John King over here at the Magic Wall. It's been more than an hour and a half. We've been getting snapshots from various caucuses out there, but still no official numbers coming in from the DNC, from the state.
And we're seeing from our reporters on the scene at these sites, part of the complexity, as David just noted, these are alphabetical because we don't have results yet. That's how they stack in the wall through the computer system until we get results. So you see Warren down here at these caucus sites. We see she's doing fairly well. We'll see Senator Sanders down here. So there's alphabetical for now and nothing in the wall an hour and a half in, as you mentioned. That's unusual, but so is such a crowded field. So is all that horse trading we're seeing going on now with a decent turnout. Most of the people saying decent high turnout at these places. So many candidates to choose from. The realignment process taking some time. We expect pretty soon we'll start to fill it in, and then we'll try to sort it out. But from all those caucus site visits, you see some relatively competitive. I've been texting people in the back trying to get some data from the scenes. A lot of the campaigns are just sort of as nervous as we are trying to figure out what's going on out there.
It's because usually, we've covered Iowa caucuses for usually after a half an hour, 45 minutes, you start getting some significant results.
You start getting some. Again, the crowded field has something to do with it. If you go back in time, it's a little easier to count. If you're on one of these sites, you don't have double check and triple check. When you're only doing with 2 candidates, it's easier to double check and triple check and have your final results. When you have decent turnout, and especially when you have these 2 or 3 groups that are not viable, and then you have people, you saw that one where Tom Foreman was, where they grouped up to get over 15% for uncommitted. Then that uncommitted group bands together. When you have all that happening, it takes more time. You have people in the crowded rooms, it takes more time. If there's only 2 candidates to count, it's a little easier to do, even if you go back in time. Really, 3 candidates to count here, it's a bit easier to do. But remember, Wolf, just to give you a little bit of history, you remember when we were doing this?
Yeah, I do remember.
Yes, when it's this tight, too, sometimes it takes louder. This is the Republican side. The process is very different on the Republican side than the Democratic side, but we were doing arithmetic on the wall, if you remember, in this one. So caucuses are more complicated. You're not just dropping a ballot in. A computer's not counting it for you. And so let's come back to the Democratic race here as we come to 2020. We popped that up there. Let me go back to it since I just showed it to our viewers for the first time. We're not paying much attention to this because of this. Relatively low turnout. Again, it's almost like a primary process. Republicans show up at a caucus site and vote, but the president walking away, if you're a Republican, wondering about what's happening in Iowa tonight. But on the Democratic side, this is a stunner. This is a stunner, but we also do expect when we do start to get results, they'll come in fairly quickly. We'll see in 20 minutes or half an hour if that proves to be true.
We'll see if that's true, but the drama is going to be intense right now. Much more of our special coverage right after this. All right, it's getting close to 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. Almost 2 hours these caucuses have been underway, and so far no official results yet. This is pretty unusual, Jake. 4 years ago, I think about 70% of the official vote of the precincts, 70% of the precincts had already reported numbers. Now it's 0% of the precincts.
It is indeed. Of course, there are many more candidates this time around. Last time it was really just between Sanders and Clinton. This time there are lots of candidates. Let me just give you an idea of what's going on just in this one precinct. Now, just remember, it's just one, Des Moines 47, just this one precinct out of almost 1,700 precincts. But right now what we're doing is we're getting official counts from each different preferential group, finding out 1 vote for Gabbard, 1 vote for Deval Patrick, 3 votes for Cory Booker, etc. That's the Pete Buttigieg people finding out that they made the viability threshold with 70-something caucus goers supporting. 71 for Pete Buttigieg. You just heard that. That's more than the 56, which is required to be the 15% threshold. As you can see, Joe Biden came in 6th here in this first vote with 22 caucus goers. He was surpassed by Yang with 24 and Amy Klobuchar with 26. But none of those candidates, Biden, Yang, or Klobuchar, made the viability threshold. And the question is, what are their supporters going to do? We talked to the Klobuchar people and said, are you going to go join the Biden people because they want you to join them? Or are you going to disperse into other groups? And basically, they're going to disperse. A couple of them are going to go to Sanders. Most of them are going to be split between Buttigieg and Elizabeth Warren. The big question right here is what is going to be the final tabulation on the second vote? Because remember, this is just the first vote. People who are people who are with candidates who are not viable are going to then go join viable candidates. So who is ultimately going to win? Right now, we know that Pete Buttigieg made the threshold. We know that Bernie Sanders made the threshold. We know that Elizabeth Warren made the threshold. What are the other dozens of people going to do? Which groups are they going to join? And obviously, even if you come in third here, if you're viable, you get a percentage of the delegates. So that's what's going on here. I don't know what's going on statewide, but they did get many more caucus goers here than they thought they were going to. So if perhaps this is a very high turnout election, maybe that's the reason why things are taking a little longer than normal. Wolf?
Well, it's a cliffhanger, at least right now. We'll see what happens. Jake, thanks very much. Let's go over to David Chalian. David, I understand you've been speaking with some officials over there in Iowa. What are you hearing?
Yeah, I was just texting with a party official in Iowa who says that the party is doing quality control on some of the results coming in right now, and that they should be reporting out some vote near the top of the hour, about 15 minutes from now. But at this moment, what they're doing, according to this party official, is quality control of the reporting results they are getting from these precincts at the moment.
What does that mean, quality control?
Well, I think they're making sure that the numbers match up, that what is being reported in is how many cards were, those preference cards that were collected, all the checks of the numbers that the party is able to do with the precinct sites is what's underway right now, and they expect in about 15 minutes at the top of the hour to actually start reporting out results.
Give us some perspective. The record turnout at Democratic caucuses in Iowa, at least, was in 2008. And what was the number then?
240,000 roughly caucus goers at that time. It wasn't just a record, Wolf. That was explosive turnout. I think some 60% of the electorate that year were first-time caucus goers. This was the Obama revolution that catapulted him to the nomination and onto the White House. We didn't see that level of turnout in 2016. It was about 171,000 total caucus goers.
That's a lot less.
And turnout. It is a lot less. And I think most, at least in the last week that I've been in Iowa and talking to a lot of folks on the ground there, the expectation was that it could fall between the two, and that perhaps this year could approach the 2008 number, but not maybe overtake it, but probably not as low as 2016. But we'll see. We'll have to wait for all these returns to come in, all those head counts to be done, and we'll get a total turnout number at the end of the night. We don't have a sense of that just yet.
And
only precinct by precinct, anecdotally.
We're going to get the popular vote number, so we will have an exact number of how many people showed up.
And that is brand new this year, Wolf. We have not gotten that information before from the Iowa Democratic Party for the first time, and largely because Bernie Sanders and his allies fought for this in reforms of the way this is done after his bitter battle with Hillary Clinton in 2016. Sanders and his camp fought for reforms, and they got this reform. Not just will state delegate equivalents, the all-important percentages that determine the winner of the Iowa caucuses, but there will be this new data stream of the popular vote. We will learn the popular vote for the first round of voting before the realignment process, as well as the final round of voting, popular vote. Again, that's not how the winner's determined. Think about like the general election in November, the popular vote and the Electoral College. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. Donald Trump is president because he won the Electoral College, because that's the metric that matters. The metric that matters tonight is state delegates. And whoever comes out on top in the percentages of state delegates, they are going to be the winner of the Iowa caucuses. That's what feeds the process forward in terms of getting national convention delegates that you need to get the nomination in Milwaukee at the convention in the summer. But there will be this new metric. We're going to see the popular vote, and I am sure that you're going to hear some candidates tout, hey, I did really well in the popular vote, even if I didn't come out on top in the
numbers, we assume right near the top of the hour. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, thanks very much. I want to talk to both David Axelrod and the governor about this, because what is it like when you're with a campaign and you were sitting there just watching? I mean, first of all, we've never seen the caucuses up close like this before, but just waiting on caucus night for this process.
Well, it's harder in a caucus in certain ways because the counting is abstruse. You know, it's a lot more linear. In a primary campaign, you get results from counties. You know what your target number is there, and so on. But these numbers are coming in very slowly. Multiple candidates. It's agonizing. And the question is, the one we were talking about earlier. Will you beat your expectation to the point where you get to play into the next round?
Right. Do you get a ticket out of Iowa?
Right. And, we talked about Biden's situation. For someone like Amy Klobuchar, who's staked everything on Iowa, this is a very, very big night. Does she do well enough to say she'll probably go on to New Hampshire, but to raise the money to go beyond that? So there are a lot of anxious campaigns right now. Wondering if they've made their number.
Yeah, Governor McAuliffe, especially given the lateness of the votes.
Well, like David, I've been in 10 of these. I've traveled to all 99 counties in Iowa. I can remember in 2008 when I was chair of Hillary's campaign. Agonizing is an understatement.
I thought it was exhilarating.
We had been told the night before she was going to win 35.2, and I'll never forget it. Anderson and I went back into the hotel and got a call. President Clinton was looking for me. Results weren't in yet, so I went up to the suite, and I had just been told before I went into the suite that we were going to come in third place, and no one had thought third place. And I'll never forget it. I walk in the suite, the president's there all alone. I think he was watching the Warner Brothers football game on that day. He says, "Hey, Mac, you want a beer?" I said, "A beer? I'll take a keg." He says, "What happened?" I said, "You didn't hear? We came in third." And I'll never forget the moment. And Hillary was in the bedroom. She came out. I told her, and then onward we left at 3:30 in the morning, headed off to New Hampshire. But it is
you did well there.
The stress these candidates are going through right now. You just don't know. It's not like a primary.
So when something like that happens, you tell them immediately.
Yeah.
But
what else you gonna do?
Well, I would run. I would go somewhere else.
No, I was on the other end in New Hampshire when we were Obama was supposed to win. Hillary. It's clear we're looking at returns, and we're not going to make it. And David Plouffe, our campaign manager, Robert Gibbs, our communications director, we're sitting there saying, all right, who's going to go up and tell them? And we finally agreed we'd all go up. We knocked on the door. We said, can we speak to you in the hall? And he came out, and he knew that we pulled him out into the hall away from Mrs. Obama. This was not going to be good news. And it was it was an uncomfortable conversation.
And we just say, I was on the other side of that. I was in the car with Hillary riding to New Hampshire. We got the word that she'd won. So
and the reaction?
I then had the beer that I was entitled to.
But what's interesting is 41 delegates here, right? I'm sure a lot of Americans saying this is far less than a tenth of a percentage of all the delegates you need to get elected. why is it so important? But this is the filter through which you pass.
First.
Iowa doesn't pick winners, but it definitely picks losers.
You know, Joe Biden doesn't have a great history with Iowa. And it's been a state he's lost twice. And, you know, I think it's not.
He doesn't have a great history running for president.
Running for president.
But it's because of, partly because of
I want
Iowa.
to ask this question. Are the candidates themselves interested in looking online and looking at publicly available information on entrance
Well, I'm
polling?
sure they're
I
getting
can tell you,
calls
Bill
from their
Clinton
precinct.
did. Yes, Hillary Clinton never did.
And
Bill
Bill
Clinton could
Clinton
tell you
did?
every precinct, every
He could,
neighbor.
right.
You know, he knew every number
Did
inside.
Obama look?
Anderson, can I say I don't want to diminish the significance of tonight. It's the first of the year and it's a very big deal. But I wonder whether tonight's bump will be that which you normally get coming out of Iowa because of this news cycle. We're into the State of the Union tomorrow. We're into the completion of impeachment the following day. And before you know it, it's off to New Hampshire. So I don't know that whomever is crowned the victor tonight will get their role.
I think that the bump may not last, but if the bottom falls out, I think it hurts. And I think, look, listen, a Pete cannot collapse tonight. If Pete collapses tonight, that's going to be a very, very hard thing for him to recover from.
You think so? What does that mean? Top two? For
Well,
him,
listen, I think when you talk about somebody who's put his entire campaign is I can do well in Iowa because I can appeal to these kind of voters, and I'm a better choice for moderates than for Biden. If he can't pull that off, if he's not in the top 1, 2, or 3 tonight, anyway, so I agree with you.
Same
The
for
bump
Amy
may not. Hey,
Klobuchar.
listen, the bump may not get you there, but the fall is a real fall.
But if there's just a
The fall's real
whisker
fall.
that separates some at the top tonight, is it really fair for someone to proclaim that
That's a
they won
different
the
question.
Iowa
Is it
caucus?
really fair? But the
They
history
will
of
do
this
that,
is
right.
small differences can make a huge amount of difference in the race. John Kerry edged out John Edwards, and that was the end of Edwards' race in 2004.
And it's psychological, right? For people who are supporting these candidates, people who want to give to these candidates, if you come out on top, even if it's by a whisker, I mean, that puts some fuel in your campaign.
And I think these campaigns are really run by real people. And that's one of the things I love about what's happening tonight is you're seeing all these real human beings out here doing real hard work. And if you pull off a win, it puts energy in your sails, and the people in New Hampshire are going to be able to fight harder and work harder. If you don't, it does have knock-on effect.
No, I think that's absolutely right. And to offer a contrasting vision, where it was one of my first elections participating in 2016 when I was on the Bernie 2016 team. And so this night, 4 years ago was a nail-biter, and I don't want to underestimate the power of if Bernie Sanders comes in first and second, the testament that says to grassroots movements and the amount of young people that have come in since then have really propelled that. And I think the same
you
with
saw
Elizabeth
up close
Warren.
that feeling of surpassing expectations and getting a big push through Iowa.
And I think making people feel like they can be a part of changing history in the direction of the United States is a hugely powerful thing that you may not be able to calculate. And I think that's where, a lot of politicians look at polls as static, and Bernie and Elizabeth Warren have looked at, no, how do I shift public opinion to change it? And that's authentic and it's real, and I think it's coming to bear.
So much of the pre-Iowa conversation is about electability, and it is a completely hypothetical conversation until tonight.
Until an election.
We have learned a lot in the last year plus of this campaign. We learned how to pronounce Buttigieg. We learned not to call women candidates likable. Tonight might be the night that we learn that this idea of electability is just an idea until people actually start voting. Iowa regularly shows you that somebody who you thought was not electable is in fact electable, and vice versa. And we could be seeing that tonight too.
Can I go back to Michael's point for a moment about the order of things? And it depends who edges out whom.
And by how much.
And by how much. So if they're all bunched up, so let's just say, I'm making this up, Amy Klobuchar edges out Joe Biden. That's a problem for Joe Biden. It really depends on the candidate. And even though your point is right, they're all bunched up, it's less than 3 points between them or whatever, it still, it doesn't play into the narrative that Joe Biden has of being electable, and it plays into, if it were Amy Klobuchar.
I think if Amy Klobuchar beats if she dumps anybody into 5th place, it's a one-way ticket to Palookaville for them.
That's right. That's right. No, absolutely. So it depends.
I just think
it depends on the order.
You know, here we are, first of the year. Many of us were conditioned on what happened in 2016 with the Republican winner-take-all system.
Right.
Right? That's not what we're headed for here. This is going to go for a while. It's a proportionate system, and the idea that there's somebody who wins all those delegates, it's just not happening.
And don't forget, it's different this time because you've got Michael Bloomberg, whose whole theory is Biden will not come out of the first 4 strong. That is his whole theory on March 3rd to spend $1 billion. You also have Tom Steyer, who is another billionaire spending a lot of money in South Carolina. So it's different than other Iowa caucuses that we have seen. You've got an unknown factor in 4 weeks.
How do you see the Bloomberg factor? I mean, you've done a lot of these races.
I mean, I live in Virginia, Northern Virginia. There's an ad on every 3 minutes. I mean, you can see the polling number. He's beginning to go up dramatically. He's hired probably 1,500 staff. He's paid them all the way through the end of November. You can't tell me that it's not going to have an impact.
Yeah, and he's getting all of these endorsements, a lot of endorsements from African-American mayors.
But voters don't know it.
Mayor of D.C., Mayor Bowser.
But you've never, ever seen any product ever with $1 billion rollout. The iPhone didn't have $1 billion rollout. So this is a completely different scenario. He's not just spending money on television, though basically everything on television is him. He's also hiring hundreds of people a week, and he's hiring some of the best talent out there.
He's hiring everybody who's coming off of Booker, coming off of Castro, coming off of Harris. Like these are major Democratic operatives who are now going to Bloomberg, which means not only are they working for him, they're not going to be working against him. And that's something that he has done to great effect in New York City, hiring a bunch of Democratic operatives and making sure that they are at least nominally on his side.
We're going to have a lot of time to talk about Bloomberg after these after these first 4 primaries when he makes his debut into this race. But one point I wanted to make about this Iowa process, Elizabeth Warren invested a lot of money in organization. Pete Buttigieg, a lot of money in organization. They got here early. They got great local organizers. You can see in these scenes that we've seen why it matters to have good organizers, because when you get into this haggling with the people who are supporting unviable candidates, knowing who they are, what the arguments are that will move them, is a real advantage in this.
You also see the importance of a personal connection.
Yes.
I mean, a lot of the people that Jake and others and Dana have interviewed, met Elizabeth Warren or met Bernie Sanders and felt a connection. And who else is going to come out and spend a whole night in these auditoriums in this kind of confusion?
Can I just say something about caucus? I do want to say this, though. I love this stuff because I'm a big nerd, and this is like the nerdiest reality television show ever. I love it. It's wonderful. But I think for other people, they're looking at this, and I think they may see, this is weird.
Yeah.
It's like some weird parlor game I don't understand. Yep. And so on the one hand, it's so fun to see all this sort of stuff. On the other hand, I wonder, how it's impacting people who are trying to.
This is like cheer for me.
Let me tell you, Anderson, it gets weirder if you are in the room. All of us have been in these caucuses. I will shovel your sidewalk for the next 6 months.
Well, that's the point.
I will give you chocolate chip cookies for a year. I'm telling you, this is what's going on right now. The
You're trying to
back and forth,
convince your
the personal
neighbors.
interaction.
You're talking to your neighbors,
Of
and you're
course.
saying, okay, not that I'll shovel your sidewalk, but you know me well. You know what I think. Do you respect me? Do you like me? Can you come on over because your person wasn't viable? And by the way, can we think of a new word other than viable and unviable, which are awkward?
I mean, what we're seeing is a real tiny slice of this big picture of the state, right? We've got about like 5 or 6 precincts we keep going to, and there's 1,600.
A tiny slice of a tiny state.
Yes, of a tiny state.
But this is what voters do.
Right, but can I
it's true.
say, I used the word passion earlier in the evening because this is not depth. This is passion that gets rewarded. Stop and think about this. I've never cast a ballot without that curtain being closed. There's a threshold issue. You need to be willing to go out and let people see you sitting under somebody's banner. So there's only a certain type of person
And
willing to go
others.
out and have people see how they're voting.
Absolutely.
But they're used to it in Iowa.
Yeah.
It's Iowa.
And they've tried to open up
They
the
know it.
process a bit and make it a little bit more democratic. I'll have
on
satellite
this
sites as
issue
well.
of passion, the argument, Biden's argument is vote Biden, beat Trump. And he was hoping that would get people passionate.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a tactical argument, and it's
I
hard
wanna
to
go to,
arouse people that
I want
way.
to go to Wolf, who's getting some results. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Anderson. It's been now more than 2 hours since the Iowa caucuses started. We're awaiting still. We expect to get them very soon, but we're awaiting the first official results. But I want to check in with Jeff Zeleny. He's in Des Moines. You've got the final results there at the caucuses at Drake University?
Wolf, we do. We are at Precinct 35 here in Des Moines at Drake Fieldhouse, and you can see 38, excuse me. There's a little bit of fatigue setting in for the Pete Buttigieg supporters, but they do have something to cheer about. They were viable. But Wolf, let's go through the numbers. Let's take a little step away over here. Elizabeth Warren, she's leading the way here in this precinct, 31.7%. You can see the numbers on the left of your screen. Pete Buttigieg, 26.9%. Bernie Sanders, 25.2%, and uncommitted, 16.2%. Let me explain that. The uncommitted is a big group of people who decided to support Cory Booker. It was some Cory Booker supporters here on Drake University's campus who convinced the Amy Klobuchar, the Joe Biden, and some others to come over to their side. So essentially, they will be listed as other or uncommitted, but they're calling themselves the Cory Booker caucus. Now, the question here is, and I asked several of them, what does that say about party unity? Why did you decline to go to Elizabeth Warren or go to Pete Buttigieg? Well, let me pause for 1 second here. They're announcing how many delegates are going to be announced right here. Bernie Sanders getting 1 delegate to the county convention here. Elizabeth Warren getting 2. And Pete Buttigieg, you can see right here behind me, getting 2 delegates to the county convention. Well, this is significant. 4 years ago, Bernie Sanders won this precinct here on Drake University's campus, Des Moines Precinct 38. He did not win it tonight. Certainly he had a strong showing, but he did not win. Elizabeth Warren's campaign won this precinct. Let's go over to their group for 1 second and see what they're thinking. It took a little bit longer because they were recounting and unusual circumstances of the Cory Booker. So Elizabeth Warren fans, you won tonight. You happy?
Yes, excited. I'm very happy.
It took a little while.
It did. This whole Cory Booker thing was a little weird.
Does that say anything about party unity, do you think?
No, I don't know. I think it's just uniqueness. Way
On
to
a college
stand up.
campus, maybe?
Sure.
Okay.
Way to stand up.
So definitely this night now here will be over in terms of the counting, but boy, I can tell you so many people have asked me what is going on statewide, so we do look forward to seeing the rest of those numbers. Wolf, back to you.
We anticipate getting them very soon. Let's go over to David Chalian, who's doing some of his numbers. We're getting some results, I take it, right now. The entrance poll numbers that you had earlier showed that the early leaders in alphabetical order were Biden, Buttigieg, Sanders, and Warren. But you're getting real numbers now, not an entrance poll.
Well, it's just the numbers that all of our reporters at the various caucus sites that they've been at have been reporting in, right? It's the numbers that we've been showing on the screen. You just saw at the caucus site that Jeff Zeleny was at. You know, if you take a look, you see there, that 31.7%, 26.9%, that is just at that Des Moines caucus site there, 25.2%. But you will remember, Wolf, that what you have here, what's happening here, is that they're trying to get to that final calculation with those percentages to determine the state delegates. That is the metric that is going to determine the winner tonight. So we are just looking at, and as you've been saying all night, you can't take one precinct and think we understand what's happening statewide. But we are able to look at these individual precincts where we're at and see what numbers are getting reported back to the state party. And what we're waiting on is for them, the state party, the Iowa Democratic Party, to report those numbers back out. The first round of voting of how people separated themselves when they showed up, then the second round of voting when some candidates were not viable, how that got separated out in the caucus site, and then the determination of those state delegate equivalents. And that happens at each of these 1,700 sites. And then when they have that final information, both the popular vote and the state delegates, they send that into the state party, and then the state party will start reporting that out publicly in 2 news organizations, and we'll have that.
Because what's a little confusing to me is that if our reporters are getting these actual numbers when they conclude some of these caucuses, What's taking the state Democrats so long to release the numbers?
If only we had 1,700 reporters and had one in every single precinct so that we could send those numbers back like you have on the screen. But what a state official told me is that what they're trying to do is some quality control right now. They're trying to make certain that what they report out as official results is accurate, reflects exactly the numbers that are sent in from each of these precincts. And, you know, I certainly am not going to begrudge them for trying to make sure that they report out accurate information.
Certainly not. All right, we're getting some numbers from our reporters, including Miguel Marquez, who's joining us from Cedar Rapids right now. You've got some final results over there, right?
We have final results, and I can tell you some of the confusion with getting those numbers out is part of this new process. There were 437 caucus goers that walked into this basement tonight, and there are 435 votes because 2 of them got spoiled. Walking away with this in this particular precinct, Precinct 25, is Pete Buttigieg with 115 votes of those 437. That's 26.5% of the vote. Elizabeth Warren, Senator Elizabeth Warren, she had 86 voters. That's 19.82%. Up next was Amy Klobuchar, had 80 of those voters, 18.43%. And Joe Biden with 73 caucus goers with 16.82%. And Bernie Sanders with 80 individuals who caucused for him at 18.43%. So 2 of the votes were spoiled here. They are now going around to elect those individuals that will be the delegates to the county convention here, and they will break down. There are 9 delegates available for this particular precinct, and they will elect those delegates now, and we will soon find out exactly how many delegates will be reported on to the county for this precinct. Back to you.
All right, Miguel, thanks very much. 5 viable candidates over there out of the 11 candidates who have been running. And right now, so far, John, we got nothing coming in from the state Democrats.
We got nothing, and this is confusing to people watching at home because they see Michael Bloomberg, they say he's not competing in Iowa. They see Tulsi Gabbard, she hasn't really contested Iowa. She's been focusing more on New Hampshire. This is alphabetical order of the candidates. That's how the computer program stacks them until we get results. This is what's astounding. 99 counties that are just all gray right now as we wait. And this is going to be interesting. State party officials say they're doing quality control. Our reporters at some of these sites say they've had to double check and triple check some of the counts. A question about a ballot there, question about a ballot there. That's what happens in a caucus process when you're using paper ballots, when you're spread out all over the state, when you're not coming in using some sort of a computer that has a backup. And this has been one of the controversies for years, but especially this cycle. Remember, Iowa was going to have virtual caucuses at the beginning on. Then they pulled back on that plan. There's been a lot of controversy in the Democratic Party nationally and even within Iowa about whether this is a good idea. And I think the delays tonight are only going to fuel some of the questions about, is this the right way to do it? Texting and emailing with people at some of these campaigns, they're all anxious. They're all incredibly anxious because they know how important this is to them. And so they've been working for months, working for more than a year, spending millions of dollars in many cases, and they're all sitting around right now. If you're Pete Buttigieg, this is critical to you. If you're Senator Klobuchar, it is absolutely critical to you. Can Bernie Sanders, he won't match his 49% of delegates from 4 years ago, but I was out there over the weekend. Everyone thought the momentum was with him. Elizabeth Warren needs to stay close to him as you have the battle of the progressives. And then, of course, there's the former vice president of the United States on the ballot here. And so the stakes are enormous. So we are frustrated waiting for the results to come in. The state party says it's just doing due diligence to make sure it gets it right. You think we're nervous? You should talk to the candidates.
And just to give us some perspective, at 10 p.m. Eastern, 2 hours after the caucuses started going, we had 70% of the precincts already reporting. Right now, we have 0% of the precincts reporting.
Right, and so that, look, there are more candidates this time. So give some grace, but to your point, this came in pretty quick. This came in pretty quick, and it was very close. So it's not like it was a blowout. It's not like it was easy to count. You know, there's stress at caucus sites when you're reporting results that are so close. If you just go through some of the counties, this one's not so close. But if you keep moving around, this one, as we went through the state, 60% there. It's not as close there. If you come into some of these are easy to count, Wolf, but some of them are not. If you come over to this part of the state, you see places like this, 50 to 41. If you're in these precincts within this county, that's a tough task. But they want to go back to that. It was easy to do. Now we're looking at this, and we're just waiting, finally, for some calls to come in.
I assume we're going to get those numbers fairly soon, and then once they come in, they'll come in quickly, and then we'll probably start hearing from candidates themselves delivering some speeches. Much more of our coverage right after this. Welcome back. It's still more than 2 hours since the Iowa caucuses started. We still don't have any official results from the Democrats. David Chalian, you're beginning to get some answers. What's taking so long?
Well, let's not call it answers. We're just getting a characterization that they are doing quality control for the returns that they are getting from the precincts. Again, more than 1,700 precincts across the state reporting into the state party. And the state party is doing some quality control checks to make sure they are confident that the numbers they're getting and reporting out publicly are accurate. People are still caucusing, and we are working on reporting results soon, is what one party official has told CNN. You know, it is hard when you look at the clock and you see it's 10:16, Wolf, to not begin to wonder if something may be askew. I mean, how long, we're not getting a sense of how long does the quality control take, what exactly is the quality control process that the party is undertaking right now, because this is far later than when we've seen reports in Iowa caucuses past of the vote coming in. And so, you know, now the party, they're sticking to this notion of we're doing quality control checks. I'm not sure how much longer they can just sort of say that and not have questions surrounding whether or not is there some reporting problem? Is there something askew, or is everything fine and they're just being super cautious? But then give us a little bit more information perhaps about what the process is underway for this quality control. I think, you know, you're going to start to see more and more need for the state party to sort of say something beyond we're just doing quality control.
Yeah, just to give some perspective, 4 years ago at this point, 2 hours plus in, about 70% of the precincts had been reporting this time. Not. All right, let's go back to Jeff Zeleny. What are you hearing about all of this, Jeff?
Well, if there's no question that party officials and campaign officials are wondering where these results are. Of course, we have seen individual precincts on our air and hearing reports from across the state. But there is a big question here in Des Moines tonight where those results are. And we're getting this from a state party official who tells CNN this: we are doing quality control checks, as David was saying earlier, making sure the numbers are accurate. People are still caucusing. We're working to report results soon. Now, that is not an explanation. It is a bit of a pause button, if you will. So, Wolf, I am not surprised at all that the counting is longer than 4 years ago. If you'll remember, on the Democratic side, it was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders. There was no realignment. It was essentially a straight count, which is what the Republicans do. But this year, of course, much more complicated. So many more candidates. So there was a realignment process. But it begs the question, what is going on with these numbers? Of course, we want accurate numbers. Of course, this is what the state party says they're trying to do here. But, Wolf, we are efforting more information from state party officials. We do know earlier in the day, some officials, Linda Nelson, the chairwoman of the Pottawatomie County Democratic Party in Council Bluffs, said her app wasn't working. So, Wolf, we're working on this, and we'll get you more. But right now, no results, as you know.
All right, thanks very much. As soon as you get some more information, we'll get back to you. Let's go over to Ryan Nobles. He's over at Bernie Sanders' headquarters. How are folks over there reacting? They want to get the results as fast as anyone.
You're absolutely right about that, Wolf. And this crowd started shuttling into this venue here by the airport in Des Moines about 2 hours ago, and they really have had nothing to react to. The results now are just not coming in, and there's no real sense of frustration right now, but there is a general sense of anxiety because they came here expecting to celebrate a victory for Bernie Sanders in his campaign. And I do have to say, just in talking with Sanders campaign officials, they also don't have much information to provide. I asked a campaign official just a few minutes ago about where they feel they're standing right now, and they said, you need to ask the Iowa Democratic Party because they know just as much as we know in terms of the results coming in. Now, we should point out, Wolf, that these campaigns, especially the larger campaigns, those in the top four especially, do have precinct chairs, people in each one of these venues who their responsibility is to track this progress and then report back to their campaign headquarters. But still, there seems to be a lack of information, or at least an unwillingness to share that information with us. As you can see, since we've been up on the screen here in this room, we did get a reaction from the Sanders supporters here. They still feel pretty confident. They still believe that Bernie Sanders is in a strong position to win. But right now, they're like all of us, just waiting to see when these results will come in.
Waiting and waiting and waiting. Ryan Nobles over at the Sanders headquarters. Arlette Saenz is over at the Biden headquarters, also in Des Moines, for us. What are you hearing? What are you seeing over there?
As you can see, since we've been up on the screen.
Well, people here are very eager to start hearing results. The campaign has not heard anything specifically about why the results have yet to start to come in, but we've seen people starting to file into this caucus night headquarters party. They're still waiting to see exactly how their candidate is going to perform this evening. We've heard some anecdotal stories as we've seen played out at each of these caucus sites, but the Biden campaign has still been arguing that Iowa is not necessarily necessarily a win, a must-win for him in this primary and caucus process. They keep pointing to the states beyond, like South Carolina and Super Tuesday states, where they see a strong, diverse demographic that is supporting the former vice president. Now, he has poured a lot of resources into this state, and so they're hoping that they can finish tonight with a strong showing. But right now, just as everyone across the state is, they're waiting to hear what those first results might be for the evening. Wolf.
And Arlette, at some point, we do expect to hear from the former vice president there, right?
We sure do. And the former vice president has been back at his hotel watching these results come in. I spoke with his wife, Jill Biden, earlier today, who told me that they're going to be with their grandchildren. He's also with some top advisors, and he is closely watching how exactly this vote is going to come in. You know, but Joe Biden spent a lot of time in rural areas. He focused a few of his bus tours in those rural, smaller areas where they think he could potentially have a stronger showing. So that is an area that they're going to be keeping an eye on tonight as these results begin to come in.
All right, thanks very much, Arlette. Thanks very much. I want to go to MJ Lee. She's over at Warren headquarters. You know, 4 years ago, at this point, almost 85% of the precincts had reported. Right now, as you know, MJ, 0% of the precincts have officially reported. How are folks over there at the Warren headquarters reacting?
That's right. Well, you know, here at Elizabeth Warren's election night headquarters in Des Moines, people are starting to fill into the ballroom, so there is a level of excitement here. But you're absolutely right. The TVs are turned on to CNN, and everyone is waiting for these results to start trickling in. And we know that Senator Warren was at her hotel earlier to watch these results coming in, and she also visited a caucus site to try to get people excited in these final minutes. And I will tell you, talking to some of these people who are in the room right now, there are mixed emotions. One woman that I talked to, for example, who just got here from a caucus site, she said that she was feeling really sad because where she was at her site, Elizabeth Warren was not viable the first round, and so she ended up having to choose a second choice because Warren was not viable, and that second person was Bernie Sanders. And she says that she felt uncomfortable choosing Bernie Sanders, but simply did not feel like there was another candidate that she could choose. Another woman I talked to was in a much better mood. She said that at the caucus site where she was at, Elizabeth Warren was definitely viable, had a lot of supporters in her corner, and then during the second round, she actually ended up getting more people in her corner, and a lot of them were Andrew Yang supporters. So a lot of excitement and nervous waiting game here at Elizabeth Warren's election night party, Wolf.
Very interesting, Art. MJ, thank you very much. Abby Phillip is over at Pete Buttigieg headquarters, also in Des Moines. I assume the crowd over there is anxious for some numbers.
They are, Wolf. The crowd is trickling into this room behind me, and we just heard a little bit of a chant breaking out as they're waiting for all of these results to come in. Now, Wolf, over the last couple of minutes, talking to campaign aides back in South Bend and here in Des Moines, they are looking and relying on their own organizers who are on the ground in precincts all across the state. And what they are hearing and what they've told CNN is that they feel pretty good about what they're seeing out there. They're seeing some strong results for Buttigieg in rural counties and in suburban counties where they are beating their own expectations. So in lieu of these official results that we still all don't have yet, the campaign is starting to rely on what they have on the ground, and they're seeing some viability in some of these precincts that he spent a lot of time pounding the pavement over the last week and a half and more, really trying to get those voters out in the tiniest of towns, the smallest of precincts, and particularly these crucial 31 pivot counties that went from Obama to Trump. Wolf.
Abby Phillip over at the Buttigieg headquarters in Des Moines. All right, we're waiting for some numbers to come in. The Democratic Party in Iowa says they're doing, quote, quality control. Let's see what happens. We'll be right back.
Will, did you put down
All right, looks like something's going on. It's now approaching 10:30 p.m. here on the East Coast. 2.5 hours after the Iowa caucuses, nearly 1,700 caucus sites. 2.5 hours after they started, they still have not reported anything yet. 0% of precincts reporting. 4 years ago at this time, about 80% of the precincts had already reported, maybe 85%. And as a result, something must be going on. Mark Preston and David Chalian are here. What are you hearing? I know you're talking to folks over there.
Yeah, well, certainly what we're hearing, and I know David has been talking to them as well, is that they're saying that they are trying to do this the right way, right? They're trying to go through their control checks. They are releasing not one data set, they're releasing 3 sets of numbers right now. So that could be the delay right now. So
they're saying it's a more complicated this time than it was 4 years ago?
Well, it's an entirely different process, so it certainly is more complicated. Now, having said this, I mean, I have confidence in them, but I would say this, it is bringing in some concern and certainly wondering about what is exactly happening now behind the scenes.
And let's be clear.
Yeah, go ahead.
This was not the plan. Something is clearly off from the plan that the Iowa Democratic Party had at the start of the night. They did not expect to have no vote reporting at 10:30 Eastern at night. That is dramatically later than we've seen in the past. So Mark is right. It's a brand new process in the sense of what they're reporting out. Not just the state delegates, but also the popular vote for the first round and final round. So I understand that they are doing something brand new, and you can do a test drive, as the party did many times. And they did. I talked to a party official just a few days ago when I was in Iowa, telling me about the test drives that they did and the practice on this. But when it comes down to the actual caucuses, and you have hundreds of thousands of people showing up, you are not in a test drive mode, and there is no way that this is according to plan right now. Now, that doesn't mean that when they start to report vote, it could be accurate, it could be trusted. We don't know anything about that yet. All we know is they're doing quality control, but this was not the plan to not have votes this late at night.
They need these results quickly. You know, a couple hours ago or so, maybe we got a report from Jeff Zeleny, among others, saying Iowa's Democratic Party organization is troubleshooting what they described as multiple reports of technical trouble with a mobile app designed to transmit vote totals from precincts to state headquarters. And it quotes a party spokesperson, Mandy McClure, Iowa Democratic Party Communications Director, saying from the beginning that they've been prepared to deal with issues of human error and poor cell service as they arise. The app is not the only option to forward precinct vote totals.
It is not the only option. There is still the old trusted way of picking up the telephone and calling in the numbers, and they have a hotline set up. They did say that the problems with the app, though, earlier in the night were not consequential enough that it was going to cause problems for the vote count. You know, when we talk about the problems in the near term, of course, is this election. Who's going to be the winner? Who comes out? And will they feel that it has been valid, okay? But really, the long-term problem with a question about this is, can the Iowa caucuses survive, right? There's always been concern that the Iowa caucuses would not be able to survive another 4 years because of the fact of their quirky system and that they don't have the same kind of structure when it comes to geographic, but specifically race in their state.
I want to go to Abby Phillip. She's over at the Buttigieg headquarters. You know, Abby, Iowa's always been about momentum. The candidates come in, some of them do well, they get some momentum, they move on to New Hampshire, Nevada, South Carolina, Super Tuesday and all this. They want to speak, all these candidates, they want to deliver some speeches to their supporters, get themselves on television. It's now past 10:30 p.m. here on the East Coast, and we have 0% of the precincts reporting.
Absolutely, Wolf. This has really delayed for a lot of the campaigns their plans to say something, at least before most of the people on the East Coast and in the middle of the country go to bed tonight. But the delay in the results is causing some concern. My colleague Dan America is reporting among several of these Democratic campaigns here in Iowa, including the Pete Buttigieg campaign. You know, the candidates are waiting for these results to come in. They're relying on their own supporters on the ground, but the delay now is going well into the night when they had plans, and one aide said it just eats up time, valuable time for these candidates, many of whom are planning on getting on planes in the middle of the night, going to New Hampshire tomorrow morning and starting that whole process. So it's not clear how this is all going to go, but there are clearly some concerns about this delay and what is causing it. I talked to several other aides who are being pretty tight-lipped about how they are reacting to the lack of official results so far, Wolf.
Yeah, it's awkward. report at a minimum right now what's going on. Abby, thank you very much. I want to go to Kyung La. She's over at the Klobuchar headquarters, also in Des Moines for us. What are you hearing, Kyung, over there?
Well, Wolf, we spoke to a Democratic aide who is here at Klobuchar headquarters, and this Democratic aide has been pinging the Iowa Democratic Party, asking what is up. They think that something is up, and I'm going to read you this quote. It sure seems like something is up, but we don't know what it is, and that's the concern. They don't know what it is. The anxiety of not having anything to say. This campaign wants to tell a good story. They're relying on Twitter. They're relying on their precinct captains. And their early indication is that Senator Klobuchar is overperforming in places that were unexpected. She's doing well in precincts that are in the suburbs, in precincts that are more liberal. And they want to tell that story, but they also need the results to tell that story. So until that comes forward, at this point here at Klobuchar headquarters, they're just treading water, waiting for the results, hoping that the Iowa Democratic Party has some sort of explanation on what's happening here. A lot of confusion, concern about what exactly is going on here, Wolf.
Yeah, we'd like to know ourselves. All right, stand by. Everybody stand by. Much more of our special coverage of the Iowa caucuses right after this.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses. You see a lot of action going on. It is 10:39 here on the East Coast. At this point in 2016, as Wolf alluded to earlier, we had 83.43% of the votes in. Right now, to paraphrase Rudy Giuliani, we have 0. So, Sean Hannity interviewing something else. Anyway, David Axelrod, what's going on?
Well, first of all, let me say I was thinking back to 2008 when Barack Obama won the Iowa caucuses. I'm pretty sure that we were well into our cups by this time of night, and he had spoken. We're getting ready to love. I'm talking about others. We were ready to take off for New Hampshire. You know, getting ready to take off for New Hampshire. So this is pretty. But there is this new system, and this is the price of transparency, and they're very eager not to get caught in conflicting data.
Right.
And I think that's what the quality control is. But it's there are a bunch of campaigns on the edge of their seats.
So the campaigns don't even know at this point. I mean, they get the.
Oh no,
they
they're in the same position now. They're getting reports from their own people in precincts, and they're trying to put it all together that way. So they have some inkling as to what's going on out there, but certainly not the whole picture.
But they don't have people at. I mean, a campaign doesn't have. Do they have? Well, I guess they do have some people at every.
They have
caucus.
some of the campaigns do, and some of the campaigns don't have every precinct covered. Those that are well organized are probably getting numbers called into them, and they are tabulating them themselves. So.
Yeah, but I was going to say, Iowa always gets this scrutiny about why it's first, because of the demographics, because of the undemocratic process. And I think given what is happening tonight, that scrutiny is going to really intensify.
I said
they
earlier.
have one job, right? To get results, be first in the nation, show that they can handle this process. And so far, it's clear that they haven't been able to handle it.
I'm old enough to remember 2012. When it took 2 weeks for Rick Santorum to figure out that he had actually won the Iowa caucuses by 1%, but we were saying the same thing at that time. I was just emailing with a Democratic pollster who said to me, the Iowa Democratic Party needs to make sure that the 3 sets of numbers are consistent with each other, which would be the hard vote, the popular vote, then the delegates, the delegate equivalents, and what's the third?
The first round.
First round. So, in other words, he said, not so easy. It's one of the costs of transparency. And so this new process, ironically, is supposed to be more transparent, except we don't have any numbers.
It's going to dilute the value. I said earlier that the news cycle.
This is true.
Totally. Yes.
Super Bowl yesterday, State of the Union tomorrow, impeachment the following day. I know we don't think in terms of newspapers, but there are still newspapers. Newspapers are going to go to bed soon. And therefore, whomever wins will be denied a headline in regional, smaller newspapers tomorrow that so-and-so won the Iowa caucus. So the bump is going to be limited.
And that's assuming that we know later tonight.
True.
I mean, look, this is starting to feel like, possibly like a real debacle where if there's some technical problems that they're not disclosing, we could be, very late on this. I mean, I just think that the idea of the caucus has failed to meet the viability threshold. Okay, the idea of the caucus itself has failed to meet the viability threshold because we've all been saying the whole time, why Iowa in the first place? It's 90% white. When you have a party as diverse as this to be in a state that's not diverse is terrible. People need to be able to vote and go home. I don't like caucuses in the first place. But then if you can't even deliver on your one job, Nia Malika said it exactly right. You only have one job, Iowa. You got one job.
Governor, you've talked about this before. You and I have talked about this. How would you like to see, what state would you like to have come first?
Virginia. Well, first of all, Virginia, of course. But I think we should start regionally. I mean, you should do 3 or 4 or 5 states. You shouldn't have one. Shouldn't be Iowa. Shouldn't be New Hampshire. You look at these entrance data, 90% of the caucus goers today were white. Well, if you take the whole landscape of the election, it's 60%. So it's way skewed out of line. I would get rid of all the caucuses, first of all.
Well, they mostly are gone.
Well, there's 5 left. Yeah. They're undemocratic processes. People don't have time to go spend the time like you heard here today. Go vote, pull the curtain, close it, vote, and then leave. That is the democratic way. And think about it today. There's 2 million voters in Iowa. 745,000 registered voters are unaffiliated with a party. 613,000 are Democrats. The rest are Republicans, 645,000. So it's still a small turnout we're talking 10, 15% of the eligible voters, 10 to 15% are going to have such a gigantic sway on who the nominee of the Democratic Party. When I was chairman, I brought up New Mexico, I brought up Arizona, I brought up South Carolina, I brought up Michigan to show our party's diversity. We got to get back to that.
We have come so much farther in this conversation, this cycle, than I have ever heard before. We had presidential candidates bring it up in Iowa, the need to not start with Iowa. I think it's widely recognized as an undemocratic, discriminatory process that most of us want to fix. This is certainly not going to help their case for why this is how we ought to kick the process off.
You guys make good points. There's also a case for rotating states.
Sure, absolutely.
Or combining the first 4 states.
You bet.
I'm sorry, we're getting some developments. Let's go to Wolf.
Oh, wow.
Thanks very much, Anderson. Mark Preston has been getting some information. We've all been trying to figure out what's going on. What are you hearing?
Well, Wolf, we have just got this new statement regarding the delay in the results. This is what they have to say. The integrity of the results is paramount. We have experienced a delay in the results due to quality checks and the fact that the IDP is reporting out 3 data sets for the first time. What we know right now is that around 25% of precincts have reported, and early data indicates turnout is on pace for 2016. Now, this is from the spokeswoman for the Iowa Democratic Party.
Now, we should take a look at what that means, because what that statement says is absolutely nothing new about why we don't have any votes yet. So they had already told us that they had quality control checks, right? We knew they were doing that. Clearly, they felt the pressure to put out a formal statement. That's what's new here. But now they're saying 25% precincts are reported. Okay, well, what does that mean? And why have they not? And if they're reported into the IDP,
IDP is the Iowa Democratic Party.
Why are they still doing quality control? If they can report out that 25% of the precincts
what happens to the other 75%?
But why can't they report the results of that? I think that's a question. If they know that 25, what is wrong with the quality check? So basically, they're buying time here. That's what the statement is trying to buy more time, put out something that says, hey, we're doing quality control checks. We got that. They are doing quality control checks. And as you said before, Mark, wisely, as now the statement is saying as well, they're reporting out these 3 data streams for the first time ever. But what this statement doesn't do in any way is explain what the issue is.
Well, what's interesting, too, is that we have some reporting, too, that shows that the app, we talked about this just a little time ago.
New app.
That this new app where the folks who are running the precincts can report their results back in. Well, that app was breaking down. Now we're hearing from some of the precincts now that they are actually calling in because the app never works. So perhaps that could be the problem as well.
Because earlier they said, Mandy McClure, the communications director for the Iowa Democratic Party, IDP as it's called, Mandy McClure said, the IDP is working with any precinct chairs who want to use the optional tabulation application to make sure they are comfortable with it. We've always been aware that many precinct chairs prefer to call in results via a secure hotline and have systems in place so they can do so. They want to go back to the old school way of doing it, just calling in the numbers.
Right, which isn't, it doesn't really explain the delay, but isn't a surprise. Because look, a lot of these people are they're all volunteers that are running these caucuses, and you have to assume some of them tend to be a little bit older. They might not even be technologically savvy enough that they want to do it on an app and they feel more comfortable with the phone. But again, why haven't we seen the numbers yet? And we still haven't found out why.
Because they got to, obviously they want to make sure these are precise numbers. The quality control is very important, but I think they have to give us a little bit more explanation down the road, all these candidates. Anderson, all these candidates, they want to go on television. They want to deliver speeches. They don't want to do it in the middle of the night. They want to do it now, and they're getting 0 results so far.
Yeah, middle of the night. It could be in the morning. Back now with the panel. Van, you were just saying something.
I'm just looking on Twitter. You got a caucus secretary from a precinct who's he says he's been on hold for an hour. He's just going to tweet out. He's just starting to tweet out.
He's been on hold for an hour with the Democratic Party.
With the Democratic Party. He can't get a response. So they're just starting to tweet out their results. This is starting to look like a debacle.
Wait, who is this tweeting?
This is Sean Sebastian on Twitter. He's just tweeting out his results. I'm the caucus secretary.
What's his job? Where is he?
I am the caucus secretary for Story County Precinct 1-1. I've been on hold for over an hour to report the results. We have 6 delegates. And he just reports out his first alignment, and the delegates. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm just saying that you're starting to see a level of desperation set in. It's starting to look like a debacle.
Well, the word from the party, which I just got from somebody working for the party, and they did just put out the update, is that they only have 25% coming in, right? As they were saying, why?
Right.
Why
Again, and let's say again, it was 83.4% back in 2016. Why? And also, if you have 25%, why not release 25%?
That's right.
There are no machines there are no ballots to count. This should actually be an easier process than a conventional election.
It's a bunch of
and
votes.
everybody who was in those individual caucuses knows what the result was. This is entirely doable. It's frankly the third category I expect that's probably causing the complication when they're trying to do the translation, because they know how many initially came through the door and stood in the respective corners. They know how many then moved into someone else's category. Common sense dictates it's the third calculation.
But didn't they practice? Like, did they do dry runs running up to this?
They've always had to translate it into delegate equivalent. So I don't know.
It's not easy. It's right. It is not easy, but you should know how to do it.
Here's what I feel sorry for the young people, especially, who worked their butts off and did their jobs and knocked on those doors. And I mean, it's cold out there. It's tough out there. You got kids that quit school, who quit jobs, who believe in this country, who believe in this process, and who put it all on the line. And those young people, as well as the rest of us, they deserve to see a process that works. And listen, democracy can be tough. It can be messy. We'll get to the bottom of this. But ordinarily by now, for people who are not used to this, you would be now hearing from the candidates, the ones who lost, the ones who won, and you're beginning to shape a way going forward. And instead, we're sitting here worrying about an app. I don't know.
Well, the practical speaking is, these candidates, especially the winners, you've got a 3-hour flight now. You've got to get to New Hampshire tonight. So you've got to give your speeches. You got to thank your volunteers. You still got to get on a flight tonight, which everybody has private planes ready to go. This is going to delay them tremendously.
So,
right.
Yeah.
So there's a statement. There's a statement that Adam Levy of our polling bureau is reported. And they're saying what we know is that 25 of the precincts have reported. Early data indicates turnout is on pace. The integrity of the results is paramount.
Well, that's true.
We have experienced a delay due to quality checks. And we're reporting out 3 data sets, which we were talking about for the first time. And I think, again, to your question, didn't they practice?
Yeah, I mean, none of this is confidence inspiring.
Right. Well, if you're a campaign, though, what do you decide to just go ahead to New Hampshire anyway? I mean, if you
they're going to have to report these results tonight. I can't imagine that we're going to go to bed.
Right, but couldn't you give your speech from New Hampshire?
No results.
If I were a campaign manager, I'd tell my candidate to go out right now. We don't know the results. I'd go out and give a speech right now.
Yeah.
I would tell my candidate, get out there right now on TV, start talking.
Now they will.
Yeah.
Take advantage of it.
Yeah.
Well, you got nothing to lose. I mean.
Right.
I don't think that it would seem to be, I mean, right now we're a couple hours late on what we were expecting. I don't think that this would seem to be quite the crisis that it does if the Iowa process in general hadn't come under the kind of scrutiny that it has in the last few months. I think this is just sort of a cherry on top of the sundae that we knew was already pretty bad.
The good thing is that the people in Iowa did try to do some things that were tough, that were more inclusive. They allowed people to vote earlier. They had people around the world, so they did do stuff that was hard. The earlier stuff. So you see them, responding to these things and trying to do, more better. But it still doesn't work.
But you're also seeing the process in a way that
the process has always been weird and messy. I mean, I have voted and I have caucused, depending on the state that I lived in. And there's something very strange about standing up in front of your neighbors and coworkers and teachers and friends and people you don't know or like and say, I'm with this person. That's odd.
Let's check back in with Jake and Dana, who are in Des Moines. Jake?
Yes, we're in beautiful downtown Des Moines, and we are in the media center here. And as you can see, it says behind me, results coming soon. I don't know if actually you can see that, but in any case, we are just sitting and waiting. We should note, Dana, that there is a sense of deja vu here. I remember the 2012 Republican caucuses. The night of the caucuses, it was so close. They said Mitt Romney had beat Rick Santorum by 8 votes. And then 2 weeks later, the Republican Party said, oh, I'm sorry, actually, Santorum won by 34 votes. There is a degree to which the parties in this state have difficulty with the responsibility they have been given in this first of the nation caucus honor that they have.
And just by way of context, 4 years ago at this hour, 90% of the results were in.
As opposed to zero?
As opposed to 0%. Yeah, and look, I mean, we've all been hearing and seeing that they're saying that they want to make sure that there's quality control, that there's the integrity of the results, which everybody applauds. But at some point, it would be nice to know what they actually mean by that. We were just down, not too far from here, at a pretty big caucus.
Yeah.
There were
more than 300 people.
More than 300 people there. And that took a while just in the room, it took a while. The counting was a little off at the beginning. They had to do it and redo it, and that was just in the room. We're waiting for them to see if they can actually transmit the results back to the state party.
But as our team has been noting all week, there have been concerns raised about this new app for the phones that the precincts were going to call into the party using this app, and questions about whether or not it worked properly. We've been reaching out to all the campaigns to try to find out if they know anything. They don't seem to know much more than we do. But let's go to Arlette Saenz, who covers the Biden campaign for us. And Arlette, you're, I think, at Drake University. What are you hearing from Team Biden? Do they have any idea what's going on? What are you learning?
Well, Jake, they're certainly working to find out what is going on with these delayed results. I spoke with an advisor who said that he's been in contact with the Iowa Democratic Party, spoken to them several times, and what they've been told is that they are checking with their data team and they are going to keep the Biden campaign, as all campaigns, posted on an ETA for when they may get closer to releasing results. But this advisor told me that it's very frustrating to not have these results in just now, and also to not know exactly how this is all playing out. But here at Biden headquarters, there are certainly a lot of supporters who have filed in here for this event, eager to see how their candidate is going to do. One area that they're specifically interested in is those rural areas, but the Biden campaign is in contact with the Iowa Democratic Party and trying to get more information about these delayed results.
All right, Arlette Saenz, thank you so much. Dana?
And we have reporters all over the state with the key campaigns, all the campaigns, really. I want to get now to MJ Lee with the Warren campaign. And MJ, I know you've been working your sources. What are you hearing over there?
Well, Dana, here at Elizabeth Warren's election night party in Des Moines, the room is getting full, but the campaign does not know what's going on. And a senior aide that I was just speaking to tells CNN that with every minute that there is a delay, they worry that the process loses credibility. So it is clear that at this point in the evening, there is serious concern among some of these campaigns. And I will tell you, this obviously affects the plans that Senator Warren has for the night as well. Behind me, you can see the podium. And there are 2 teleprompters that are set up suggesting that she is going to give prepared remarks. At this point, we have no idea when that might happen. And also keep in mind, too, whenever she is finished, the plan is for her and her family, including her dog, and many of the reporters who cover Senator Warren to pile onto a plane and fly directly to New Hampshire overnight so that she can begin her campaigning there. So all of those plans are in flux right now as the campaigns wait to figure out what is going on with these delays. But again, the concerns are serious. A senior aide telling CNN that with every passing minute that there is a delay, they worry that the process will lose credibility. Dana.
All right, MJ Lee with Warren headquarters. Let's go now to Ryan Nobles, who covers Senator Bernard Sanders for us. Ryan, what are you hearing from Sanders HQ?
Jake, actually, just in the last few seconds as you were waiting to come for me, I did get a confirmation from a senior aide to the Bernie Sanders campaign that they have been called to a meeting by the Iowa Democratic Committee to discuss the delay in the results. He didn't have any information about what would come from that meeting, but he did confirm that the Sanders campaign does have a representative at this meeting. There's no indication at this point as to what exactly this conversation is going to be about, but we can now confirm that the Iowa Democratic Party is, at least from my perspective, I can tell you that they've reached out to the Bernie Sanders campaign to have a conversation as to exactly what this delay is about. So we're working to find out more information about that. But at this point, Jake, that's what we know. So I'll send it back to you.
All right, Ryan Nobles, thanks so much. And we're hearing anecdotally from a number of individuals who are precinct secretaries, precinct captains, talking about how they're having trouble with their apps, and they're having trouble even calling into the Iowa Democratic Party.
That's right. And I want to get now to Abby Phillip, who is Abby Phillip. Go ahead with your reporting.
Hey, Dana. Well, we're trying to reach our sources right now about what's going on. And frankly, Dana, there's a lot of tight-lipped action happening here, especially with the Buttigieg campaign, not talking a whole lot about the problems. But one aide did tell me that they are just simply waiting to see what the results are. But I did speak to another aide from a different campaign, from the Biden campaign, that said that they believe that caucusers are still caucusing and that there are problems with the app that is supposed to be used for the reporting. So that's some of the reason that they have to explain for this delay. Meanwhile, the Buttigieg campaign is just relying on their own organizers. They've heard back from 76% of their precinct captains. They have captains in all 1,600 districts here, precincts here in Iowa. So that's what they're relying on now. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, thanks very much, Abby. It's the top of the hour. It's 11 p.m. Here on the East Coast, 10 p.m. Out in Iowa right now. 4 years ago, 90% of the precincts in Iowa had already reported the results in the Democratic presidential caucuses. Right now, 0% of the precincts have reported the results, and it's causing a lot of heartburn out there, especially among the candidates. They want to know what's going on. The candidates would like to go out and speak to the American people, speak to their supporters, and then move on to New Hampshire and elsewhere. You know, it's crazy what's going on. Mark Preston is here. David Chalian is here. So the latest information you've received from the Iowa Democratic Party is what?
Is that they were spending time to do quality control to ensure that the 3 data set numbers, which they have never released before, this is the first time, are accurate. Now, we have since found out from Ryan Nobles through the campaign that there's now can only be called an emergency meeting of campaign representatives with the Iowa Democratic Party to discuss we don't know what, but clearly this is not a good sign of where we're at.
Yeah, no, I mean, we were told we were going to start seeing reports of votes an hour ago, at top of the 10 o'clock hour, after this quality control delay.
And normally we start receiving reports about a half an hour,
exactly. So we were already
minutes
asking
after the caucus is open.
So we were already asking party officials, well, what's the deal? And we were told at the top of the 10 o'clock hour, after this quality control, we would start to. We're now an hour past that. Now that campaigns have been called into a meeting where the party needs to inform them of what has gone on here, and by the way, still keep their confidence that whatever, if anything, ever gets eventually reported here is actually legitimate. Clearly, this is this isn't just a small problem they're dealing with, right? It is hard to imagine you would call in all the campaigns into a meeting, into your boiler room, if you're the state party running this process, if you're worried about one precinct over there or one precinct over there. This is clearly a larger issue now that they have to brief the campaigns on to make sure there's still integrity in the process.
It's going to call into question, Iowa. I mean, this is a serious problem. They got to fix this very soon, get the results out very soon. Otherwise, people are going to wonder, this is the first in the nation Democratic presidential election caucuses right now, and people have been waiting for 3 hours.
And there have been problems in the past. This brings me back to 2016, and I remember leaving Iowa just about this time on an airplane. We did not know who had actually won. There were 4 airplanes that left Iowa. I remember we all landed in New Hampshire. Now, the reason why I say this is when we landed, Bernie Sanders came out. He did not know that Hillary Clinton had declared victory of the Iowa caucuses, and he came out, and we had done an interview, and Chris Cuomo had pulled him aside. It was about 4:30 in the morning, and I said, Senator, you've lost the caucuses. And he said, what are you talking about? And again, it called it into question. What we've seen so far tonight is we've seen multiple campaigns now telling our reporters on the ground that they are now questioning what these results are. Heading into New Hampshire, there could be some question about who exactly the winner is.
And I think we're also going to have to start looking at, well, what was the reporting system here? This app that they were using, this new way of doing things, did that app system fail in some way entirely? Mm-hmm. And then I think you're going to start asking, we have to start asking the questions of, has it been infected in any way? Has there been any kind of interference? We don't know that, but these are now all the questions that are mounting in the absence of the reporting information that the party has to answer to have any belief and trust in the system.
And Wolf, when we talk about all these results too, and for most of the viewers out there, they're used to a primary system that's run by the Secretary of State or the election official who was appointed or elected in their state. This is being run by the state political party and by volunteers. So no surprise that we'd be running into some problems tonight.
The Iowa Democratic Party earlier, a woman, Linda Nelson, a county chairperson of one of the counties out there, posted a call for help on Facebook saying, "I still cannot get my caucus app to work. I get to the point of adding my precinct PIN from the math worksheet. I continue to get the error message. What am I doing wrong?" So obviously there's a problem with this new app that they brought in. But you know what? Now they may have to go back to the old-fashioned way of actually calling in specific results from nearly 1,700 precincts and getting the results.
And that's a really important point because remember, they have these cards. They have the presidential preference cards that you sign and you express your support. So there is a paper trail. The party has that system in place. So it will be attainable to go and look at those preference cards. And in fact, it was those preference cards that each of these precinct chairs were using to do the actual vote count. They would count the heads, and then that was the backup system, the way to verify how many people actually showed up in the caucuses. It looks like they're going to need to make sure and secure all of those presidential preference cards and make certain that they represent the reality of what occurred in those rooms.
Because the most important thing is to be precise and accurate. They don't want to rush it if they don't have the numbers and they're not confident in the numbers. They got to wait.
I mean, look, if the situation right now is that they want to be specifically and extra careful, that's understandable. But then we just go back to the fact that they have called an emergency meeting with some of the campaigns. I can't imagine that meeting is just to say, look, this is why, we've been late. We're going to release them now. I think you would just do that over the telephone. So I suspect we are going to find out very, very soon what exactly is happening.
And Terry McAuliffe, former governor of Virginia, made an important point. And David, I would just want to get your thought on this. He said if he were advising any of these presidential, he would send them out to speak right now while people are still awake on the East Coast.
Yeah, I think there's no doubt. I mean, in Central Time, it's 10 o'clock. An hour earlier, the local newscasts are beginning. Now would be a good time to capture a lot of attention. The problem is you don't know what the results are that you need to talk about. But at least you could go out and offer some assurance to your supporters and perhaps maybe just move on to New Hampshire if it doesn't look like we're going to get Iowa results anytime soon.
Right. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny and see. He's in Des Moines. What are you hearing over there, Jeff?
Party officials have been hunkering down, I'm told, in a war room near here, and they are really not saying much. They have summoned, as we've been reporting, campaign officials here to downtown Des Moines to have a briefing, essentially. I've talked to officials in a couple of campaigns who literally are on their way for this private meeting for some type of an update. We are told, and information we should point out is very limited here, but we are told from officials from two campaigns that they believe, as we've been saying, that this is a delay from the app, the application that was designed to report this three-tiered reporting system. We heard reports earlier in the day that it had crashed for several people, several party chairs, so they were calling in the results old-fashioned way, if you will, and the lines have been jammed and other things. I did also talk to a separate state Democratic official who was in this hotline room, and he said the mood in there was fine. He said this is a lot of information to process, so they were taking their time. So that's the party line right now, that they are having a quality control check. But frankly, the campaigns aren't buying it. And as David was saying earlier, they are losing valuable time here for momentum going forward. I was just at a precinct across town at Precinct 38 at the Des Moines, at the Drake Fieldhouse, and the precinct chair there was also calling in the results over the phone, not using the app because of a glitch in the reporting. So it appears that the calling in these results is taking more time than the instantaneous app. We do not know if it's more than that. We don't know how widespread it is, but that is what we know here right now as those party officials, those presidential campaign officials, they thought they would be at their victory parties or licking their wounds perhaps. Now they're headed downtown Des Moines to try and find out from party officials what the holdup is. Wolf?
It's interesting, and give me a sense of the mood that you're seeing out there, Jeff, because there must be a lot of frustration, a lot of awkwardness right now. What's going on with the Iowa Democratic Party?
Sure. I mean, this is something that it's Central Time here, so it does not seem as late, if you will. I talked to one official who said it's only right before 10 o'clock. This isn't that late. I said, but the results, as we've been talking about all evening long, have always come in much faster. In 2008, they certainly did. 4 years ago, they certainly did. And it is a different moment. They are reporting significantly different results. The raw total, of course, the popular vote, if you will, as well as the delegate equivalent. But the mood among presidential campaigns is one of worry and one of wonder exactly what's going out there. And some know exactly how they did and how they didn't do. So that is another thing. They're in a bit of limbo here. But I think average voters, have already gone home. I was texting with some voters who were at their precincts earlier, and they've been home for quite some time. So there is just a sense of where are these results. And you're talking about newspapers earlier. The deadline for the Des Moines Register, the state's largest newspaper, is about now. It's coming up on 10:30. So the winner almost certainly will not be on that front page, and that does matter. We, of course, have seen time and time again, Rick Santorum ended up being named the winner of the Iowa Republican caucuses a couple weeks later. So, Wolf, we're efforting more information here when we can talk to these officials and the campaign officials once they come out of their briefing.
We'll get back to you as soon as you have more information, Jeff. Thank you. Sean Sebastian is joining us right now from Story County. He's a precinct secretary out there. What can you tell us about this delay in getting any results, Sean?
Well, Wolf, I have been on hold for over an hour with the Iowa Democratic Party. They tried to, I think, promote an app to report the results. The app, by all accounts, just doesn't work. So we've been recommended to call into the hotline, and the hotline has not been responsive.
Have you gotten any explanation, Sean? Sean, have you gotten any explanation at all as to what's going on?
No, I have not. No. I'm just waiting on hold and doing my best to report the results from my precinct.
What are you hearing? I know you're listening to a conversation from the Iowa Democratic Party.
This is a real coincidence, Wolf. I just got off hold just now, so I've got to get off the phone to report the results.
All right, go ahead. Report your results. Can we listen in as you report them, Sean?
Yep.
All right, let's listen.
All right. Okay. Hi. Hello? They hung up on me. They hung up on me. Okay. I've got to get back in line on hold. They just hung up.
It's so frustrating indeed. Sean, we're going to stay in close touch with you. Sean Sebastian from Story County out in Iowa, a precinct secretary, just wanted to report the results of the caucus there. And clearly, for an hour, he was on hold, finally got through. And then all of a sudden, not happening now. Story County, John King, I assume you know where all these 99 counties.
Story County is very important. It's Polk County's right here. This is where the state party headquarters is, so it's a pretty short phone call. But this is where the state party headquarters is. Polk's the largest county. Story County is very interesting because Ames, Iowa, it's a college town, so it's key if you go back in time and just take a look at it here. It was a Bernie Sanders county by quite a bit 4 years ago. So it's one of those places where we're trying to see where do the young people go, where do the progressives go. It's very important in the full calculation. It is stunning. We still have 99 counties in Iowa, all gray at the moment. Again, you're seeing these names here. They're all 0% because the computer stacks them alphabetically until we start to get results. All of these campaigns that are competing anyway, are sitting in their headquarters. I was just in the back texting and emailing. Ryan Nobles was first reported here. All of the campaigns have been asked to send a designee to the Iowa Democratic Party for a meeting. We're waiting to get some word on exactly what they're being told in that meeting. And of course, you just heard the precinct captain you were talking to. The campaigns are saying the same thing, that they're hearing issues with the technology. They're hearing issues about the delay, trying to get on the phone when they're trying to go do it the old-fashioned way. So we wait. And at the moment, we have nothing.
All right, let's take a quick break. Resume our special coverage from the Iowa caucuses. Still, 0% of the precincts have reported. We'll be right back.
staff. Give yourselves a hand, okay?
And you're looking at live pictures from Amy Klobuchar headquarters. That is not Amy Klobuchar, in case you're wondering. That is a person on her campaign. We expect her to be speaking very shortly to Governor McAuliffe's suggestion that a candidate should maybe come out and start speaking. Maybe somebody was listening. We're told she will be out momentarily. Governor, just again, this is for those who are just joining us. Normally, we would have the vast majority of results in in 2016. By this hour, we would have had more than 90% of the results in. We have 0 results in. The Iowa Democratic Party says that they have 25% of results in thus far. What do you make of what is going on?
Now they've
what
called representatives of the campaign to the state party for a meeting. That is not a good sign. So obviously what we're hearing is there was a problem with the app sending the information in. I mean, you're only reporting a couple numbers. They should have had a backup with phones. You heard this gentleman could not get through. I mean, it's chaos.
If you're sitting in the White House tonight watching this, as I'm sure some people
Donald
are,
Trump is loving this.
This must be ideal.
God love the Democratic
tweeting.
Party. I mean, this is what we have to fix. We have to look organized as a party. But this is the problem here with the caucuses. Candidates, they want to give their victory speeches. They want to get on the planes. They're going to get into New Hampshire at 5 in the morning. This is their job to run these caucuses, and they can't do it.
Amy Klobuchar there. You can sort of see her through the signs. Not really. But she's about to speak.
Probably heard we don't know the results. But I did not want to let another minute go by without thanking all of you. We know there's delays, but we know one thing. We are punching above our weight. My heart is full tonight. One, because I have my great chair here. Thank you, Andy McGuire. 2, because I have this fantastic staff that has stood with us all the time. And 3, because my husband and daughter are here with me tonight. And I want to thank them. I want to thank our tireless field organizers, the unstoppable volunteers who would never give up. And we are feeling so good tonight. And I cannot wait. Somehow, some way, I'm going to get on a plane tonight to New Hampshire. And we are bringing this ticket to New Hampshire. So even in a crowded field of candidates, even during the well-earned impeachment hearing of Donald J. Trump, which kept me bolted to my Senate desk for the last 2 weeks, we kept fighting. And you kept fighting for me. We have started in a blizzard, and a lot of people didn't predict I'd finish that speech. That's what they were like, how could she do it? Then in the summer, they kept saying, is she going to make it through the summer? And then debate after debate after debate. And all I can say is we are here and we are strong. And with that same grit that got us through that blizzard, we are now ready to head to New Hampshire. And my friends here in Iowa, you know we have beaten the odds every step of the way. We have done it on the merits, we have done it with ideas, and we have done it with hard work. Because, thank you. We know in our hearts that in a democracy, it is not about the loudest voice or the biggest bank account. It is about the best idea, and it is about the person that can turn those ideas into action. We know that our party can't win big by trying to outdivide the divider-in-chief. We know that we win by bringing people with us instead of shutting them out. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that the people in the middle, the people who have had enough of the name-calling and the mudslinging, have a candidate to vote for in November. Donald Trump's worst nightmare is that our fired-up Democrats will march to victory alongside a big coalition of independents and moderate Republicans that see this election just as we do. that this election is, yes, an economic check, but it also is a patriotic check. It is a decency check. It is the simple idea, it's a simple idea that the heart of America is so much bigger than the heart of this guy in the White House. Our country cannot take another 4 years of Donald Trump. Our collective sense of decency can't take another 4 years. The rule of law can't withstand another 4 years of a president that thinks he's above it. Our democracy cannot tolerate another 4 years of a president who wants to bulldoze right through it. The American dream cannot take another 4 years of a president who thinks he can choose who gets it. His playbook is not hard to understand. It is really 3 words: divide and demoralize. Well, I have a playbook that's 3 words: unite and lead. That is how I have passed over 100 bills as the lead Democrat in the United States Senate in the middle of that gridlock. And that is how I have won elections in the reddest of red congressional districts, in the bluest of blue congressional districts. The president, though, he might as well have a sign on his desk that says, "The buck stops anywhere but here." Look at what he has done. He blames everyone for our problems. He blames everyone, people that shouldn't be blamed. Who does he blame? He blames immigrants, right? He blames Barack Obama. He blames the Fed chair that he nominated, the energy secretary that he appointed, the generals that he commands, and yes, the King of Denmark. He even recently blamed Justin Trudeau for cutting him out of the Canadian version of Home Alone 2. Who does that? Who does that? So let me tell you what I will do. When I am behind that desk, I will take responsibility instead of passing it on. I will reach across the aisle and work with Americans in good faith. Instead of picking fights, I'll bring this country together instead of pushing it apart. Some of you may know that old story about Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And it was a story about how after he died, they put his body on a train and it worked its way to Washington, D.C. And there's a story of a reporter who came upon a man who was crying by the side of those tracks. And the man had his hat on his chest and he was sobbing. And the reporter looked at him and said, "Sir, do you know President Roosevelt? Did you know him?" And the man says, "No, I didn't know me. He knew me." And what we are missing so much right now in our country is that sense of empathy. We are missing that caring. And I promise you this, I will bring back that sacred trust between the American people and the President of the United States. If you are sick and tired of hearing how great the economy is when you don't feel it, when your paycheck is stretched to the breaking point month after month, I know you and I will fight for you. If you are sick of choosing between paying for daycare for your kids and long-term care for your parents, I know you and I will fight for you. If you're sick of being torn between filling a refrigerator and filling a prescription, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you want a Democratic nominee who can make our tent bigger and our coalition wider and our coattails longer, if you want that, I know you, and I will fight for you. And if you are sick and tired of the extremes in our politics and the noise and the nonsense, you have a home with me. So please join our campaign at amyklobuchar.com.
Amy Klobuchar speaking first out. She just spoke. Even though we're waiting for some results, so far 0% of the precincts reporting. You're getting some new information on this delay, hour after hour.
I am, as well as David Chalian is. The telephone call has ended between the Iowa Democratic Party and the representatives of the campaigns. What we're told, though, is what they are saying publicly is what they were saying privately, that, in fact, this is out of the abundance of caution that they are having to report 3 data sets, and they want to make sure they get it right. Now, I know David has even more.
Well, we just have a brand new statement, everyone, from the Iowa Democratic Party. This is from the communications director, Mandy McClure. Wolf, I'm just going to read this from my computer screen here. We found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. In addition to the text systems being used to tabulate results, we are also using photos of results and a paper trail to validate that all results match and ensure that we have confidence and accuracy in the numbers we report. This is simply a reporting issue. The app did not go down, and this is not a hack or an intrusion. The underlying data and paper trail is sound and will simply take time to further report the results. So that is from the Iowa Democratic Party Communications Director. We are now finally, after several hours now, actually getting what the system is, which is that the text systems used to tabulate the results, in addition to photos and paper trail, will now validate because of inconsistencies in reporting of the 3 sets of results.
And tell our viewers what the 3 sets we're talking about.
Well, remember, this is something brand new. This has never happened before, and obviously this has caused a complication here, but we were getting tonight, anticipating from the Iowa Democratic Party, a popular vote total of that first round of voting that the caucus goers do when they get to the caucuses, and then a popular vote total of the final round of voting after they have realigned themselves and certain candidates are not viable, and then the all-important metric of state delegate equivalents that determine the winner of the Iowa caucuses. 3 different data streams that the party had prepared to transmit simultaneously as it was being reported in from the precincts, and report out first, final, and state delegates all at once. But again, quote, we found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. So something wasn't matching up and making sense, it seems, between that first vote, final vote, and those state
Sounds like a technical problem. They're going to have to go back and actually count the...
And they want to ensure it's accurate, the reporting.
And you know what? You have to give them credit for that. I mean, in the sense, if this is in fact what is happening and that they have these safeguards in place, then we're all just going to have to wait a little bit to get those results. Again, they probably should have came out about an hour earlier to probably tamp this down, but we'll see what these results are when they come out.
We've got Brett Niles is joining us, the Linn County Democratic Party chair, joining us on the phone right now. Brett, can you help us better appreciate this delay? What's going on?
Unfortunately, we're having trouble with people who weren't able to get through on the app, that it was getting hung up or they weren't able to initially get in, that are trying to call in the results on the line that was identified for filing results if the app wasn't working.
So where does it stand right now? What do you have to do?
We're trying to gather all the information from the various 86 precincts in Linn County. We have a central location for that. So we're going to be getting as much information from each one of those so we can try and compile it here, if possible, for Linn County results.
Do you have a sense of the results in Linn County where you are?
No, unfortunately, I don't right now. There's still people coming in, and we're unpacking our presidential preference cards, our reporting sheets, our voter registrations, and so forth. So to that extent, I really don't have a handle on where it stands.
Brett, we'll stay in touch with you. The former vice president, Joe Biden, is getting ready to make a statement, too. You see his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, there as well. We want to hear what he has to say in Iowa.
the president actually sent out a tweet. He made fun of me for talking about climate change in the middle of a blizzard, and he called me Snow Woman. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, Donald Trump, the science is on my side, and I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. Sometimes, if you haven't noticed, you use a little humor. Like when he called me Snow Woman at my announcement in the middle of that thing, I wrote back on Twitter, I'd like to see how your hair would fare in a blizzard. So I wrote back, hey.
Nevada, South Carolina, and well beyond. We're in this for the long haul. And I want us to remember, not just tonight, but throughout this campaign, thank you. This isn't just another election. This is well beyond our party. This is about ending an era of ending an era, God willing, of a president who, this is bigger than any of us. It really is. We cannot allow Donald Trump to be reelected to the United States presidency again. I'm ready to give him a new nickname, the former President Trump, Chris. The former President Trump. And folks, as I said, it's bigger than any candidate, bigger than any party. And folks, I said from the outset, Jill and I both said, we're in a battle for the soul of the nation. And that's not hyperbole. We really believe that, and I think it's been demonstrated every single hour he remains as President of the United States. Folks, each and every one of us knows that deep in our bones that everything this nation stands for is at stake. And I really mean it. 4 more years of Donald Trump will fundamentally alter the character of this nation. And character is on the ballot. That's what this is. Everything that makes America, America is at stake. And literally, our view. I say our view because you've been doing as hard as I have. Folks. And folks, I love her too, man. Well, I tell you what, and the other reason we're running and we're gonna make sure it happens is we got to rebuild the backbone of this country. The working class, the middle class, they've been getting laid out badly by this administration. The middle class is being hurt very badly. But look, you know what? We have to unify this country as well. Everybody understands that CEOs and Wall Street bankers didn't build America. Ordinary, hardworking people led by unions build America. Unions. And folks, we need a president who's not only ready to fight, but is also ready to heal this country. We can't hold grudges. We've got to be able to go out and unify the country because the president is supposed to heal as well as fight. And that's exactly what I plan on doing, we plan on doing, all of us in this hall plan on doing. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go all over this country, every part of the Democratic Party, and reunite it. Men, women, gay, straight, everyone, black, brown, a whole universe of people out there. Because folks, there's nothing we've ever failed at when we've tried to do it together. Nothing America's ever failed at. And so, ladies and gentlemen, all my friends, and by the way, I want to take a special thanks again to Al Shapeberg and the firefighters. You've been incredible to us. You've been incredible to us. But folks, everybody knows who Donald Trump is. Well, it's fortunate they do know now. They didn't know last time, I don't think. But they know now. And folks, we got to let them know who we are. We choose hope over fear. We choose science over fiction. Unity over division. and compassion over cruelty. And maybe most importantly of all, truth over lies. Folks, we're going to do this. I promise you. I promise you we're going to get this done. And God willing, we'll do it together. May God bless you all and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. On to New Hampshire.
Came together and fought side by side until we won our independence. In the 1800s, people said that slavery would endure forever and African Americans would never see liberation. But abolitionists, enslaved and formerly enslaved people formed an underground railroad, and more than 2 million people waged a war to defeat the tyranny of slavery. And in the 1900s, people said we could never rescue our economy from the depths of the Great Depression or defeat fascism. But we forged a new deal. We mobilized to defeat fascism. We expanded unions. We built a middle class, and we marched for civil rights. Americans do big things. That's who we are. We don't settle. We don't back down. We meet big problems with even bigger solutions. So I'm here tonight because I believe that big dreams are still possible in America. Tonight, you showed that when you imagine an America that lives up to its ideals, you can set in motion the process of making it a reality. All it takes is some hard work and better connections. And here in Iowa, that's what happened. You came together, you organized, you showed that we are united in our conviction.
Senator Elizabeth Warren there, if you're listening for a victory speech, you're not hearing anybody give a victory speech because nobody has any, there have been no results released publicly given this issue with all the data that has been coming in ordinary years. In 2016, for instance, by 11:40 on the East Coast time, I'm just checking from the records back then, we would have had about almost 95% of the votes already announced. Governor David Axelrod, Governor McAuliffe earlier was suggesting that candidates should get out there at least, and Amy Klobuchar was the first.
Well,
to
here's
do it
what
very
we're
wisely.
learning, that when there are no results, everybody goes home a winner. They're all giving victory speeches. And in certain ways, it lets candidates off the hook who would have had to give a much more sober speech tonight if all the results had come in.
Everybody's going on to New Hampshire. Everybody's...
Yeah, we'll see. You know, New Hampshire always want to be first in the nation. These results may come in so late that New Hampshire will be first in the nation.
I feel like we're in a rain delay of some kind, you know, a political rain delay here, and we're listening to all these candidates, and the one thing they're not talking about is why this happened. And every 4 years, we seem to be talking about some kind of problems.
And
that
we've just
caucuses
explained,
have.
was it, David, I don't know if you have the email or Gloria, you have it. Just explain
I've got a more
what we have now been told about.
So here's a more extensive one. We found inconsistencies in the reporting of all three sets of results. In addition to the text systems being used to tabulate results, we were also using photos of results and a paper trail to validate that all results match and ensure that we have confidence and accuracy in the numbers we report. This is simply a reporting issue. The app did not go down, and this is not a hack or an intrusion. The underlying...
Would you all agree? Yeah. Yeah, so feel free to make whatever sophisticated argument you want. But it is the face-to-face and door-to-door conversation that you're going to have in the next number of minutes, hours, that are going to help determine the future of this country, the future of this world. And ordinarily when someone says that stuff, it's a little bit of hyperbole, but in this case, it is 100% the truth. And I can't thank you enough for it. What brought you here is the best of humanity, the best of America. It's awesome. It's why we're going to win. It's why we're going to win tomorrow night. Am I right? Yeah. There's a poem and a song, and this is apropos of Black History Month. The revolution will not be televised. And that is right. because people do not learn really from TV. If they did, Mike Bloomberg would be our next president. People learn primarily from other people. People learn from face-to-face conversations, looking someone in the eyes, having their thoughts moved, their spirit stirred. That is how these revolutions take place, and that is what you are doing by knocking on every single door today.
Woo!
So thank you so much, Ames. Let's make history together. Let's show this country that people can still move mountains and that we can get our country working for us again instead of the big companies that have run this place for far too long. Thank you so much, Ames.
Batteries are looking good.
Jumping up and down on the chair.
Careful now. Don't break it.
Oh my God. Stop jumping, Ross. All right, guys.
Now you're doing it.
Let's see Bernie do that.
No questions, guys. Let's go.
Boom. So that's the kind of content you get from Yangstream.com. Up close and personal with the man himself. Nah, dude, that was awesome. I was so happy to get around that building and get that shot. That made the whole trip worth it. It was fun. So anyways, back to the results. Let's see what we got going on here. Sorry, get back to the chat. We got some more tweets. Let's see what we got here.
Sure.
Bernie Sanders is coming out, so we're obviously going to take him when he speaks. But as he's just greeting the crowd, they have
Absolutely. They're getting reports from their own precinct captains. They have a good sense of where they are.
Do we meet our targets? Do we not meet our targets? Et cetera. So they have a pretty good sense of how they're doing. Absolutely.
All right, let's listen into Bernie Sanders.
Thank you. And let me begin by stating that I have a strong feeling that at some point the results will be announced. And when those results are announced, I have a good feeling we're going to be doing very, very well here in Iowa. And the message that Iowa has sent to the nation, the message shared by the American people, is that we want a government that represents all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors and the 1%. Tonight, in this enormously consequential 2020 election, the first state in the country has voted, and today marks the beginning of the end for Donald Trump. The most dangerous president in modern American history. You know, no matter what our political views may be, the people of America understand we cannot continue to have a president who is a pathological liar, who is corrupt, who does not understand our Constitution and is trying to divide our people up based on the color of their skin, based on their religion, their sexual orientation, or where they were born. And all of that hatred, all of that divisiveness is going to end when together we are in the White House. We are going to win this election because the people of the United States are sick and tired of a massive level of income and wealth inequality. They don't want tax breaks for billionaires and cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. The American people understand that if you work 40 hours a week, you should not live in poverty, and that we've got to raise that minimum wage to at least $15 an hour. The American people understand that health care is a human right, not a privilege. And that our administration is going to take on the greed and corruption of the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. And whether they like it or not, we will pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. The American people understand that in the year 2020, all of our people, regardless of income, are entitled to get a higher education. And that is why, together, we will make public colleges and universities tuition-free, and why we will cancel all student debt in America. And we're going to do that through a modest tax on Wall Street speculation. 11 years ago, we bailed out the crooks on Wall Street. Now it is their time to help the middle class. And unlike the President of the United States, the American people understand that climate change is not a hoax, but is an existential threat to our country and the entire world. They understand that the time is now for us to take on the fossil fuel industry, to transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energies. And as President of the United States, because this is a global issue, not just an American issue, we are going to speak to the people in China and Russia and countries all over this world and say, maybe, just maybe, instead of spending $1.8 trillion a year on weapons of destruction designed to kill each other, maybe we should pool our resources and fight our common enemy, which is climate change. And the people of America know the time is long overdue for major reforms to a broken and racist criminal justice system. We're going to invest in our young people, in jobs and education, not more jails and incarceration. And the American people also understand that our immigration system is broken, and together we will pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship. And the American people know that gun safety legislation will be written by the American people, not the NRA. And the American people most certainly know that it is women who must control their own bodies, not politicians. So, brothers and sisters, yes, together we will defeat Donald Trump, but we're going to do more than that. Our message to Wall Street and the insurance companies and the drug companies and the fossil fuel industry and the military-industrial complex and the prison-industrial complex, our message to them is change is coming.
All right, we're going to cut away and talk more about the breaking news story here in Des Moines and across Iowa with this Iowa caucus mess. Dana Bash, the Iowa Democratic Party just called all of the campaigns and gave an update as to why this significant delay in any results or returns. It's never happened like this before. What did they tell the campaigns?
Well, I'm told that it was a short call, not that informative, that the Iowa party basically told them what David Chalian read, the statement that they released to the press. They didn't take any questions. It was very quick. I talked to one of the campaigns, a source in one of the campaigns who said that they kind of hung up quickly so that they could avoid taking questions. That was the feeling from this source. But the other thing one thing that they did say is that there's going to be counting manually.
Manually counting all the ballots.
But well, that's the question, because they didn't answer questions, is what does that exactly mean? Because when you're talking about caucuses, how does that work? We don't know the answer to that. Just put that on the long list of questions.
Hundreds of thousands of votes, or is it from the 1,700 or so precincts?
Exactly.
Because remember, there's 3 sets of data for this caucus count. Not just the delegates, but also the popular vote and more.
Right, and let me just add one thing.
Yeah.
One thing that they could be doing, and this is a suggestion by one of the campaigns, is, and I think you can actually add to this, Jeff, is that at the end of the caucus, each caucus, they tally everything, all of the data points. And what I'm told is that people are being asked to take photos of that and sending it, or calling that in.
And we know that the campaigns are even more annoyed than you at home are probably, because obviously they and their volunteers and staffers have worked literally for years in many cases on this very night to get these results. Jeff Zeleny, the campaign of Vice President Biden has written a letter, a rather pointed one, to the Democratic Party. What does it say?
It is pointed, and this is coming from their lawyers. This was coming just before that phone call, but they're calling out a systematic failure, they believe, in this. And they said, look, we invested all this time and money into this system. So they said, however, we believe the campaigns deserve a full explanation and relevant information regarding the methods of quality control you're employing and an opportunity to respond before the official results are released. That is key. They are questioning the results, and that is a much bigger problem. If it's not just simply hand counting, we'll see some campaigns who perhaps didn't do as well as others. Will they be questioning these results? So we have not yet heard from the Iowa Democratic Party officials. Questions are mounting, and their silence is deafening, I would say, at this point.
And one of the other things going on right now, of course, is the Trump campaign and Republicans are trying to exploit this opportunity and sow seeds of doubt, suggesting that perhaps there's some sort of conspiracy going on here. The Trump campaign's campaign manager, Brad Parscale, asking on Twitter, is this rigged, et cetera. We have, obviously, there's no evidence of anything like this other than tremendous systematic incompetence. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We're going to come right back with the breaking news from Des Moines. Stay with us.
I'm going to be
All right, 0% of the precincts have reported so far, even though the polls, the caucuses closed, 4 hours ago. No results at all from the Iowa caucus is a huge, huge embarrassment for the Iowa Democratic Party. The deputy campaign manager, communications director for the Joe Biden campaign, Kate Bedingfield, just issuing a statement. The integrity of the process is critical, and there were flaws in the reporting systems tonight that should raise serious concerns for voters. John King and David Chalian, you're speaking to your sources as well. This is an awkward moment for the Democrats in Iowa.
It is opening night of what the Democrats need to be, for them, a successful campaign, no matter who the nominee is. Their goal is to try to beat an incumbent president of the United States who has a very strong economy. This was the starting gate, and they're having a problem right out of the starting gate. Kate Bedingfield, the senior Biden aide, questioning the integrity of the process. Imagine that. We don't have any results. It's midnight now in the East, 11 o'clock in Iowa. All of the campaigns are livid. As you touch base with all of the campaigns, nobody's happy. They say they had a phone call with Iowa Democratic Party officials and that was abruptly ended. Some campaigns are calling it they hung up on us when they started to ask questions. When will we get the results? Explain the process to us. I'm told by sources in 2 different campaigns that at that time of that call, which was a little more than an hour ago, they had 0 verified results. And about 35% of the vote counted, but it hadn't been double-checked and verified yet. And one person in one of the campaigns said the impression, I want to stress impression, was that this might not be done until the morning.
4 years ago, but at this point, about 95, 98% of the precincts have already reported. Right now, 0%.
Right. And as the Iowa Democratic Party has said, they think it's due to inconsistencies in the 3 different streams of data they were going to report tonight: the first vote, the final vote, the state delegates. And they're seeing those inconsistencies is what now has them going through this much more laborious process of trying to find verified ways. That's what was so important, what John said. Right. I had a campaign source on the call as well that said nothing was verified data from any precinct at the time of this call, which ended 35 minutes ago or so. And so what you have here, the other thing on that call that I heard from a source is that the campaigns weren't getting anything that wasn't being put out publicly. Right. They were not getting any more detailed information behind closed doors with fellow Democrats in the party. No, it was, this is the issue that we're stating publicly. So they have no more real insight into the what actually the campaigns, because Wolf, some of these campaigns, especially if the results are not to their liking, are going to now wonder aloud if indeed the results ever can be trusted.
This is about the time, maybe even a little earlier, on Iowa caucus night, especially with a crowded field, where the conversations we're having and the conversations we're having with senior officials in the campaign, with 1 or 2 of those campaigns, is can you survive? How are you going to be able to raise money after this? How can you go on? What you have now is all the donors around the country saying, well, what do we do tomorrow? All of the candidates giving the "we think we did well" speeches and going on to New Hampshire. So the traditional Iowa bounce or Iowa struggle, we won't be able to assess that now. We will get it eventually, and we'll go through it. But to David's point, somebody who comes in 4th or 5th is going to question the integrity of the process. They're going to try to suggest that maybe we shouldn't believe those results. That's not good for the Democratic Party out of the gate. And I just want to say one more thing. It's not just the campaigns that are mad. If you have been in touch with county chairs across the state over the last several months, remember, Iowa initially planned to have a so-called virtual caucus where people could participate electronically or at remote sites, and they finally canceled that because they realized it was simply undemocratic. Number one, they weren't going to give it much of the percentage of the vote, and they were having
DNC
right.
Voted that they couldn't do it because they were concerned.
And so some of the county chairs have complained consistently that every time they've asked for information, every time they've tried to just be reassured from the state party that they were ready for this, a great number of them in rural counties and in larger counties have been frustrated for months. And tonight we get this.
Yeah, these candidates have spent millions of dollars campaigning in Iowa. They were hoping to get some results. So far, they've gotten nothing at all. It's pretty shocking, I must say. Anderson, over to you.
Yeah, Wolf, we're here with the panel. Governor, I mean, to Wolf's point, these candidates have spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money. Can we trust anything coming out of Iowa now?
You're furious. You've spent a year campaigning. You've missed your best opportunities. And I think if you watch the speeches tonight, you just got to think Pete's about to come out. But, I mean, you just get the feeling he probably had a very good night tonight. So I bet he and Sanders are very close, would be my guesstimate. Then it's probably Warren and Biden underneath that, if you watch the speeches here tonight. But You know, it's very unfortunate for the time and effort because the banner headlines the next day, Bloom wins Iowa.
Yeah.
I cannot tell you.
Well, and if you were a Pete Buttigieg who bet everything on doing well in Iowa, I mean, he has really been victimized here tonight. Sanders may make his mark, but he had the wherewithal to move on here. Buttigieg now has to make the case tomorrow if these numbers come out and show that he has to get the benefit that he didn't get tonight.
And the converse of that is that Biden probably got a lifeline tonight.
Yeah.
I think Iowa was throwing him a big anvil, and because we don't know what happened, he got to turn that into a lifeline and give a speech and walk off.
Which is what this letter is.
Well, now he's challenging the legitimacy of these results. And he is saying, you know, we need an opportunity to respond to your methods, et cetera, before any official results are released. This could have all been taken care of in a better way if there had been some transparency on the part of the Democratic Party earlier in the evening to tell people what was going on.
Michael Smerconish?
I was going to say a cynical interpretation of that letter is to say we want those results kept in the vault, right?
Well,
we don't want them ever to see the light of day until maybe never.
Well, Pete, let me just say that I think Pete Buttigieg, where are you? I have no idea why he's not out there talking right now. It makes absolutely no sense.
Just wait a few minutes.
I mean, he should have been out there. I mean, it's midnight East Coast. I mean, he should have been out there a half an hour ago, maybe even an hour ago, and he should be declaring victory. I mean, if he's got numbers that show he's close, I'd be out there saying, I'm going to win. Okay, Pete, thanks for listening.
I hope that didn't become...
I won Iowa.
Santorum, you're more influential in
He's actually not there.
I also want to add that there were stories 10 days to 2 weeks ago about the Iowa Caucus app and how it was sparking election security concerns. And at that point, Troy Price, the Iowa Democratic Party chairman, said that there were safeguards in this app and said if there is a challenge, we'll be ready with a backup and a backup to that backup and a backup to the backup to the backup.
Yeah,
he needs to back up because that didn't happen.
I have no doubt that they'll be able to validate every number and that all this Biden stuff is posturing because he didn't do well tonight.
Right.
But
at that point doesn't matter.
That point,
to your point
look,
earlier,
there people are getting. Pete Buttigieg is getting hurt tonight.
Yeah,
I mean, there's no question about it.
All the millions of dollars spent in Iowa. Iowa, the crown jewel of this process. You get to go first. We're going to spend all this money on air. We're going to have all these volunteers.
Like half your
and don't forget the party makes a fortune as well.
Exactly.
Their big state dinner. Yeah. They sell the voter file, the voter list to everybody. They make millions.
So does Iowa go first next time in 4 years?
No.
I would assume we always say
No, listen. I will say this should be the end of this nonsense with Iowa.
Or caucuses.
And caucuses in general. Listen, it doesn't make any sense. Where's the payoff for anybody in this party? If you're a young person who believes in this thing and got involved, where's the payoff for you? If you're African American, you have states where we're better represented. We're nowhere in Iowa. Where's the payoff for you? Where's the payoff for all the blood, sweat, and tears? I don't know what percentage of the GDP for Iowa this is, but where's the payoff for us? I don't see it.
What if we spent this much time and energy and resources in our best organizers and sent our best staffers to states that we knew were going to be a really big deal in the general election? Wouldn't that be a better use of resources?
No, I look, as someone who, I'll defend the Iowa caucus, even though it didn't necessarily do right by me in some respects. Having a state that individual candidates who is not the most well-funded candidate, having an opportunity to go out there, connect with voters, not buy an election, that's an important part of our democracy. And if we just go to regional primaries or California primaries, then it's whoever raises the most money wins, or whoever has $50 billion is going to win. Iowa, New Hampshire, give the opportunity for candidates to actually sell themselves against people who actually pay attention.
I've always defended the caucuses in the early states for that reason. There is an argument that you rotate that to get the same effect, that it doesn't have to be the province of one state.
Which Democrats need.
The question is whether other states would take it as seriously as Iowa and New Hampshire do. And maybe they would.
Seriously, Iowa is taking it.
That's not fair. These voters are pretty...
Yeah,
look,
they're serious voters.
Look, I think let's make a distinction out of fairness. I think your point is well raised. The people worked their butts off. you have people who voted or who participated who had they literally talked to every single candidate, sometimes multiple times.
Yeah, they did.
So I do think the people there are taking it seriously, but something is off. Something is wrong. And I do believe that if you had another state that was more diverse and more representative, and you had a year and a half of runway, and people spending that much money and time, people would take it seriously. I just think that something is wrong tonight.
But
the fact of the matter is,
less than 10% of the eligible people actually vote. I'm sorry, Rick, I disagree. Give me a primary state where Democrats vote in a primary, and you make it 65 or 70%. They take it very seriously.
Yes.
Don't tell me a voter who works in a campaign and goes votes in a primary is not taking it serious. Only 10% come out and vote. I'm sorry. I'd rather go to a Democratic state where people come out, they vote, and they do it in big numbers.
Yeah,
and that's why
I'm influenced by the experience that I had because I worked for an African American candidate, came to Iowa, was not a favored candidate, and he won the caucuses, and it vaulted him forward to the presidency. So. And the turnout was very large and enthusiastic. You know, one of the reasons why I think transparency is a great thing and we need it. But you know, the party was trying to respond to the petitioning of the Sanders campaign to include lots of different data here, so there would be different marks for victory. And they got out over their skis and trying to accommodate all of this.
But how difficult? Let's just end with this. How difficult is it to build an app that you've had a year to prepare for to deal with these three numbers that you're going to hand? I'm sorry. Apps are developed every single day with much more difficult algorithms than that.
It sounds, Governor, like there wasn't a backup system for old school telephone calling.
Right.
Yeah. If the app failed,
And
they
nobody-
probably didn't have sufficient operators, you know, the old snow chain,
Well,
to
and-
call off school so that people could phone in the results.
And if you don't know how to use the app or you're not proficient, it can be difficult. And then you try and make the phone call when it doesn't work, and then there's a backup on the phone lines. As
We are
were
electing the
hearing.
president
But
of the
you know,
United States of America.
You do have 4 years to prepare for it. And I understand they were trying to be more transparent here. And no good deed goes unpunished. You're trying to provide more information for voters. I get that. Except you ought to know how to do it. And when it messes up, you ought to tell people what's going on.
Yeah, you know, like
Particularly
if I were
these
chairman of the
days.
Democratic National
the
Committee,
issue. Yeah.
I would be. Oh wait, you were chairman of the Democratic.
Right.
This didn't happen when I was chair.
But would you have come out and said something?
Yeah, let's take a
Someone
break.
should be out there.
Let's take a break.
Yeah, I
we'll
agree
be
with
right
that.
back. More ahead.
Someone from the party.
Well, I don't know whether.
A very deep intellect and experience, grounded.
Well, after midnight here on the East Coast, 11:16 p.m. In the Central Time Zone in Des Moines. That's Pete Buttigieg headquarters. We're waiting to hear from the Democratic presidential candidate. Already we heard from Amy Klobuchar, Joe Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders. There's a huge problem. The Iowa Democratic Party, John King, David Chalian, announced we found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. Normally at this time, 4.5 hours or whatever, after the Iowa caucuses begin, we'd have 95, 98% of the precincts reporting. Right now, we have 0% of the precincts reporting.
We have 0 because they had a problem that then just turned into a domino effect that created more problems, more problems, more problems. We'll get the full story as we get through this. We're not getting much information out of the party right now because they're sort of in the bunker. A couple of statements about inconsistencies, and yes, and smartly, that the quality and integrity of the results is what matters most. And so if we have to wait for them, we have to wait for them. The party says it is confident it has the paper trail so that it will take its time and go through this. So again, in the end, but the campaigns are livid. The campaigns are raising questions about the integrity of it. And the campaigns are saying, and the state party has confirmed some of this, that from early in the day, there were problems with this new app they had. Then there were problems calling into the backup hotline system. And then there just was communication problems all around the line. So we're waiting now. And as you say, it's 12:17 a.m. It is now Tuesday here in the East. It's 11 o'clock hour in Iowa. Pete Buttigieg just finally speaking, someone who thought he might have a strong performance tonight, someone who needs a strong performance tonight, someone who wanted to come out early and give a speech. We don't know the results. He doesn't know the results. They have some anecdotal information, and they actually, more than that, some math from their people around the state, but they can't trust that either.
MJ Lee is joining us from the Warren headquarters. You got some new reporting over there, MJ. What are you learning?
That's right, Wolf. We obviously just saw Senator Warren give remarks here at her election night party, and she is now taking photos with supporters. Even though the mood was celebratory, her aides are raising some concerns about what they heard about what went on tonight at some of these caucus sites. What they're telling me is that at some of these caucus sites, there were issues that their people were seeing and that their hotline was blowing up tonight because they were getting reports that during the second alignment, precinct caucus chairs were making mistakes by not properly understanding the rules or counting properly. In multiple precincts, they were told that caucus chairs did not know how to actually calculate the final math, including pertaining to the rule that allows people to leave after the first alignment. There were instances of only counting the total as the people who remained in the room rather than counting the total people that were first in the room at the caucus site. So again, even though the mood here is celebratory and Senator Warren tried to show up for these supporters who have been eagerly waiting for her, sort of behind the scenes, we are getting another sign that there is concern, at least within the Warren campaign, of some of the reports that they heard. And this is what they say about their hotline, again, blowing up with concerns about rules not being properly followed and the counting not being done properly either. Wolf.
It's so awkward, so embarrassing. All right, MJ, thank you very much. David Chalian, it's so unfair to the candidates and their supporters. Everybody was looking forward to seeing who's going to get a little bit of momentum from the Iowa caucuses, and all of a sudden, 0%.
Yeah, I mean, it's most unfair to the voters, the caucus goers who went out today, who now have a question mark hanging over this process. But it's surprising, and that was fascinating reporting from MJ, that the Warren campaign was concerned about some of the math that they saw, because that's actually not new this cycle. So if you're an experienced caucus chair in Iowa, you know the formula and how what they call caucus math works. You have to get that full count in the room of who's there initially. You know how many delegates are available for your caucus site. And there's a formula that they plug in and do, and that formula didn't change this cycle. So the fact that there might have been some problem doing the math is yet another wrinkle now, but not a new one, not like the app and that they were going to publicly report out different streams of information. That's actually the traditional way of running these caucuses.
You know, John, you and I should be at the magic wall right now. You should be showing where Biden did well, where he did poorly, what about Pete Buttigieg. All of that we should be going through as we normally do, and instead we got nothing.
Instead we have 99 counties of gray.
Let's listen to Pete Buttigieg. He's walking into his rally right now. He doesn't know how he did. tonight. We don't know how any of the candidates did tonight because a serious flaw that developed. The Iowa Democratic Party itself said we found inconsistencies in the reporting of 3 sets of results. In addition to the text system being used, there were several other problems as well. We want to hear what Pete Buttigieg has to say tonight. He's getting ready to speak. You know what? Let's listen in.
Thank you. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What a night. Because tonight, an improbable hope became an undeniable reality. So we don't know all the results. But we know by the time it's all said and done, Iowa, you have shocked the nation. Because by all indications, we are going on to New Hampshire victorious. You know, 1 year ago, it was in the deep freeze of an Iowa January where we began this unlikely journey to win the American presidency. We weren't well known, but we had a new idea. The idea that at this moment when Washington has never felt further from our everyday lives, a middle-class mayor from the American Midwest could carry the voices of the American people all the way to the American Capitol and make sure they're actually heard. We had the belief that in the face of exhaustion and cynicism and division, in spite of every trampled norm and every poisonous tweet, that a rising majority of Americans was hungry for action and ready for new answers. We could see an American majority yearning for leadership to rally us together behind bold ideas to make a difference in our lives. We saw that Americans were ready to come together, but our politics were not. And to seize this moment, we needed a new path forward, a path that welcomed people instead of pushing them away, brought them together instead of driving them apart, because this is our best and maybe our last shot. We knew that with this American majority, We are on the cusp of changing the game for ordinary Americans, but that we could not win or govern if we wrote people off who didn't agree with us 100% of the time. But that if we could come together, the future that we know is possible would start on January 21st, 2021. An awful lot of skeptics who said, not now, not this time. All this talk of belonging and of bridging divides is too naive, too risky. So tonight I say with a heart full of gratitude, Iowa, you have proved those skeptics wrong. And it was by your effort we brought together an extraordinary coalition of Americans, progressives, moderates, and that good number of what we like to call future former Republicans. And that's how we're going to win in November. Because it's about adding people to our cause, adding to our majority. That is how we will guarantee that on the day Donald Trump leaves office, we'll be ready to move America forward into the era that must come next. I want to thank every member of our campaign family, every organizer, every volunteer, every caucus goer who talked to a neighbor or a coworker, every staff member and every supporter who believed. And anyone who shares our vision can join the 750,000 grassroots supporters fueling our movement and chip in right now at PeteForAmerica.com. And while we're at it, I want to recognize a few other people who helped us get to this night. My mother, who not only helped raise me, but put her love of language to work answering letters sent to our campaign. My father, who left us just in the very early days of this journey, but whose own journey to this country made tonight possible in the first place. And to the love of my life, keeping my feet on the ground, how about a hand for the future First Gentleman of the United States? Let's hear it for Chastity. I also want to congratulate my fellow Democratic competitors in this diverse and formidable field. For months, we have been having an honest and respectful but vigorous debate about the course of our party and the future of this nation. And tonight, Iowa chose a new path. From river to river, in churches and community centers and high school gyms, you joined your neighbors to say that the time has come to turn the page and open up a new chapter in the American story. You chose to move on not just from the broken policies of these last few years, but the broken politics that got us here. And tomorrow, because of what we did here, the nation will have that choice too. We take our message onward to New Hampshire, which has a way of making up its own mind, to Nevada, to South Carolina, and beyond to every corner of America. And as we do, we will be building the movement that not only will win the election against Donald Trump, but win the era for our shared values. We have exactly one shot to defeat Donald Trump. And we're not going to do it by overreaching. We're not going to do it by division. We're not going to do it by saying it's my way or the highway. This is our shot, our only shot to galvanize an American majority to win. And make no mistake, ours is the campaign that will defeat this president. A president who cuts taxes for corporations while crushing the rights of workers to organize ought to have to compete with a middle-class mayor who entered politics fighting for auto workers and actually lives and works in the industrial Midwest. A president who tries to cloak himself and his wrongdoing in religion should have to debate a candidate not afraid to remind America that God does not belong to a political party. And a president who avoided serving when it was his turn should have to stand next to a veteran ready to show what troops deserve from a real commander-in-chief. Now, this president may get a pass on the floor of the Senate, but this November, the verdict will be up to us. And when I'm your nominee, we will win big enough to send not just Donald Trump's presidency, but Trumpism itself into the dustbin of history where it belongs. Something is stirring in America right now. You can feel it. We saw it tonight in the bluest counties and the reddest, in rural towns and industrial cities, in big communities and small, and the suburbs in between. We're seeing Democrats hungry to win, independent voters who had been turned off by our politics, Republicans tired of trying to look their kids in the eye and explain this presidency, all standing together. And all standing together to declare that we are defined not by who we voted for in the past, but by what we're voting for in the future. This is the coalition that no pundit saw coming. And it's the coalition the president won't see coming either. It's a majority we're assembling to agree not just on who we're against, but on what we are for. We are unifying a rising American majority ready to raise wages and empower workers in this fast-changing economy. A majority ready and determined to put an end to endless war. A majority committed to bringing about a day in America where your race has no bearing on your health, your wealth, your access to education, or your relationship with law enforcement. A majority of Americans ready to support our teachers with a president and a Secretary of Education who believe in public education. Those Americans are counting on us to come together and act, and they cannot wait. I've met Americans not even yet old enough to vote, but who know that we cannot wait. An 11-year-old asking how his family will be able to afford the insulin he needs. He can't wait for a president who will ensure there is no such thing as an uninsured American or an unaffordable prescription. The 14-year-old who let me know she's already written out a basic will because she's terrified the next day in school could be her last. Cannot wait for a president who will see to it that she can walk into her school free of fear. A 10-year-old who let me know he expects to be around in 2100 and look back at whether we acted fast enough to secure his future. He cannot wait for a president prepared to enlist every American in the fight for our climate. We are running for them. This campaign is giving voice to them, and it has room for everyone, because no matter who you voted for in elections past, and for that matter, no matter who you caucused for tonight, we welcome you in our campaign, and you belong in the future that we are building for America. Whether you're a young woman with autism in Muscatine or a veteran battling addiction in Claremont, you belong. Whether you clean hotel rooms in Las Vegas or are getting a new business up and running in Charleston, you belong. I believe the presidency has a purpose. And the purpose of our American presidency is not the glorification of the president. It is the unification and the empowerment to the American people to solve these big problems. America has a place for everyone. And I believe this not because of my age, but because of my experience. I believe in American unity because of my experience serving, of lacing up my boots in the dust of a war zone alongside Americans so different we hardly had anything in common besides a flag on our shoulders, yet learned to trust each other with our lives. Thank you. I believe in American boldness because of my experience governing, guiding a city once called dying out of the shadows of our empty factories and into a brighter future. And I believe in American belonging because of an experience you are part of right here tonight. Looking out at you and remembering how it felt to be an Indiana teenager, wondering if he would ever belong in this world. Wondering if something deep inside him meant that he would forever be an outsider, that he might never wear the uniform, never be accepted, never even know love. And now that same person is standing in front of you, a mayor, a veteran, happily married, and one step closer to becoming the next president of the United States. is the America we are building. That is the America so many Iowans chose tonight. If you are ready to build an American life defined by belonging, this is our chance. If you're ready to build an American politics defined by boldness, this is our chance. And if you are ready to build an American future defined by unity in the face of our greatest challenges, this is our chance. So with hope in our hearts and fire in our bellies, we're going on to New Hampshire, on to the nomination, and on to chart a new course for this country that we love. Thank you. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Mayor Pete Buttigieg coming as close to a victory speech as you can without actually knowing if you have won. Nobody knows at this point because no results have thus far been released. A highly unusual situation. We're going to take a short break. We'll have more from our panel right ahead. And we just heard from Mayor Pete Buttigieg giving essentially a victory speech, though no results have actually been released. Back now with our panel. Governor, was it the right thing to do for Mayor Buttigieg to come out?
Absolutely. I think he knows from all of his precinct captains, he's got a pretty good idea how he did tonight. He's feeling very good. He either thinks he won it or he was very close. Go out and declare victory tonight. He did the right thing.
Yeah, I think all these campaigns sort of know. They don't know exactly where everybody's going to land, but they know if they had a good night or a bad night. The Biden campaign obviously knows they didn't have a good night, which is why they were the first ones to send a letter questioning whether the results were valid. And so, everybody's behaving as you would behave if you knew what actually happened.
If Mayor Buttigieg won the Iowa caucuses, I mean, then he got really screwed
Right.
today.
He got robbed. He
used the technical.
I mean, but he didn't come out until what, 12:06 or something.
But on the other hand, I understand where you're saying you did the right thing, Buttigieg. But if he didn't win, and you're all nodding, but if he didn't win, and he came out and he claimed victory.
Well, he didn't say they won. He said
we're
close second.
He said victorious.
And how do you define
I think
victory?
it was a risk. I think it was a risk to say we're going to go to New Hampshire victorious. And we've left out Elizabeth Warren, who is still definitely in that top tier. Her campaign manager is saying there's a top
So
three.
it depends how you define victory, and you're okay. If I came in second or if I came in third, that's victory.
His words were, "Iowa, you have shocked the nation."
Right.
Truer words were never spoken.
And I think that is about the vote count and not counting the vote.
But if he came in a close second, that's a big win, Gloria. No one expected him.
So you understand, right? Nobody expected him to win, but it can be interpreted differently. Now, the person who was the smartest was Amy Klobuchar, because she came out right away.
Yeah.
She clearly did not win the Iowa caucus.
All she said is, we punched above our weight.
That's right. And then she got covered wall to wall, I presume.
In a
on
good time
cable.
slot.
Yeah.
And then all the other candidates are saying, wait a minute, why don't I get out
But
there?
Buttigieg, I think, left his voters feeling good, feeling excited.
important that
So
we
yeah, I
get-
mean, I think he did a good job.
Look, I think Pete got robbed tonight. I think this was history tonight. It's history tonight. It was a very big deal for Pete.
Why? Because of things went so terribly wrong.
I think it's history because you have a gay man who did the impossible. If he's number one, if he's number two, that's a big deal. He talked to his husband. His husband came out with him. That you've not seen that before in American history on a primary night, a caucus night, and that was a huge deal. And he deserved for the numbers to be running below him while he was giving that speech. Right. He got robbed of that, and I think it's terrible. I think Biden got an undeserved lifeline tonight because, again, I think an amble was about to drop on his head, and he got a chance to kind of scoot away like Wile E. Coyote. But I'm going to tell you, from my point of view, this is the bounce that he deserves. All the stuff. Your prediction is more true. Smerconish said, "Hey, listen, whoever comes out here good tonight's not going to be able to enjoy it." We didn't know how true it was going to be, but I just think it's worth just taking a moment to acknowledge history was made tonight. We had a gay American get that close to either first or second, give a speech like that, and it's important, and it should have been.
It is, and we
messed
did
up
see
tonight.
enough data from these entrance polls to see that he ran more consistently across all groups in the state. Yeah. Which is, Bernie did very well with young people. Biden did very well with people over 65. Buttigieg did well across the state geographically, demographically. That was very good for him. But look, the biggest story tonight is not, I feel sorry for Pete Buttigieg, but how about the people of Iowa? How about the public that was looking for this process to begin? And now this cloud of doubt hangs over this whole process. And that's a tragic outcome. It may be a source of amusement for the president and his team. Right. But, for people who care about this process, this was a depressing night.
Yeah, there's some other weak spots to notice. The turnout was not great. It was not Obama-level turnouts. If the theory is we're so mad at Trump, the train is coming for Trump, this is it. You didn't see it tonight. It was okay turnout. It wasn't strong. You had the party in disarray. You had the front runner Biden looking like he stepped on a banana peel. So there's reasons to be concerned if you're a Democrat. Doesn't mean that we can't get this thing pulled together and be feeling great in New Hampshire. But tonight was not encouraging.
I think turnout is possibly a bigger indicator of Democratic success in November than whoever we come up with as our nominee. So I was really hoping that we would see the trend that we have seen, frankly, in special elections, in midterm elections since Trump was elected, which was an electorate that is really much, much larger than we've ever seen before. So tonight to see a slide in the first really big presidential contest, I hope that New Hampshire.
One of the
comes
questions
and
I
messes back
have
up
is
for us.
what was the effect of impeachment on this?
Yeah.
The fact that there were candidates who couldn't campaign, some of the leading candidates weren't in the state for the last couple of weeks to try and rev the thing up. And also, we don't know what the impact on the Biden campaign was of his getting beaten up in these hearings. Not because I think voters in Iowa thought that he lacks integrity. I don't think that. I think that he's very well regarded. Polling, his numbers are very high. But there is this concern based on the last election. Is this the Benghazi, the email? Is this the thing they're going to try and tag him with? There is, Trump's in people's head.
It's the thing that Joni Ernst gave.
Yeah, exactly, promising to impeach him on day one for something that no one knows he did. I mean, he's not been accused of doing anything wrong. But so there are all kinds of cross currents here that made this funky and may have contributed to a lesser turnout than it would have been.
It would also seem that nobody gets out between now and New Hampshire. I had thought that maybe there would be a candidate or two candidates who might exit, but at this point, why would they? Just hang in for another week and see what happens.
Yeah, the huge impact is going to be money.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is a huge money night for the winner of the Iowa caucuses. And someone may be announced tomorrow afternoon or something, but it just won't be the same. I mean, you're not going to get that huge lift. And depend on who the campaign is. Now, Pete and Bernie raise all their grassroots money. And so, may not be as big of an effect on them. But if Warren end up the winner, I don't know if she is in the ballpark, but if she would, this is a big missed opportunity for someone like her.
True.
If she actually did well tonight and didn't get the win.
And the person who was raising the least was, Biden has money problems. We talked about that earlier. But Amy Klobuchar has money issues and it looks like she may have had a better night than people expected.
Right.
That would have been helpful to her.
There's a big difference between the two of them. Joe has a big super PAC. Amy does not.
Right.
And so Amy needed this a lot more than
and don't forget, we're going to get results. I don't know when we're going to get results.
Let me say this. One challenge for Democrats tomorrow. And very important to these candidates. Let's not get stuck in the process of this Iowa caucus. They tomorrow got to get back talking issues that matter to the American public. And we cannot spend as a party yakking about what happened in Iowa. Our candidates got to rise above this tomorrow, no matter what happened, and get back to talking to the American public about issues that matter. And that's how we beat Trump.
We're going to take a quick break. Don Lemon and Chris Cuomo continue our coverage when we come back.
Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Childish Gambino, got that swagger. All these pussy niggas round here don't matter. All that I know is that I wanna dance with you. Moving close, have a boy gon' kiss you. Know that you know me, don't act stupid. You seem different, tired of these groupies. I'm on fire, won't find bigger. Got big shots saying that's that nigga. Whole V with glasses, Weezy football. I'm slamming that thing like the Cadillac though. I love fast women, Jackie Joyner Kersey. Have your cake and eat it, baby, it's your birthday. Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like Baby girl, you know what I want. Let me do it to you, do it to you. Let me do you like It ain't tricking if you know, baby, you know. Mama, you are with the right man, Juno. Tell me what you wanna do, I will make it happen. I just wanna get you home and yes, I'm drinking whiskey, baby, I am gone tonight. NBC is not the only thing I'm gross. Why the fuck I say these things? It isn't over, haven't heard the chubby lady sing. Everybody love me, call a nigga Raymond. These weak niggas always in your face like Ray-Bans. Yes, I bring the heat, girl. Fire for fireman, baby, I'm your hero. Donald for Spider-Man. I'm in love with you, but this is not tennis. And baby, stay stacked like she bad at Tetris. Rude boy, Ariana, that vagina. Tell your boy good luck trying to find ya. Find ya.
Welcome to CNN's continuing coverage of the Iowa caucuses. As you've been hearing tonight, we're waiting on the real returns, the real processing. We will take you through why this has been an epic failure tonight in terms of process, not necessarily outcome. We don't know who won. We don't know the standings, but we know one clear, huge loser, and that is the Iowa State Democratic Party. How they could let this process get to be so wrong so quickly is a big question going forward, because think about it. It means that whoever won here didn't get the push that they should have gotten tonight. Now, you're going to hear some of the speeches. A couple of different candidates seem to speak as though they think they're on top, but we don't know. So they're not getting the real push. And whoever's on the bottom got a real break tonight because they got an extra day of not being called the loser in Iowa. So the results obviously matter for the process, but also for the optics and for the momentum going into New Hampshire, which is just literally a week away. So let's start with our understanding of why there are not numbers filling your screen with the results tonight and what we understand about the state of this race. We go to Jeff Zeleny. What is the latest reckoning of what they're dealing with in this Iowa State Party and when they'll be able to do their job?
Well, Chris, I'll say good morning to you. And the sign behind me, I don't think you can see it, but it says results are coming soon. I'm here at the Iowa Democratic Party Media Center. That's obviously not happening. There are no results coming soon. In fact, I am told by two officials that the presidential campaigns have been notified that there will not be any results, even preliminary ones coming yet at this early morning hour. They are expecting them, anticipating results sometime Tuesday. We will see if that happens. One official tells me this. He said, at this point now, we need to get it right. That is an understatement. But Chris, this is how we got here. A year-long campaign, a multi-million-dollar campaign that at one point featured a couple dozen candidates in this race, ends in an era of uncertainty. It seems to be because of an app. A reporting app that did not work. We heard reports throughout the day that this app was not working. And you'll remember, these results are, essentially reported from local officials in almost 1,700 precincts across the state of Iowa. So they switched to an old telephone system. Well, that was all fine and well, except the phones were jammed. We heard reports from across the state, election officials across the state saying they were on hold for up to 90 minutes at a time. We also heard some reports saying some of the reporting was just fine. Some people were able to get through, so there was an inconsistency there. The state party has not spoken about this extensively. They said that they're trying to, essentially wait until these numbers are accurate and with integrity. But there was a late-night conference call with presidential campaigns to advise them of this, but they are not happy about this at all. The campaigns are not. So most of the candidates flying on to New Hampshire as we speak, but leaving behind so many questions of uncertainty about what actually happened here in Iowa.
You know, it's interesting. This is not the first time we've had a problem in Iowa in terms of delays. 2016, we didn't hear until 2 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. Obviously, when Santorum won here, it was a 2-week measure. But we have never seen anything like this. And the reason they're being quiet, Jeff, seems pretty obvious. They don't have a good explanation. They're embarrassed, and they're hiding. But here's the problem. Why should anybody have confidence in the results that they put out? They clearly got over their heads. They said they had a backup to the backup to the backup, and that was obviously BS. How do they restore any confidence?
Well, this is the reason why they say they have confidence. And I was actually in a precinct this evening and was actually watching how this process is working. And there are new rules in place. There is actually a paper trail that people filled out their first choice and their second choice. So the paperwork exists for that. That is different than 4 years ago. 4 years ago, the race between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders so close, the Sanders campaign was furious, so it inspired a lot of these new rules. Remember, we were supposed to get the popular vote, if you will, the raw result tonight, as well as the delegate equivalent. So that was one of the confusions here. But there is a paper trail, and party officials say they want to get this right. But Chris, as you said, it is going to leave the campaigns who didn't do so well to question these results. So, of course, that diminishes the results for the campaigns that did well. So this will be sorted out in the morning, but it will certainly not be resolved. And more than one person here I've talked to, in fact, a lot of people say, is this the death of the Iowa caucus? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, look, there are already questions about the caucus structure. There are pluses and minuses, the level of dedication, the access to the 99 counties and person-to-person politicking is unique here. But how often can you screw something up when there's so much money and so much time to get it right and still be the stepping-off point for something as important as a presidential